Chapter 99, Let's Go Save the Forest. Sek waited for the others to come back to reality as he was sitting on Asta's back while he did push UPS. Stop. Take a break before the next set. Asta stopped as Sek got off his back. Asta then wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "Arms really are great." He then proceeded to kiss his arms as Asta looked at the witch bitch who was still not done with her screams. He so wanted to tell her that rolling on the ground with broken arms was not the way to go, but he found her suffering funny and just remained quiet. "Ugh, what happened?" asked Vanessa as she groaned. She seemed to have got conscious once again. Sek, who was beside her, crouched down and said, "You were being an idiot, and I came to fix your mistakes." Vanessa sat up and looked around to see some of her squad mates around her. "Sek-kun? What are you all doing here?" "They came to fix Asta's arms. I came to save them." "Hey, that's right. Asta, wait for a bit, I will just ask the Witch Queen to heal you." "What the hell are you doing?" Vanessa immediately tried to talk to Asta as she realized what she was doing there, only to find the said Monolith shorty doing one-hand push UPS. She then looked towards the Witch Queen and found her rolling around in pain. Surprised by the scene, she looked at her friends for answers, only to see all of them pointing fingers at Sek. Sek, who saw the others pointing at him, nodded and said, "Yes, I am the awesome one. You can thank me now." "What the hell happened here?" asked Vanessa. "She was being a bitch, so I just dealt with her accordingly. I used my spell to transfer all the damage you and Asta sustained to her. About that, you two will feel the recoil," said Sek, as immediately both Asta's and Vanessa's eyes widened in shock and both screamed in pain. "Right about now." "Great, now 3 of them are screaming," said Sek, but soon Asta and Vanessa calmed down. Asta, like Sek, was physically well trained and could bear quite a lot of pain. On the other hand, Vanessa's injuries were not that severe, so even if the pain increased by tenfold, it wasn't much that she couldn't deal with. Now, this only left the witch bitch, who was looking at her broken hands with agony. Sek could only imagine how a non-physically trained person was dealing with severely broken arms. "So shall we get going now? Or are there any more things that you all need to do?" asked Sek. The people who were gathered in the room just looked at Sek and thought about how easily the man dealt with all their problems. But before they could even reply, Sek, Secret, and Ans felt a large amount of mana approaching them. "Yet, like hell could a day pass without trouble," said Sek, as the others just looked at him with confusion. "What happened, Sek?" asked Asta. "Remember the pink hatred chick with fire spirit salamander? She and her army are coming towards us for that witch bitch's magic stone, I guess," said Sek as he looked at the said witch. Witch bitch!" exclaimed Vanessa. She could not believe that someone would call a fearful person like the Witch Queen like that. The Witch Queen, who felt the severity of the situation, calmed herself down and healed her arms. She proceeded to glare at Sek, who just snorted at her. "I would have killed you this instant, if not for the imminent danger in the forest," said the Witch Queen as a sphere appeared in front of her and showed Fana riding on a salamander along with other members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. It then showed the mages of the Diamond Kingdom that were coming from the opposite end. Just then an explosion followed by a loud noise occurred, making Sek and the other people who were present in the room look in the direction of the explosion. "Damn, that's some damage. Spirits are just made for doing AoE damage," commented Sek. "Well, seeing that you are under attack, we will just leave you to deal with this shit and not distract you, or you can buy our services to help you save the forest in exchange for that magic stone," said Sek as he looked at the witch bitch. The witch bitch glared at Sek without even saying something. Sek didn't relent to the pressure and just looked at her. "Well, looks like you don't want to make a deal, let's get going All right. I will give you the magic stone in exchange for saving the forest and the witches." "All right," exclaimed Asta, as he hyped himself to fight, only for Sek to give a karate chop on his head. "Not yet, Asta. Hey, which bitch is that? How you ask someone for help? Where the hell are your manners?" said Sek with his arms folded. Mana surged in the room as the crows made out of the witch's magic got loud and violent. Don't test your luck, you imperfect brat, said the witch bitch in a cold tone. The others except for Sek, Secre, Asta, and Ins got tense because of the mana radiated by the witch queen. Sek looked back at the witch without any change in his expression and sighed, and in the next instant, mana radiated out of his body as he glared back at her. Test my luck, bitch, it is you who are still lucky after hurting Vanessa-san like that. The only reason I left you alive is that you are her mother and she doesn't want you dead. So be within your limits, otherwise it won't even take me a minute to show you hell, replied Sek in a cold tone with killing intent aimed at her. The two glared at each other as their mana clashed, causing sparks around them. Strong gusts of wind were coming out because of their clash, but none of them were backing or had the intention to stop. Suddenly another explosion was heard. The two looked at the explosion from the corner of their eyes before looking back at each other. I don't have time to deal with this childish argument, said the witch as she took her mana back. Then what is your answer? Asked Sek as he took his mana back as well. Sai, please save the forest and the witches. Sek stared at her for a while before he gave a nod and looked back at Asta. Now. Okay. Let's go save the forest, declared Asta as he raised both of his anti-magic swords. Chapter 100, You touch us, we touch you back. Once the deal was accepted, it didn't take long for Sek to get into action as he asked the witch bitch to show the projections once again. Alright, me, Ins, and Noel will deal with the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Asta and Fanzil deal with the Diamond Kingdom. Finral, Vanessa-san, Mariella, and Domina-san, rescue the witches. They will be hesitant to get help from men, so it is up to you guys to do that. Vanessa-san and Domina-san know the place, so try to locate as many as you can. Once done, join Asta and the others. Any questions? Asked Sek as he explained the roles to his friends. Wait. Me, said Noelle as she pointed at herself. Yet. Are you sure about taking me to the fight? Won't Asta be the better choice? Noelle, you said it yourself that you learned super powerful attack magic. Gotta show me whether all the time that I spent training you is worth it or not. But I don't think. Seeing that the royal was still hesitant, Sek looked at her and clapped his hands directly in front of her, making her snap out of her thoughts. Who the hell do you think I am, Noelle? Who the hell is telling you to think or believe in yourself? Just believe in me. Hearing his words, Noelle and the others looked at him with a surprised look on their faces. Seeing that now they were not thinking anything else, a small smirk appeared on Sek's face as he gave a pat on Noelle's shoulder and said, Just believe in me. Who believes in you? He then looked at every one of them and said, All of you need to know two things. Firstly, return alive. If even one of you dies, I will find a way to bring you back to life and then kill you back. Secondly, show them hell. The other Black Bulls just gave a nod as a smirk appeared on their faces. Sek nodded back as he stood closer to the hole and said, All right, Black Bulls, and friends from the Diamond Kingdom. Beat the shit out of the enemies. I am counting on you guys, all right. Saying so, Sek jumped out of the hole as a giant fist made of bronze appeared below him and he landed on it. Ins and Noelle followed him as they came on top of a flying broom, and the trio rushed towards the place where the Eye of the Midnight Sun was attacking. Ins, Noelle, save the ones that come in your path, I will be rushing ahead. The two gave Sek a nod as Sek rushed towards the battle. While saving the witches who were being captured by the members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Though as soon as Sek saved them, they coursed at him, saying, Why the hell do they have to be saved by a man? I would like to see how happy their lives will be after getting caught as a slave, thought Sek as he kicked another one of the white-robed mages from the E.O.M.S, Eye of the Midnight Sun. Can't blame them, they have lived their whole life fearing men. And these humans trying to capture them as slaves don't help improve the image in their heads, said Vritra. He looked at the mages who were falling one after another. These people were way too weak for being a challenge to his host. He then looked toward the source of mana that was giving a draconic presence. I will kill you, said Fana as the salamander's mouth opened. Spirit magic, salamander's breath. Sek looked at the incoming giant fireball without a change in his expression. Ins. On it, replied the parrot on In's shoulder. Poses Zion magic, mana poses Zion. The giant fireball stopped in its tracks as Ins looked at the salamander. He then opened his hands as the fireball split into multiple fireballs and surrounded the salamander. Noel, yelled Sek as Noel, who was directly above Fana, gave a nod. A large amount of mana gathered around her, seeing which Sek's eyes widened. She really came a long way, thought Sek as a dong smile appeared on his lips. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar. A large body of water shaped in the form of an eastern dragon with a strong vortex for its body came out of her wand and rushed towards the salamander. Mana possession, flame dragon's roar. Similarly, the smaller fireballs controlled by Ins gathered together in the form of an eastern dragon similar to that of Noel and rushed toward the salamander as well. Why should I stay behind? Commented Sek as his grimoire started flipping as well. Bronze creation magic, bronze dragon's roar. A new eastern dragon made out of bronze appeared as well and roared toward the salamander. The three dragons rushed toward the fire spirit, making Fana look at the three dragons rushing towards her. In the end, not being able to decide what to do with the situation, the three dragons slammed against the salamander, causing an explosion that engulfed the salamander and Fana within it. Cough cough asterisk, why do you keep hurting us? Asked an enlarged Fana as she looked quite bruised up from the previous attack. Well, fighting is a two-way relationship, you try to touch us. We sure as hell will touch you back, said Sek, who rushed towards the distracted and injured Fana. Spirit magic, Salamander's Claw. The salamander charged mana around its arm as it glared at Sek. Seeing that, Sek smirked as he untreated Extase. Cutter of Creation Extase, Magic Cutter. The fire spirit swung its claws as giant slashing attacks made of flame mana came towards Sek. Sek swung his sword as well as a flying slash, fired out of Extase. The slash easily cut through the magic slash coming toward him while destroying the spell as well. Seeing Fana's senses alerted her as she moved Salamander out of the path of the attack, narrowly dodging it. Though that was all the time Sek needed, as he landed on the fire spirit's back as well. Fana looked at him with her usual expressionless face as Sek rushed towards her and kicked her gut, sending her flying off the salamander's back, which immediately tried to rush toward its master. As for you, big guy, uttered Sek as he raised his hand, and mana started gathering in his palm. Ice debuff mana bullet, massive chilling raise nan. A giant violent spiraling mana bullet appears in Sek's hand as he looked towards the salamander that looked back at him with horror. Slamming the huge orb of chilling mana on the spirit's back, Sek smirked as the spirit roared in pain and started falling. No, salamander, screamed Fana, who was falling as well. She then looked at Sek, who was still on the salamander's back, with hatred as her mana started fluctuating. I will kill you! I will kill you! I will kill you! Yelled Fana as a series of flashbacks occurred in her head. Her grimoire started flipping as the salamander dematerialized under Sek and then appeared below Fana, who was engulfed in violent Ormgish mana. Flame recovery magic, Phoenix robe. A robe made of flames appeared around her body with two wings made of fire behind her. Crystal structures started appearing around her as she glared at Sek. Sek, who landed on the ground, looked back at her and then looked at his two teammates. You two ready for round 2? Asked Sek with a smile. I don't think that it was a wise decision to take on a sport with just the three of us, said the parrot on In's shoulder. That's right. What will you do if we die? She has revealed her third eye now. That Veto guy that we fought in the underwater temple did the same, and he got way more powerful after that, complained Noel. Now, where is the fun in beating a weak opponent? Said Sek as he immediately received 2 slaps from Secret and Noel. Why the hell do I have to die for your fun? You idiot! Hey, that wasn't necessary. Alright, you two stand back. I will deal with her on my own, declared Sek, surprising Noel and Ins, while Secret just face-palmed. She had a feeling that her partner was about to do something stupid. He then stepped forward and gestured Fana to come at him, making the pink-haired girl, who usually had an expressionless face, look at Sek with anger. Chapter 101, What is your name? You really like to jump into troublesome and dangerous situations, my other half. Hey, if they don't want to fight against her together, then I don't mind doing it alone. Might even be faster. She has a dragon, though, a baby dragon on drugs, but still a dragon. This won't be easy, you know. I doubt that it will be that difficult, and even if it was, don't I have a better dragon than her? Now that is something that you don't even need to ask. My other half, together we are the force that can hardly be stopped, said Vritra with an excited tone. Sek smirked as he ignored his two squad mates who tried to talk him out of fighting Fana. He looked back at them and said, "Stand back if you don't want to get caught up in the crossfire. Protect yourselves. I will try my best, but I am not taking any guarantee." He then turned towards Fana and said, "As for you Fana, it's one-on-one, so make sure to not hit my friends. Don't call my name, you filthy human. And why should I not attack them when you three just now ganged up on me? Hey, don't need to be that harsh. I just used your name. As for earlier, we three fought against your mages. Now it's just the two of us facing each other. Not to mention, if you focus on every one of us, it will get difficult for you to fight. Instead, you and I fight each other, no one else will interfere from my side. As for your side, I don't think that any of them will be getting up to fight anytime soon." Fana remained silent for a while, but soon glared at them, or more specifically at Noel. "Like you, lowly humans, stand by your words, especially those royals. Fana, I swear upon the name of the Dark Lord that they won't use a single spell or action to attack you or protect me. They will just defend themselves if necessary. I don't know about other situations, but during fights, the Dark Lord doesn't go back on his words." Fana stared at Sek for a while and then looked at Ans and Noel. "If they attack even once, I will burn them both to cinders. So you can be understanding. Well, isn't that a surprise? All right, you two stay back till either of us is down." Ans and Noel looked at Sek with shock. Well, Noel did. Ans couldn't show much expression on his skull after all. "You are actually doing that?" asked Noel. "Yeah. I mean, you heard us right? Now just stay back and watch," replied Sek as his grimoire started flipping. "Bronze creation magic, giant's fists. So Fana, shall we start?" asked Sek as he jumped onto the large hand that opened in front of him and ascended into the sky. Fana looked at Sek with a slight frown as her grimoire started flipping as well. "Don't call out my name. I will kill you." Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster. A huge stream of flames came out of the spirit's mouth as an animal skull made of bronze appeared in front of Sek and fired a beam toward the salamander. The two attacks intercepted each other as both Sek and Fana moved from their positions to avoid being blinded by the resulting explosion. "Damn, my Gaster Blaster is powered up a lot. See, I told you it was not a good idea to use that against those Diamond Kingdom mages if you don't want them dead. But still, that baby spirit dragon packs some power. Mana-based life forms are always a pain to deal with, not to mention a dragon," said Vritra. Sek didn't respond to the sacred gear as he noticed a huge incoming fireball. Bronze magic, bronze body. Knowing that only dodging it was not the best option, Sek decided to use his magic as well. "Shit! Hot hot hot," thought Sek as he tried to dodge the attack but still got hit by a fireball. The clothes around his chest and sleeves immediately turned to cinders as a topless chiseled body Dark Lord came into view. Fana, who saw Sek getting hit by the attack, waited to see the outcome only to find the human totally fine. And though she was mostly indifferent, her gaze still lingered on Sek's bare-chested body for a bit. "Looks like I need to attack with numbers. Big attacks will take quite a long time to show effect." Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Bronze creation magic, weapon make minigun. Ice debuff magic, frost touch. A huge amount of mana gathered around Sek as the onlookers were surprised to see the blonde boy using so many spells at once, since it was common knowledge that most people can only use a single magic at a time. But ignoring their gazes, Sek pointed his hands, which were now turned into miniguns, at the fire spirit as the few hundred swords that he made started revolving around them, gaining speed while giving off a chilling blue aura. "Salamander, finish him," muttered Fana as the fire spirit roared. Now, what's the hurry? "It's just starting," said Sek with a smirk. Fana glared at him, seeing his smirk as her grimoire started flipping. Salamander's mouth opened as a huge amount of mana gathered around him. "Spirit magic, Salama!" But before she could even call out the name of her spell, two bright beams of light descended from the sky and hit the dragon's wings, tearing them and making the dragon roar in pain. "See, I told you it's just starting," said Sek with a smirk as the fire spirit stopped gathering the mana, while Fana looked up in the sky only to find two Gaster blasters up there. "Damn, you! I will kill you! How dare you harm Salamander?" "Like this," replied Sek as he started firing bullets from his miniguns, which were covered in frost debuff magic. The swords that were revolving around them started raining down on Fana and the salamander as the spirit tried to protect its master. It was still able to move, but because of the earlier attack, its wings were torn and were not completely healed up, which made its movements sluggish. The attacks rained down on the fire spirit, which tried its best to protect Fana. But because of that, all the attacks hit the spirit, making the spirit roar in pain as its body started tearing up. The spirit and Fana started falling, making the pink-haired elf look at Sek with hatred. She wanted to fight back, but the attacks were not stopping at all. Sek kept on firing at the fire spirit, but out of nowhere, the ki around him changed, making the Dark Lord stop his attacks and look towards the cause of it. Turning around, Sek noticed Asta, Zell, and Mars coming toward them while being followed by a pale-looking guy who was firing a lot of mana beams at the group. "You three can't even keep one guy in check," muttered Sek as he moved towards Fana. "Fana, some other party is rushing here for a while, so we have a true till the situation is settled." Fana looked at Sek with a slightly surprised expression on her face. Even though she knew that some people were headed their way, it made no sense for the human named Sek to propose a truce for a battle that he was winning. "Does he really intend to keep his word about not having others interfere in our fight?" thought Fana as she looked at the blonde man in front of her. Sek smiled at Fana as he stood in front of her and asked, "We can't have others interfere in this fight, right? So what do you say? Truce?" Fana stared at Sek's face for a while and then looked toward her damaged salamander. Should I believe in his words? But humans are never trustworthy, thought Fana. Gore. Hearing the noise, Fana looked at Salamander, who was looking back at her. The two stared at each other for a while, before Fana sighed and stood up. "Make any suspicious movement and Salamander and I will burn you to a crisp." Hearing her reply, Sek smirked as he looked towards Asta and company. "You don't need to worry about that. As I said earlier, the Dark Lord never goes back on his promises during a fight. Now breathe in, Asta, you shit. Can't you handle just one man and not interfere with my fight?" screamed Sek, shocking Noel-ans and even Fana, who all looked at Sek with surprised expressions on their faces. "What the hell did you say, you bastard? I can deal with him. I just need one hit on him," yelled Asta back in response. "Then fu asterisk king do it. I am trying. Try harder. All right. Just wait and see," yelled Asta as he ignored the plan that Zell, Mars, and he talked about and jumped toward the pale guy with his anti-magic swords. "No. Asta," yelled Zell, trying to warn him, but it was too late as the pale guy who was called Ladros attacked. Million laser. Mana gather around Ladros as various concentrated beams of mana burst out of his body and headed in different directions. Asta, who was now in midair, was unable to dodge them and just used his broad anti-magic sword to block the attack, but still got blown away by it. Sek looked at the scene and then turned toward Ins and Noel and said, "Track him and check if he is fine or not." Ins and Noel nodded as the two ran back into the forest while Sek made a bronze barrier around him and Fana to block the incoming attack. "Sek-kun, Ladros can absorb mana and magic attacks, we need to try and overload his limit," said Fanzil. No need to say that twice. Want to join in on the attack Fana, said Sek with a high smile on his face as his grimoire started flipping. Don't call out my name so casually, human, replied Fana as her grimoire started flipping as well. Mana gathered around Sek and Salamander's mouth as both he and Fana fired their attacks at the Diamond Mage. Bronze Creation Magic, Weapon Make Gaster Blaster. Spirit Magic, Salamander's Breath. The two attacks used toward the Diamond Mages as Fanzil and Mars immediately got out of the way of the huge attacks. I just told him to overload him, not turn him to dust, thought Fanzil as he just got shocked at the intensity of the incoming attack. Wait. That's too big, said Ladros with a slightly panicked look on his face. That's what she said, yelled Sek as if responding to Ladros. The two attacks crashed into the pale man as he got burnt to crisp by the fire and was then blown away by the Gaster Blaster. That worked, right? I can't feel his mana anymore, said Sek. It should have. They were some very strong attacks, replied Fana. Well anyways, so shall we continue where we left off, asked Sek as he looked toward Fana. Why are you like this, asked Fana. Well, I was born handsome, became awesome, and am totally wholesome, so what can I say, replied Sek with a smile. Fana and Salamander continued to stare at the weird human in front of them without saying anything, making Sek's smile smaller and smaller the longer they started. You don't have to be that cold, said Sek with a pout. Stop joking in front of your enemy and answer my question. Why are you treating your enemy like this? You had an advantage over the fight earlier and just now you could have dealt with that man on your own, so why did you let me recover and had a truce mid-battle, asked Fana. Sek tilted his head in confusion and said. Why? Didn't I promise that it will be a one-on-one? So it's only natural to keep my word, you know. What do you mean it's natural? You humans are not trustworthy beings. You deceive people who trust you and harm them, said Fana with anger in her tone. Not all of us are like that. Some people like me have morals. Being the Dark Lord doesn't just mean that you are the strongest. It means that you are indisputably the strongest. You need no cheap tricks to overcome the challenge. You just need your strength and sheer *King will to show the world where you stand. So never think of me as someone who will go back on his promise that I did during a fight, replied Sek with a confident look on his face. Fana's eyes widened in shock as she heard Sek's answer. She tried her best to find a lie in Sek's words, but the confident look and tone made it impossible for her to find any lies in his words. She continued to stare at him for a while before she jumped back with Salamander and got ready to fight. Human, what is your name? Sek smirked and got ready to fight as well and said, It's Sek Bronzeza, the Dark Lord. Don't forget it. Chapter 102, Well, I don't hate you. Sek and Fana got ready to get back into the fight when suddenly they noticed some commotion near them. Fana? Fana. It's me. Don't you recognize me? Turning toward the source of the commotion, Sek and Fana noticed Mars and Fanzil. Mars was staring at Fana with his eyes wide open in shock. Sek looked towards Fana and asked, Know him, Fana? Fana stared at Mars for a while and then all of a sudden held her head, feeling a mild headache. Seeing that Fana might remember something, Sek decided to wait for a bit before they got back to the fight. But soon Fana glared at Mars and said, I don't remember you. Now stop interfering, and focused back on Sek. Sek shrugged his shoulders and then got ready to fight as well. Fanzil, hold back Mars. If either of you dares to interfere in our fight, then be prepared for consequences, warned Sek. Fanzil nodded to Sek's words. There was no way that he was interested to face the attacks like the two fired at Ladros just a few moments ago. But Mars didn't hear what Sek told him and continued to call out to Fana. Hearing her name being called out constantly, Fana's headache surfaced back as her original memories tried to come back. As if wanting to prevent that from happening, dark-colored mana started to come out of the third eye, making her headache even more severe. Fana, called out Mars as he noticed that Fana was suffering from pain. Shut up for a while, Mars. And get away from here, yelled Sek as he noticed that the mana around Fana and Salamander was rampaging. What the hell is happening, muttered Sek as Yust wiped the sweat from his forehead as the temperature near him was getting way too hot. Judging by her rampant mana, I can presume that she is going to use some sort of sacrificial technique, said Vritra. Hearing the dragon's answer, Sek's eyes widened in shock as he immediately turned towards Fanzil. Fanzil shut Mars's mouth at once and held him back. Huh. Just do it. But Fanzil was late to respond as Fana got angered because of the headache and started firing randomly. The salamander fired a few fireballs in various directions, with one of them heading towards Sek and one heading towards Mars. Seeing that Sek wasted no time and formed a barrier around him. Frost debuff and bronze creation magic, chilling dome. A dome made of bronze magic giving off a chilling aura appeared around him as the fireball crashed into it, making it explode and give off some steam around him. Sek then looked toward Mars and Fanzil and noticed that they were not able to react on time and were about to use his magic to protect them. But before he did that, two portals appeared near them as Asta and the other black bulls that came with them jumped out of it. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Lair. Noel immediately erected a water barrier around them as the fireballs crashed into it. Sek sighed seeing that as he looked towards Noel with a proud expression on his face. My little girl that I raised is finally able to control her magic instantly. It's making me cry, said Sek as he wiped off a tear that came out of his eye. I am not your little girl, yelled Noel with a blush on her cheeks, feeling embarrassed. Sek-kun, she is about to use self-destruct magic. That Veto guy tried to use the same magic at the Sea Temple, informed Finral. Hearing his words, Sek confirmed Vritra's theory and got serious. Sek-kun, neither my threads nor Finral's teleportation is going to work near her, the heat and mana rampage is too much for us, said Vanessa. Sek, let us help, we can open a path together, and then Astakin said ins but was immediately shut up by the immense amount of mana that came out of Sek. Listen to this, you all, as I said earlier. Don't dare interfere. This is my fight, said Sek as an excited expression appeared on his face. All of them turned silent as they felt his mana, and even Asta, who could not feel it, felt the sudden change in Sek's ki and knew that Sek was getting serious. But how are you going to stop her from self-destruction? Only Asta's anti-magic will work on that, said Noel. Never underestimate the Dark Lord, Noel. I don't need Asta to finish my fights. I can do that on my own, said Sek as the sum around him dematerialized. Vritra muttered Sek as his sacred gear appeared. Let's get this show on the road, Vritra. Fana. Ready or not, here I come. Our first fight against a dragon. Now that's exciting. Let's show them the difference between us, my other half. All right, declared Sek as he rushed towards the elf and salamander. Don't come near me, yelled Fana as she fired at Sek, who didn't even slow down a bit. Absorption line, spiral devour. Sek pumped his sister forward as the absorption line came out of its gauntlets and formed a funnel-like spiral in front of him. The fireballs that came in contact with the spiral immediately started to get absorbed by them and soon vanished from existence. Sek smirked seeing the results of his new move as he just continued to absorb the incoming fireballs. Seeing her attacks not even making Sek flinch, Fana got angrier and so did Salamander. The mana around them got even wilder as Sek just smirked. Time to end this, said Sek as he fired the absorption line at Fana and tied her up. Holding the elf tightly, Sek pulled Fana away from Salamander, making the fire spirit roar in anger. Just stay put for a bit. But Salamander just ignored Sek and tried to get Fana back from him. I don't like using this ability much because it feels like cheating. Delete field, said Sek as caught Fana, who was wrapped in absorption line. A faint glow came out of her as she immediately felt weak and Salamander disappeared in an instant. The rampaging mana around her calmed down as well, but the self-destruction magic of the third eye didn't vanish. So the third eye is not directly connected to her, muttered Sek. It's more like a parasite. Feeding off its host's mana, replied Vritra as he analyzed the third eye. What did you do? Asked Fana. She didn't understand what happened. The moment Sek caught her, she felt weak and was unable to use her mana at all. Even Salamander disappeared without her command. Just won our battle, replied Sek in a calm tone as he looked at the girl who was being held by him while being wrapped up in his sacred gear. There is no way that is going to happen, replied Fana as her anger surged and the dark-colored mana around her third eye radiated even more. Oh, looks like I don't have much time left. Well, Fana, it was a good fight, said Sek as he started absorbing the remaining mana in her body. Fana felt her mana being drained away at a very fast pace, widened her eyes in shock and looked at Sek. Why? Why are you getting in my way? What can I say? Well, if I don't then you might win, and the Dark Lord never loses. That's your reason, yelled Fana. She was not sure whether Sek was joking or not. But if he was not joking then she was really pissed with his answer. Then you tell me why should I not get in your way, asked Sek as he continued to drain mana from her. I hate you, said Fana as she felt weak after most of her mana got drained away. Sek released Fana out of the absorption line bind and caught her after she started falling. Well, I don't hate you, said Sek as he smiled helplessly at the weakened elf. You lie, replied Fana. Why would I lie? I don't have a reason to hate you. Then stop getting in our way. That's too unreasonable, said Sek as he raised his free hand and willed his absorption lime to split into fine threads. The threads then wrapped up around his hand as he placed it over Fana's third eye. Well then, goodbye Fana. Fana, who heard Sek's words, didn't understand why he was saying goodbye to her. But instinctively felt that she was going to disappear and just closed her eyes. You were different from other humans, Sek Bronzaza. You were a good man, said Fana. Sek just smiled at the praise and then used delete field and absorption on the third eye, making the self-destruction magic stop and the third eye disappear from her forehead. Phew, it's finally over, said Sek as he put Fana down. Chapter 103, Ladros. The fight against the dragon was underwhelming, said Vritra, feeling a bit dejected. Well, what can they do? They were facing the Dark Lord. No way that they can overwhelm me, replied Sek as put Fana down. If not for my sacred gear you could not have done anything, said Vritra. Now that we don't know, who knows, I might have a secret move that I could have used to deal with the situation. You don't have a secret move? Hey! No, I have a lot of secret moves. Why do you think that the Dark Lord doesn't have secret moves? Hey? Really? Why haven't I heard of them? They are my secret moves, why would I tell my secret to others? I am your other half. So I should know about them. And ruin the surprise when I decide to use them, no way that's happening. A part of being the Dark Lord is making my comrades and opponents surprised by my amazingness. That reasoning doesn't make any sense. It does to me, thought Sek when he suddenly got attacked by his fellow Black Bulls. You stupid idiot! What the hell were you thinking by fighting her alone? Complained Noel. Ow! Hey, everything was under control, retorted Sek. Were you born just to kill yourself? Complained Finral. The situation was not even that serious. You barely have any clothes on, complained Vanessa. That's barely an issue, complained Sek back. Sek! You were totally awesome in that fight, cheered Asta from the side. But you were way too reckless, commented Ins. Those words came out of the parrot that was sitting on his shoulder. Hey, stop it! Stop it, said Sek as he tried to block the incoming hits. Even Secret was packing the hell out of him with a slightly angry look on her face. Idiot! How dare you make me worry about you, and why were you being lovey-dovey with that elf, thought Secret as she started pecking harder. Ah! That's it! Bronze magic, bronze body! Sek, who had enough, used his magic and not even a moment later all the people who were hitting him stopped and started writhing in pain. That's what you get for hitting the Dark Lord, said Sek as he stood up and looked around. He soon noticed that Fana was now conscious, and just as he predicted, the elf Fana was gone. Mars and Fanzil were talking to her, asking what happens to her after the final training at the Diamond Kingdom. Seeing that it was a bit important, the Black Bulls stopped their bickering and focused on what Fana was telling them. They really are a troublesome bunch, to be able to find Fana, who was under a top-secret project led by the Diamond Kingdom. Their intel and spy network are very strong, commented Sek as he sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. But despite all that, they have still not got wind of my magic stone. Are they delaying it, or they seriously don't know about it, thought Sek as he caressed Sekray's head, who was sitting in his lap. While Sek was in his thoughts, Mars and Fana were having their small lovey-dovey moment, making Vanessa comment about them. Finral got emotional after hearing about the tragic childhood friend story, while Asta got smacked by the Royal Tsundere for mentioning that he had a lot of childhood friends. Seeing them bicker, Sek chuckled as Asta landed in front of him and asked, "What about you, Sek? Do you have any childhood friends?" I guess not. But if you consider Sekray, then yeah, I too have a great childhood friend. The best one I could have hoped for," said Sek with a smile as Sekray jumped on top of his shoulder and nuzzled her cheek with his, making the Dark Lord happy at the sudden display of affection from Sekray. "All right, everyone, the situation here is clear. Let's go and help Domina and the other witches. I understand Domina-san and Mariella, but the rest of the witches too, they are going to curse at us for being a man anyway," commented Sek, making the others gave a wry laugh at his words. But all of a sudden the mana and ki around them changed as Sek immediately got up with a serious look on his face. "That man really survived that?" asked Sek, feeling a bit amazed at the outcome. "Impossible. His magical power should be gone. Everyone, run," warned Fainal as he saw mana beams being shot at them from various directions. Seeing that there was not enough time to cast a spell, Sek grabbed Sekray and jumped to the side to protect them from the incoming attack. He took out Extase and charged mana into it. "Extase, magic cutter." He then fired a mana slash at the beams that were coming toward him, cutting them in half as he covered Sekray to shield her from the explosions that were happening near them. The dust covered the surroundings, making Sek close his eyes. "Sekray, don't move away from me," ordered Sek, to which the anti-bird nodded her head. She knew that the situation was dangerous and that staying near Sek was the best decision. The dust soon cleared as Sek noticed that all of his friends were not seriously injured but were still down because of the impact of the explosions, though he could see that An's bones were scattered all around the area and that the parrot that he had with him was dead. "Don't even think about leaving my side, Sekray," said Sek as he looked toward the bird in his hand with a serious look on his face. Sekray, who looked at the scene, nodded her head once again as they both felt a person with a large amount of mana coming towards them. "Seems like it was not a good idea to fire those attacks at a person who can absorb mana from attacks. My mana might have made this situation even more serious," said Sek as he looked at Ladros, who although injured had a smile on his face. "Man, that was some intense magic. It even injured me quite a bit and took forever to absorb it all. Thanks for the meal. I must admit, I barely made it alive," said Ladros as he looked at Sek and the others. Ladros, but your magic power should have been depleted," said Fanzil. "I emitted it all and then took it back in." "You rely too much on your magic detection, Teach," explained Ladros. He then glanced toward Mars as a smirk appeared on his face. "Really, though, why do all of you keep putting your own lives in danger to protect others?" said Ladros as he pointed his hand in Mars's direction and charged his mana to fire his attack at him. Seeing that Sek got ready to interfere, but before he was able to, Asta rushed toward Mars and started deflecting the mana bullets with his anti-magic sword. Well, the anti-magic weirdo showed up. "This doesn't concern you, so could you get lost? It's got lots to do with me." "He's my friend," said Asta as he took his stance. "Just hang on. I'm gonna pound this guy," declared Asta as he rushed towards Ladros. "Asta, phrasing. Also, want my help," asked Sek as his grimoires started floating beside him. No. This is my fight. Let me handle him, said Asta confidently as he tried to slash Ladros. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Ladros jumped back and started talking to Asta, telling him about his situation being an attribute-less person and how he got made fun of. He then started making fun of Asta, irritating him in the process, and then asked if he would like to join his side and that he could put a good word for him in the Diamond Kingdom. Knowing full well what Asta will say, Sek didn't think much of the situation but was prepared to strike Ladros down if the situation got out of hand. And just as Sek expected, Asta rejected his offer and started attacking him once again. Seeing how the battle was going on Sek's side and felt that it was taking too long. And that bastard is trash talking too much, thought Sek as he narrowed his eyes. But Asta soon found an opportunity and threw his Demon Dweller sword at Ladros, piercing his shoulder and making the Diamond Kingdom mage fall down. Asta then prepared his Demon Slayer sword to attack him while Ladros was falling. Seeing that it was dangerous, Ladros used his remaining magic, which was being drained, quickly to fire a magic bullet to propel himself away from Asta and soon landed in front of Sek. Wow, that was the worst move that you could have made, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze magic, bronze body. Stay away from me. Too late for that, commented Sek as he clenched his hardened fist and punched Ladros in the gut, sending him flying. Seeing him flying towards him, Asta gripped his sword tightly once again and used it as a bat to hit Ladros with full force, sending him crashing through the ground. Never use your friends as a stepping stone, said Asta as he glared at Ladros. Dust arose along the path that Ladros was thrown along, but after a while when it cleared, Sek's eyes widened in surprise as he mentally cursed Asta. Shit! You had to send him flying there, haven't you, Asta? Thought Sek as he saw Ladros use reinforcement magic to pull the anti-magic sword out of him and then use his remaining magic to attack Mars and cause Fana to release her magic power. Salamander came out of Fana's body, making Ladros smile as he started absorbing the spirit. This really is getting out of hand, said Sek as he noticed the spirit getting absorbed into the man and soon Ladros, who appeared back to his full health. He then started monologuing about how great the mana he absorbed just now was, making Asta jump back at him to attack, only for Ladros to fire a strong mana bullet at Asta, sending him flying. Sorry Asta, but looks like I need to intervene. But first off, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. He was about to heal Asta using his body debuff magic, damage transfer. But before he was able to do that, blood-red threads appeared around Asta and entered his body and started healing him. That damn, witch bitch, well in a way it's good that he unlock his devil powers, thought Sek as he noticed black sparks coming out of Asta's body. Chapter 104, We are using that. Sek looked at Asta with a serious look on his face as the black spark that came out of his hand started spreading. Soon the entire sky turned dark as a black layer appeared over Asta's hand. The key around us is going crazy. How the hell is a transformation able to cause such a side effect on the surroundings, thought Sek as he looked around and made sure that Ladros doesn't try anything funny. My other half, called Vritra with a slightly serious tone. Yes, Vritra, replied Sek. You told me earlier when I asked that there are no devils in this world, said Vritra. Yeah, there aren't. What happened? Asked Sek. Then be sure to look over that boy, cause he using a devil's power. He can go out of control as well, said Vritra, making Sek look towards Asta, who was now standing with a darkened arm and a black wing on his back. There was also a singular black bull-like horn on his forehead as Sek just readied his sword in case something happens. He knew that the chances of Asta going crazy were low as he still remembers the gist of his memories, but he wasn't taking chances. There was no way that he was gonna let some butterfly effect fuck with the Dark Lord. That's quite the transformation, commented Ladros as a smirk appeared on his face as he gathered mana around his hands. But what exactly are you going to do with it? Yelled Lafros as he fired a huge mana laser at Asta. Seeing that Asta just closed his eyes, raised his Demon Slayer sword, swung it at the laser, and nullified it. Seeing that his attack got cancelled, Ladros took up to the sky thinking of grabbing the advantage and fired multiple mana beams at Asta. Asta looked at Ladros and a moment later took up to the skies as well with the help of the wing on his back. He can fly now, muttered Sek, feeling a bit conflicted as he didn't have a spell that allowed him to fly around freely. He has to use his bronze magic-made constructs if he wants to fight an aerial battle. Devils are notorious for their varied powers, flight is one of them, but how the hell is he flying with one wing, said Vritra. The hell do I know? You are the expert here, replied Sek. I don't know about the devil from this world, I cannot feel demonic power from him as well. Only his aura is that of a devil, said Vritra. Hey Vritra, do you have an ability that can let me fly fast and freely? Asked Sek as he looked at the battle between the spirit-possessed and the devil-possessed. Unfortunately, I do not have such an ability for the sacred gears that you have, said Vritra, making Sek a bit disappointed. However, we can innovate new ways to use the sacred gear to accomplish that, and if nothing works, we are going to unlock the balance breaker, said Vritra with a confident tone. Does a balance breaker has flight capabilities? Asked Sek. Who knows, none of my past wielders have unlocked it, replied Vritra. Then how the hell can you confidently say that I can fly using the balance breaker? How the hell am I gonna unlock it if you don't even know how it works? Asked Sek. True, I don't know how to unlock the balance breaker, but who says we can't find the way to do it in the future, after all, said Vritra as he passed, making a smirk appear on Sek's face as well. There is nothing impossible for the great Dark Lord and the prison dragon king. Hearing him say something out of nowhere, Sikre looked at Sek weirdly but soon ignored it as she saw the look on Sek's face. She knew that face, that's the face her monster of a partner makes when he gets a new idea that is going to result in a very powerful move. It's been a while since he made that expression. He is going to get reckless soon to get results. Well, can't help it, I will have to keep an eye on him and take care of him, thought Sikre as she started at Sek for a while before her eyes focused back on the battle that was going on. Soon the dark clouds disappeared as the sun shone on the ground brightly. Sek, who now knew that Asta wasn't going crazy, decided to check on the others as he helped the Black Bulls and Fanzil and his friends. Hey, Sek, what the hell happened to Asta? Asked Noel. Frankly speaking, I don't know, Noel. That power ain't magic, so I can't say what it is. But borrowing the words from a muscled brute, Asta seems to have surpassed his limits, said Sek as he helped her sit up. Noel nodded but still looked at Asta with worry, seeing that Sek just ruffled her hair, making the royal lash at Sek, who just ignored her and said, Don't worry, by the looks of it Asta seems to be in control. And on the off chance he goes crazy, the Dark Lord will personally beat him back to sanity. Hearing his words, Noel stared at him for a while before she smiled a bit and nodded her head. But as if remembering something, a blush appeared on her face as she looked away and said, It's not like I was worried about him. Humph. Hearing that, Sek just laughed as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic, giant's hands. Soon a giant hand made of bronze appeared above him. Sek turned around and then curled his fist, which made the hand above him turn into a fist as well as Sikma got ready to punch something. Soon Ladros appeared in front of them coming from the forest, and seeing that he was heading towards them, Sek punched the air in front of him with full force, sending the giant fist forward as well, punching Ladros and sending him flying in the other direction. Oi! Asta! Make sure to fight him away from us, yelled Sek as he noticed Asta following Ladros. Got it, Sek, replied Asta as he rushed towards Ladros. Idiot! If you want to fight one-on-one, don't bring it close to others, said Sek as the bronze fist just disintegrated into mana. He then started back at Asta, who was now following the trail of mana that was being left behind by Ladros at a fast pace, seeing which Sek sighed as he said, Looks like it's finally over. And just as he said those words, a loud yell was heard by all of them. Black meteorite, yelled Asta as he slashed Ladros with his huge sword, sending him crashing into the ground. Asta then landed near Ladros as he slowly started walking toward him. Watch out for him, my other half. He might be hung up upon the devil's power and become crazy, warned Vritra. Don't worry, I am prepared for something like that. Kill me, I am ready for that, said Ladros weakly as he started at Asta who was walking towards him. Asta stared at him for a while before he snapped at Ladros. Like hell, I am gonna do that, and pointed his finger at Ladros and started his speech magic, the words of Shounen protagonist. Seeing that Asta was normal, Sek smiled as he started at the short teammate preaching Ladros. Soon the dark aura around Asta disappeared, making him turn back to his normal form. The key turned back to normal, thought Sek as he looked at Asta. Asta then started to smirk as he got excited about his new power and looked toward Sek. Oi! Sek, did you see that? How was my new power? I feel like I can surpass you if I used that, said Asta with a smile on his face. Hey? You got crazy or what? You are 1,000 years away to reach my level, replied Sek. Hey! What did you say, you bast, said Asta, but stopped in the middle as a cracking sound started coming out of his body and he started screaming in pain. Ah! It hurts all over. I'm bleeding so much. Oh, crap! I'm dying. Someone save me, yelled Asta. He then started looking around as his gaze fell on Mars and Fana. Not even wasting a moment, he rushed toward Mars and started slapping Mars to wake him up. Hey, you two! You guys can use recovery magic, right? Do something! Wait, are you guys even alive? Oi Sek! Help me, asked Asta. How the hell are you dying with that much energy? Unfortunately, I don't have recovery magic. So just bear it, said Sek. You don't need to worry, said a new voice that they all knew. Hearing the voice, Vanessa's eyes opened as she looked toward the source of the noise as a murder of crows started gathering near them. Itaki Uchiha is coming! Mentally joked Sek as a small smile appeared on his face. Secret, don't get away from me till I ask you to, said Sek, making the anti-bird nod. Soon the Witch Queen appeared at the center of the crows as Asta started talking to her, telling her that they saved the forest while also asking if she could heal his friends. The two stared at each other for a while as Sek looked at them and thought about what the outcome would be. Has he done enough to make the witch not be a huge bitch and just heal his friends, give him the magic stone, and let them go without any trouble? Yeah, that doesn't sound convincing to even me. She is gonna be a bitch about it, thought Sek as he sighed, knowing that being positive was not an option. And just like he thought, Mana gathered around the Witch Queen as she looked at Asta and said, that won't be necessary. Blood started to come out of the ground and flooded the crater that they were in, making Sek wobble a bit. What the? Said Sek as he noticed that his grimoires got covered by blood before him, making him unable to use a spell to counter the witch bitch's magic. He looked towards the witch who just smirked at him, making Sek twitch his brows in frustration. I warned you to be careful around old people who look young. They are never simple, said Vritra. I am gonna beat the shit out of her, thought Sek as he got engulfed in a blood geyser which soon turned into a crucifix. Blood creation magic, fresh blood execution ground. Sek looked around and then noticed that all of them were restrained on the crucifix and looked back at her. You really are a coward. Not even giving me a chance to use my magic on you, said Sek. Humph, be glad that I am not outright killing you for the disrespect from earlier, said the Witch Queen. Ha, like you can even do that, said Sek in a mocking tone. Asta soon started to complain to her when suddenly his body was paralyzed as some blood from the ground started entering his wound. Soon he started to cry out in pain, seeing that the witch bitch raised her hand as mana started gathering. Controlling blood. That is my magic, and with the blood that just entered your body, I can manipulate your blood as I please. I am a queen, you know. Why would I bother granting your wish or negotiating with you, said the Witch Queen. So you are saying that, you can make a man's dick hard forever? Damn, for being a man-hater you sure have some nifty ability, said Sek. The Queen ignored Sek's comment as she focused on Asta, who moved his hand, summoning his Demon Slayer sword. You are the one who will bend to my will. Blood magic, puppet's blood. And just as she said that, Asta started moving wirelessly with the sword in his hand. Asta, yelled Noelle and Vanessa as Sek turned serious. I will at least heal you, since I cannot have you die on me. After all, I need someone who can use those anti-magic swords, said Witch Queen. Blood recovery magic, curse-breaking blood-filled cocoon. Blood-red thread came out of her finger that she pointed towards Asta as the threads rushed towards him and formed a spherical cocoon around him. The key is rampaging once again, he is going black, thought Sek as he narrowed his eyes towards the cocoon and then glanced at his grimoires, which were sealed with blood magic surrounding them. All that she is accomplishing with this is getting my grimoires dirty, thought Sek as he prepared himself. Soon the cocoon turned black as black lightning bolts shot out of it. Asta then came out of the cocoon back in his black form as the others looked at him worriedly. Pleased with the result, a small smile appeared on the Witch Queen's lips as she said, "Now, for your first task, kill that imperfect being that dared to disrespect me earlier." Hearing her order, the other looked towards Asta with shock and soon glanced towards Sek with a worried look on their faces. "You suck, witch bitch! You coward creep," said Sek in response. "Humph, still acting like that when you are helpless and restrained." Hearing what she said, Sek looked at her, took a deep breath, and soon a confident expression appeared on his face. "Let me tell you something that you should never forget when you are fighting against the Dark Lord. Never think that the Dark Lord is helpless." Hearing his words, the Witch Queen frowned as Sek smirked and gathered mana around him. "Ecstase. Wait, my other half." "What? You are ruining my moment. Use my power, I want to know how the devils of this world are." Really? You mean we are gonna use that?" asked Sek, feeling a bit excited. "Yes, my other half, we are using that," replied Vritra in an excited tone, making Sek smirk. "Change of plans, witch bitch, be glad that you are the first human subject who is going to be the punching bag for my new awesome move," said Sek with a grin on his face. "Vritra!" yelled Sek as his sacred gear appeared. "Finish him," ordered Witch Queen as Asta roared as rushed towards Sek. The absorption lime shot forward from the gauntlets and pierced Sek's hands as some dark aura started to flow into Sek's body. "This is our strongest power for now, behold the partial dragonification. Sell her out, Vritra with a roar. "Yeah, not gonna use that name," mentally replied Sek as some black marks appeared on his body. His body then got a bit buffed as some scales appeared around his limbs. One of his eyes turned gold and a slotted pupil appeared in it. Once the transformation was complete, Sek got out of his restraints with his brute strength and punched Asta, who was rushing towards him, sending him flying towards the Witch Queen, who widened her eyes in shock as Asta flew past her. "Now, witch bitch, I hope that you are ready for what is gonna happen to you. Feel this. Feel this power." "You know, I just thought of a good name for this," said Sek as mana surged his body, causing the area near him to tremble. Soon a smirk appeared on Sek's face as he said, "Get ready to feel the might of the Dark Lord's dragon force." Chapter 105, Sek vs Black Asta and Witch Queen. "Ah! This form really feels great," commented Sek as he released his mana, which was even higher than his normal form. "You said it, my other half. This feels great. This power surely makes up for the fact that you cannot use your grimoire magic in this form," said Vritra. "Nah, Vritra, it doesn't, so don't try to save face. Not being able to use my grimoire will always suck. Don't worry though, I will find a way to use magic in this form," replied Sek as he stretched his body and got ready to fight. "Ha, alright, anyway, while we are in this form, don't try to make sure that your emotions don't drive you. Draconification combined with a mana-sensitive being will surely get consumed by their emotions if they don't control it," warned Vritra. Yeah, whatever," replied Sek as he smirked and looked towards the Witch Queen, who was looking back at him with a shock "Okay, her face. A draconic presence, the date is surely smiling upon me today. To think that my daughter not only brought an anti-magic wielder but a descendant of dragons as well," said the Witch Queen as she must move her hand, making Aata stand up and get by her side. "Attack him," ordered the Witch Queen as Asta gripped his huge sword tightly and rushed towards Sek. "Wow, Asta is even faster when he fought Ladros. Well, he got healed just now, so there is that," muttered Sek as he clenched his fists as well. "Don't hate me, Asta. I might not hold back," said Sek as black flames gathered around his fists. Prison Dragon's Black Blaze Fist. The black flames around his fists got intensified as Sek took a step forward fast enough to not allow Asta to react and gave an uppercut to the mind-controlled shorty, sending Asta flying in the air. He then looked toward the Witch Queen with a small smile as he inhaled a large amount of air in his lungs. Prison Dragon's Roar. Black flames gathered in Sek's mouth as he blew out all the air at once, sending a huge wave of black flames toward the Witch Queen. Seeing the sea of black flames coming toward her, the Witch Queen's grimoire started flipping as she started gathering mana. Blood Creation Magic, Hardened Blood Barrier. A large wall made of blood appeared in front of the Witch Queen, who just started at the wall with her usual cold expression. But soon her brows twitched a bit as the crows that she was riding upon moved away, and the next instant the black flames broke through the wall. "This much power!" muttered the Witch Queen as she saw the flames destroying everything in the path and evaporating the blood the instant it made contact with them. "Oh, it's too soon to get surprised, witch bitch," said Sek, who was already above the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen looked up and saw Sek, who was looking back at her with a smirk on his face. Sek raised his hands in the air as black flames gathered in the form of a ball and started getting bigger. Prison Dragon's Destruction Flare. A gigantic black fireball appeared in Sek's hands as he threw it toward the Queen and her crows, seeing which a look of surprise appeared on the Queen's face. But the shock lasted only for a second as she pulled her hand back, and in the next instant Asta rushed toward her with his sword. Asta soon jumped into the black flames, much to Sek's shock, and then dispersed the flames with his anti-magic sword. Sek then looked at the sight in front of him with anger as he saw the burnt Asta, who appeared out of the fireball, falling down. "You really know how to piss someone off, don't you, witch bitch?" said Sek in a cold tone as the mana around him started to get violent. "My other half. Calm down. Remember, don't let your emotions lead you. You will fall immediately," warned Vritra. Hearing the warning, Sek soon took a deep breath as the violent mana started calming down. Seeing that Sek stopped attacking, the Witch Queen healed Asta back and made him attack Sek once again. Sek, who felt the change in ki, bent backward as the anti-magic sword brushed past his face. "Asta is trying to go for a kill, damn," thought Sek as black flames gathered around his legs. Prison Dragon's Blaze Kick. He then kicked Asta in midair, sending him in another direction as he used the flames to propel himself up in the air, and then opened his hands widely. Prison Dragon's Blaze Whiplash. Two tentacles shot forward from his gauntlets covered in black flames as Sek used those to attack the Witch Queen, who was trying to get away. Seeing the attack coming toward her, the Queen dodged the whips, seeing which Sek smirked much to her confusion. "Wrong choice," said Sek as the whips hit the ground. Prison Dragon's Shadow Grab. The black flame whips disappeared, and in its place, whips made out of shadows appeared. The Witch Queen and her crows immediately stopped moving, or more correctly were held back by Sek, who just smirked at her and pulled himself toward her. Seeing Sek rushing towards her, the Witch Queen tried to call Asta but was not able to move her hands. She then decided to use her magic as her grimoire started flipping. Blood Creation Magic, Blood Dragon's Roar. A huge eastern dragon made of blood appeared near her and rushed towards Sek, seeing which Sek gathered mana as well. Prison Dragon's Flare Rush. Black flames surrounded Sek, and soon a silhouette of a dragon made of black flames appeared around Sek. The two dragons crashed, causing an explosion, but soon Sek's dragon came out victorious and continued rushing towards the Witch Queen. "You!" The Queen tried to first Sek bit before she was able to. The dragon crashed into her and her crows, causing an explosion. Soon Sek appeared out of the explosion and did a superhero landing. Standing up, Sek looked behind him and saw the fallen Witch Queen with wounds across her body. "So witch bitch, ready for round 2? asked Sek in an amused tone. The Queen glared at Sek as her grimoire started flipping. She soon used the healing magic on her and stood up. "Why, you imperfect being, dare to humiliate me to this extent?" said the Witch Queen in anger. Hearing that, Sek snorted and said, "Oh please, I am just getting started, so be ready," and got ready to beat her once again. Secret, who was barely able to latch onto Sek's body, looked at him with a deadpan look and thought, "You gonna fight more? Just finish this already. Do you know how difficult it is to not fall off you?" and flew on top of his shoulder to remind her partner that she was still there. Sek looked at the anti-bird and smiled, "Oh Secret. Good job hanging on. Just wait for a bit and be a good girl. I will finish this soon," said Sek as he patted the bird's head. Secret sighed and gave a nod before she hopped back and hid behind what was left of his robe. Blood magic, life blood scythe. Hearing the name of the spell, Sek looked forward and saw a huge blood scythe in the witch's hands. "I will kill you," said the infuriated queen. "Keep dreaming, bitch," replied Sek with an excited smile on his face. The witch glared at Sek as she moved her hand, and in an instant, Asta rushed towards Sek from the side. Seeing Asta coming towards him at full speed, Asta raised his hands, which were covered in dragon scales. Tentacles then appeared around his hands and wrapped them around them as Sek caught the incoming sword with a single hand, causing a crater to appear below him as he felt the shock pass through his body. "Damn, that was a strong attack," thought Sek, feeling glad that he didn't try to catch the sword barehanded. Feeling another key coming towards him, Sek looked towards his other side and saw the witch queen with her huge scythe. He then proceeded to catch her scythe with his free hand and said, "Now that was totally lame compared to Asta," and then threw the witch queen up in the air and inhaled a large amount of air once again. Prison dragon's roar. Firing another roar at the witch queen, Sek looked toward Asta, who was trying to push through, and then clenched his now free fist and punched him away. "You imperfect shit," yelled the witch queen, who rushed through the sea of flames and appeared in front of Sek with her clothes mostly burnt, revealing a large amount of skin, though her burnt skin was not something Sek wanted to look at. Prison dragon's shadow shield. And in an instant, Sek's shadow turned darker and shot up, forming a protective dun around him. The witch queen's scythe hit the shadow shield but not even made a scratch, making the queen widen her eyes in shock. Sek smirked, seeing the witch directly in front of him totally defenseless, and gathered the flames in his hands. Prison dragon's black blaze fist. The shield disappeared as the flames around his fists intensified. Not even wasting a second, Sek punched the woman that was in front of him in the face, breaking her jaw in the process. "Ah!" screamed the witch queen in pain as she got blown away by the attack. She landed quite a bit far away from him and glared at him with anger. Blood dripped down from her mouth and most of her body was burnt by Sek's flames, but the sight of the blonde man without even a scratch on his body infuriated her. Her grimoire started flipping once again as she healed herself and stood up once again, though she didn't notice that her burnt clothes were barely clinging to her body and were not doing a great job of hiding her private parts. Sek looked at her body and could definitely say that despite her age, the witch queen was hot. "Well, let's end this. I am quite satisfied after that last punch." "You imperfect man, fine, looks like I need to do it this way," muttered the witch queen as she moved her hand, making Asta move. "Kill that royal," said the witch queen as Asta gripped his sword tightly and launched toward Noelle at great speed. "No! Noelle! Queen, stop this!" yelled Vanessa. "Shut up and watch this, Vanessa," said the queen in a cold tone. She was not in the mood of talking with her daughter, as currently she just wanted to kill Sek. "That bitch," said Sek as he rushed towards Asta and stopped the sword that was about to hit Noelle with his arm, sending Sek flying. "Now attack him once again," ordered the queen as Asta immediately rushed towards Sek, who was still in the air. Seeing that, Sek prepared to counterattack and gathered mana in his hands. "Change the direction and attack that spatial magic user," ordered the witch as Asta immediately ignored Sek and rushed towards Finral, ready to slash him down. "Wait, Asta!" yelled Sek, but immediately looked below him as he felt mana gathering there. The blood below him suddenly shot up in the form of a sharp blade and stabbed his bare torso, which was not protected by his dragon scales, as Sek winced in pain. Seeing that her attack worked, the witch queen smiled gleefully while Vanessa and Noelle cried in horror. Mana surged from Vanessa as her grimoire now started flipping as new pages started to get filled. Red threads appeared around her and started clustering together, and soon a red cat made of threads appeared near Vanessa, seeing which the queen got even more excited as she finally got all the things that she wanted. But all of a sudden her smile vanished as a huge wave of violent and powerful mana washed over all of them. Sek, who was stabbed by the blood blade just now, broke it and landed on the ground, but instead of attacking he stood still and looked at the thing that was laying down near his feet with horror in his eyes. "Secret, no. This ain't true, this. muttered Sek as he looked at the lifeless body of Secret who got pierced by the blood blade as well. Sek picked up the anti-bird with his hands as his mana started going rampant. My other half, calm down. Don't bit. Sek just ignored the dragon's voice. Mana around him started swirling around even more violently as his eyes started glowing. He slowly glanced toward the Witch Queen with a cold look on his face which soon turned into a look of anger. How dare you, yelled Sek as his mana sent a shockwave around. I'm sending everyone around him flying as a black aura appeared around Sek. This? What is happening? Asked the Witch Queen, who for the first time since the Black Bulls arrived was terrified. But just as she asked that question, Sek appeared in front of her with an angered expression on his face. You made a poor decision and now you are going to pay, said Vritra out loud instead of Sek as Sek just grabbed her shoulder, broke them, and then kicked the queen with all his might. Sek rotated out loud as the mana rumbled around him and the draconic black aura that was going into his body intensified, turning him into an even more draconic form. Sek, yelled Vanessa as she felt the dangerous power that was coming out of Sek. Vanessa-san, get back, said Noelle as she pulled her away. She knew what Vanessa wanted to do since she wanted to go and stop Sek herself. But the power that she felt from Sek was dangerous and she instinctively knew that going near him was not safe. Sek's transformation soon stopped as he now appeared to be totally covered in black scales with sharp claws and fangs. Two golden slitted irises appeared on his face filled with rage as various snake-like appendages appeared out of his body. You will pay, declared Sek in a cold tone as the snake-like appendages shot forward and started absorbing the mana from nature. Sek, who had now lost his rationality, looked towards the Witch Queen with anger and pointed both of his hands towards her. The gauntlet in his hands started transforming and soon two blasters appeared over his hands. The members of the Black Bulls. Hey? Who is it? Asked Vanessa as she didn't recognize the voice that called out to them. I am my host's other half. If you don't want to die, I would advise you all to get as far away from my host, said Vritra out loud. He knew that the Sek right now could not be reasoned with, so he did all he could to lower the consequences and asked his other half's friends to leave. Sek roared out loud once again, making the surroundings tremble just from his voice and causing all those who heard his roar to tremble in fear. The Witch Queen was no different. She was scared shitless by the draconic human in front of her. She could not stop her body from shaking, but the attack from earlier was making her cry in pain. I need to get away from here, screamed all her senses, but the fear and pain were making it impossible for her to move. Finally stealing her resolve, she used her healing magic once again and was able to stand up. She then tried to run away and looked back and smiled, seeing that the beast was not pursuing her. But soon her face turned pale in horror as the draconic beast started gathering mana in his body. Sek, who saw the Witch Queen running away, decided to finish her in a single attack and sent all the mana that he gathered to his blasters. Mana gathered in them as two huge reddish-black orbs started to form in front of the blasters. The sheer amount of mana that was gathering in the blasters was making the ground tremble and making it difficult for the others to stand up. But Sek didn't care about any of that, as right now he just wanted to destroy the damn witch who was in front of him. Clenching his teeth, Sek poured even more mana to the attack, and soon an orb thrice as big as Sek appeared in front of the blasters, seeing which Sek just pointed his hand towards the location he felt the witch's key from. Dragon Force Striker. And just as Sek muttered those words, the whole world around him turned bright as a blinding light came out from the attack which covered the entire witch's forest. A moment later a defending sound of an explosion was heard, making all the people who were standing behind Sek to be blown away by the aftershock of the attack. At that moment the entire witch's forest disappeared from existence. Chapter 106, Red Thread of Fate. And no, the land of witches, it's gone, muttered Vanessa with a look of disbelief. Domina? Domina, yelled Fanzil as he looked towards the clearing which used to be the witch's forest. What happened? Don't tell me, Sek, said Noelle as she looked at the clearing with horror. The dust cloud soon disappeared as the dragon-ified Sek appeared in front of them. Fanzil, Vanessa, Noelle, Mars, and Fana looked at Sek with a shocked expression on their faces, but soon Fanzil's face turned to that of anger as he glared at Sek. "Why you monster," and ran towards Sek. Sek, who just ignored the people behind him, was looking at the dead anti-bird in his hands. But all of a sudden he felt a slight tickle on his back. Turning around, Sek noticed Fazel with his wind sword and an angry look on his face. "How dare you kill my Domina," said Fanzil in a pained tone as he glared at Sek. Sek stared at Fanzil for a while, making the red-haired man glare at him. "Why are you silent? Answer me," and yelled at Sek. In response to that, Sek roared out loud, sending a shock wave through his roar and sending Fazel flying away. "Sensi!" yelled Mars as he got up and tried to catch the incoming Fanzil. But before he could even catch him, Sek jumped up in the air and landed on top of Fazel's body, crushing it under his feet while forming a crater below him. Roar! Fanzil coughed out blood as his eyes rolled back from Sek's attack, who just looked at the lifeless man below his feet. "Stop it, Sek!" yelled Noelle as she supported Asta's body. But Sek ignored her and stared at Fanzil's body as flames gathered in his mouth. Prison dragon's roar! Seeing what Sek was about to do, all of them looked at Sek with horror as they tried to call out to him and ask him to stop. But Sek just ignored them and fired the black flames at the man below his feet. Mars and Fana screamed as they saw that their teacher was about to die, but out of nowhere a portal opened below Fanzil as his body fell through it, and immediately the portal disappeared. The Black Bulls, who recognized the magic, immediately looked toward Finral, who was barely standing on his feet, and the half-dead Fanzil lying beside him. "Finral!" exclaimed Vanessa as she smiled a bit, seeing that he was alive and Fazel was safe. "Hehe, I am glad that I had enough mana," said Finral with a smile on his face, but his smile soon disappeared as an angered Sek appeared in front of him. "Se Sek-kun," said Finral in a panicked tone, seeing that the others got panicked as well. Vanessa, who now understood that Sek was not in his right mind and was going to kill them all as well, was horrified and looked at the scene that was about to unfold in horror. Sek raised his claws and was about to stab Finral when suddenly Vanessa cried out loud and the red cat jumped on Sek's shoulder. And just as that happened, Sek missed his attack as his claw just flew past Finral. Vanessa blinked in surprise as the cat just sat on Sek's shoulder without any care. "Move! That's Secret's spot!" yelled Sek as he grabbed the red cat and threw it off him and glared at it. "Stop it, Sek!" yelled Noelle as Sek glared at her, feeling irritated. Not even thinking twice, he clenched his fist and hit Noelle as Vanessa saw Noelle's head fly off her body. But the cat touched Sek once again and time reverted. "Move! That's Secret's spot!" yelled Sek as he grabbed the red cat and threw it off him and glared at it once again. But this time Noelle didn't say anything and just stared at Sek. Understanding what just happened, Vanessa blinked in surprise as she remembered what her mother told her about her magic. "Why, you are the red thread of fate, right?" asked Vanessa as she looked at the cat, who turned towards her. "You can change fate, right? Please. I am begging you. Please turn everything back to normal," pleaded Vanessa. The cat looked at Vanessa and raised its paw and tapped Sek once again. Sek looked at it for a while and then fired one of his absorption lines at it and wrapped the cat's body with it. "Take it," said Sek as he started transferring mana to the cat. The cat glowed and then raised both of its paws and tapped on the ground. In the next instant, time reverted once again as the witch's forest came back and all the destruction that was caused by Sek turned back to normal. Sek, who was now back at the point of time where he was stabbed by the blood blade, widened his eyes in shock and then immediately turned back. "Secret?" asked Sek in a panicked tone. And responding to the call, the anti-bird appeared on his shoulder and looked at Sek with a panicked look on her face as she saw a blood blade piercing her partner. But contrary to what Secret was feeling, Sek's eyes teared up as he just pulled himself out of the blood blade and landed on the ground. He then grabbed Secret off his shoulder and hugged her as tears started to come out of his eyes. "I am sorry. I am sorry. I am glad that you are fine. I am so glad." Hearing his cry, most of the people looked at him in shock except for Vanessa and the Witch Queen. Vanessa sighed and soon some tears of happiness fell down her cheek as she saw her squad mate back to his senses. The Witch Queen, on the other hand, remembered everything that happened before the time reverted and was looking at Sek with horror. Her entire body was shivering from fear and not even a single muscle was able to move after remembering the fate she had in the other timeline. She looked at the red cat that was licking its leg and then at Vanessa who was crying as well. It's better to not mess with him. I don't want to experience that once again, thought the Witch Queen as she cancelled all of her magic and healed Sek before he decided to fight her once again. Sek, who was hugging Secret, noticed the blood cocoon around him and was about to act but stopped after seeing that it was healing him. Vritra, dispel her magic after she is done healing, said Sek. Got it, my other half, replied Vritra. You don't remember? Asked Sek. Remember what? Asked Vritra, making Sek sigh as he just held Secret close to his chest, not wanting to let go of her even for an instant. I will tell you later, said Sek as the cocoon disappeared and Vritra started dispelling the Witch Queen's magic off Sek's body. Sek just held Secret and brought her in front of his face and soon kissed the bird's head. I won't ever let you get away from me, Secret. I promise, said Sek and hugged the bird once again. Meanwhile, Secret's brain couldn't process what just happened, and for the first time, the anti-bird had a shocked expression on her face while imaginary steam started coming out of her head. Chapter 107, Just let me sleep for a bit, damn it. Sek soon let go of Secret but still kept an eye on her. Secret was confused by the attention she was receiving from Sek but nevertheless, felt happy about it. He said he won't let go of me, thought Secret as a slight blush appeared on the bird's cheek as she nuzzled her head to Sek's. Vanessa was talking to her mother and explained her reasoning about the red thread of fate to her. But the Witch Queen just ignored her daughter as she was still recovering from fear. Once she got over it, her usual cold look came back as she told Vanessa that she accepts that she was defeated by them and decided to let her go. She then used her healing magic and covered the whole witch's forest in a cocoon of blood and started healing all the people who were in it, including Sek's friends as well. Sek looked at the Witch Queen and sighed, seeing that she didn't have any intention to fight. It's finally over, said Sek as he lost some strength and fell to his knees. Hey? Looks like the cat took too much out of me, muttered Sek as his eyes started to close as well. Secret panicked seeing her partner fall, and so did the rest of the black bulls who were now conscious as well. They rushed to his side as Sek saw the blurry figure of his friends gather around him. Everyone, I am sorry for what I did, muttered Sek and soon fell asleep. The others got even more worried thinking that Sek was dying and apologizing for any mistakes he caused for them. Vanessa, who knew what Sek was talking about, laughed and just looked at him with a fond smile. I am glad that you are back to normal, Sek-kun, muttered Vanessa. The other black bulls didn't hear Vanessa and continued panicking. Oi! Sek, don't die. I still have to surpass you and show you that I can become the Wizard King. Then I will marry Sister Lily and you have to attend my wedding as my best man, declared Asta as he continued to cry but immediately got smacked by Noel, who heard him talking about marrying Sister Lily. Sek! You cannot die. I am ordering you to not die. I am a royal, so follow my order. I still haven't shown you that I can control my magic perfectly, so get back up. You still have to teach me and feel proud of me when I can master my mana control, declared Noel. Oi! Sek-kun, wake up. I still have to set you up on various dates with all sorts of girls as your senpai and invite you to various mixers as well. Who is going to be my wingman if you just die like this? Said Finral as tears came out of his mouth. Clank 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 asterisk. Said Ins as he got emotional and forgot that he cannot speak as his teeth just clunked together. Secret was slapping Sek's cheeks with her wings, trying to bring his partner back to life. Get up, you idiot. You told me that you won't let go of me. How dare you die? I still have to confess to you. Wake up, you bastard. Didn't you say that you will become the Dark Lord? Wake up, thought Secret. Just let me sleep for a bit, damn it, roared Sek in frustration, shocking all of them as they looked at Sek. Soon all of them jumped at the Dark Lord and cried in happiness seeing that Sek was alive. Hey, let go of me, you idiots, I am tired, complained Sek as he pushed his friends away from him. UWAA. Sek, you are alive? Cried Asta. Don't yell when you are this close to me. Humph, it wasn't like I was worried about you or anything, said Noel. I heard everything you said, so don't play the Tsunders card right now. Sek-kun, I am so glad that you didn't die, said Finral. How can you just assume that I will die? Clank clank clank, Sedans. You cannot even speak. Sek retorted to all of them, while the rest of the Black Bulls just ignored that and felt glad that Sek didn't die. Seeing that his words were not working, Sek sighed and just let the idiots tire themselves out. He looked at Vanessa, who chuckled seeing the scene and turned towards her with a serious look on his face. Feeling the serious atmosphere, the Black Bulls stopped their shenanigans and moved away from Sek as Vanessa looked at Sek with a confused look on her face, which turned into a shock when Sek immediately bowed his head in front of her. Vanessa-san, I apologize for what I did to your home. I lost control. Even if I am the Great Dark Lord, I shouldn't have done that, said Sek. The other Black Bulls looked at the scene with confusion, not knowing what was going on, but Vanessa, who knew all that, walked towards Sek and bent down to his level, and gestured him to look up. She then continued to hug Sek, surprising the Dark Lord, who was ready to hear some harsh words or even receive a beating from her. I am glad that you are back, Sek. Calm. I am glad. Don't worry about it. I forgive you. Just don't go out of control like that ever again, said Vanessa as she continued to hug Sek. Got it. I promise you that I won't get out of control like that, probably, replied Sek, immediately earning a smack from Vanessa, who stopped hugging him and said, what the hell was that probably? I mean, I will try my best, but I can't guarantee that it won't happen again. Who knows, the situation might need for the Great Dark Lord to go out of control and destroy everything, right? Said Sek. Right, my foot, complained Vanessa as she smacked Sek once again. Vanessa-san, what is happening here? What are the two of you talking about? Asked Noel. Sek and Vanessa looked toward her and then looked back at each other. Sek opened his arms and the red cat jumped towards him as Sek caught it and patted its head. Nothing much, it's just that I went out of control after seeing Secret die in front of me and erased the whole witch's forest out of existence and tried to kill you all, said Sek as he caressed the cat's chin, making it purr in bliss. The other just started at Sek as they blinked their eyes for a while. But soon all of them snapped out of their trance and widened their eyes in shock. Well, let's get going then, seeing that our job is done. Wait, where is the witch bitch? We still have to take the magic stone, said Sek as he stood up with the cat in his hands. Wait. What the hell was that? Asked Asta. Just leave it, Asta, it will go over your head, said Sek. Oi! How dare you? Nothing goes over my head. My reflexes are too fast, I will catch it, replied Asta. The others just stared at the bare-chested muscle shorty with a deadpan look on their faces as Sek started to walk towards the Witch Queen's home to get their payment. Chapter 108, Crazy. Currently standing inside the Witch Queen's home, Sek and his fellow Black Bulls were looking at the Queen with slightly wary expressions on their faces. We have done our job of dealing with those people who attacked your home, so give us the magic stone just like we talked about, said Sek, still feeling a bit angry towards her. The Witch Queen stared at Sek for a while and then started fiddling with her earring and detached the magic stone from it. Here, take this, I don't need it anyways, said the Witch Queen and threw the magic stone towards Sek, who caught it and stared at it. Why are the Eye of Midnight Sun after these magic some anyways? Do you know about it, Queen? Asked Vanessa as she looked at the stone in Sek's hand. Hearing the question, Sek focused as well and kept the stone in his storage. That magic stone is a magical item that heightens the wearer's powers, but only those of the elf tribe are truly able to use it, answered the Queen. Elves? Asked Asta and Noel in unison. Sek remained silent and thought about whether he could use the magic stone that was in his possession or not. He had never tried using it because, well, he didn't feel the need to. Not to mention he wasn't going to outright give away the location of his magic stone and have the elves target him and his close ones. Forget it. I will deal with it when the time comes, thought Sek as he snapped out of his thoughts. The Queen took a deep breath and then looked back at the kids in front of her. The elves possessed great power. Though, not to the level of legendary dragons, glances toward Sek. They lived in what is now called the Forsaken Realm several centuries ago. Each elf had an extraordinary amount of magical power. But, the humans outnumbered them, and when they fought them, the elves were annihilated, said the Witch Queen as she paused to let the information sink in. That Fana girl's third eye, that is forbidden magic. But that girl wasn't the one who activated that spell. It was someone else. Ordinary humans are unable to meddle with forbidden magic, said the Witch Queen. I am so completely lost, said Asta as his brain started to overheat from the info dump he just received. Activating forbidden magic requires a tremendous amount of mana and some sort of sacrifice. The ancient demon was also a top-level forbidden spell activated by the leader of the elves. And immediately all of them except for Sex widened their eyes in surprise as Asta started thinking about the demon skull at his village. It could be that the Eye of the Midnight Sun are descendants of the elves. And Asta, the two swords you bear, they are the ruined remains of the magic sword used by the elves' leader. What does that mean? Shouted Asta as imaginary steam burst out of his head and Asta fell unconsciously on the floor. He reached his limit, muttered Sek with a helpless look on his face. The others just looked at Asta and commented on his stupidity. While this was going on, Sek noticed that the Witch Queen got up from her throne and soon floated down and landed in front of him. Sek, are you aware of your heritage? Asked the Witch Queen. What heritage? Your parents, your origins, and all. Yes, I know my mom and dad. Why? Are you trying to threaten me? Replied Sek in a cold tone. The Witch Queen shook her head and said, I have no intention of doing that, not like I can harm a dragon anyway. That would be just me jumping towards my death. Thought the Witch Queen, having a misunderstanding about Sek's parents. Sek, I want to request something from you. You sure are shameless to ask for a request after attacking us like that, said Sek. At least hear me out. Speak. Though I will not abide by I. Can you copulate with me? Asked the Witch Queen in a calm tone. The whole room immediately turned silent as all of them just blinked in surprise for a while. Ha 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 ha, screamed all of them except for the Witch Queen once they snapped out of trance. Sek was taken aback by her request and immediately took a few steps back and pointed his finger at her. WW, what the hell are you talking about? You pedophile witch! Where the hell did that come from? Asked Sek. Oi oi oi! What the hell is happening? What is copulate? Asked Asta. Shut up, Bakista! Yelled Noelle as she slapped Asta away. The Witch Queen, who was totally unbothered by the ruckus around her, stepped closer to Sek once again and held the hand that was pointing at her. There are only so many chances that I will get when someone strong and with a great heritage like you exist. I can surely envision that the result of our copulation will be extremely powerful, so Sek, I ask you again, copulate with me. Sek immediately freed his hand and moved away from the Witch Queen, feeling totally grossed out by her. She is giving a crazy amount of Stella vibes. She is a crazy. And Dark Lord or not, don't stick your D*ck in crazy, thought Sek. Good choice, my other half, said Vritra. Like hell, I am gonna do that. But don't you guys like to have a strong mate? I can confidently say that there are hardly any mates you will find that would be stronger than me, said the Witch Queen. Don't dragons look for strong mates to copulate with and have the urge to leave behind a successor? Thought the Witch Queen. What type of mentality is that? Like hell, I have that kind of preference, exclaimed Sek. Not to mention that you are Vanessa-san's mother. Have some shame, complained Sek. He is right, my queen. Why are even you doing this? Asked Vanessa. The Witch Queen looked at Vanessa and asked, I don't think that there is anything wrong with what I am saying. Everyone except for Asta looked at her with a deadpan look on their faces, not knowing what to tell her. Sek sighed and said, sorry, but I am not interested in the offer. I have a lot of things that I have to do and don't have the time to waste. The Witch Queen stared at Sek, who stared back at her. The two locked eyes for a while before the Witch Queen sighed. Well, I tried, and shrugged her shoulders and flew back to her throne, and sat once again. Sek sighed as well and thought, crazy avoided. After that, the Black Bulls left her home, leaving behind Vanessa so that she can talk a bit more with her mother. They said their farewells with the Diamond Kingdom duo of Mars and Ladros, while Fana, Fanzil, Domina, and Mariella went their separate way. Some with the mission. Asta looked at his arms and soon embraced all of his friends. Everyone! Thanks a lot for getting my hands healed, yelled Asta as he held Finarl, Noel, and Sek in his embrace. Inz evaded the shorty to protect his bones from getting snapped. All right. Calm down. No naked hugging between guys. Leave me, said Sek as he pushed himself away from Asta. Both of them had their clothes burnt, with both of them being bare-chested. Though they still had their pants which were slightly burnt and were still protecting their dignity. Realizing that she was hugging bare-chested Asta, Noelle immediately pushed herself away and started hitting Asta with a blush on her face. Finral just laughed at the scene, and after a while Vanessa arrived after talking with her mother. Sek looked at the witch's forest for one last time before Finral opened the portal back to their base and all of them teleported away. Chapter 109, The Star Festival, 1. Sek and company soon appeared at the Black Bulls HQ as they looked around and soon spotted Yami. Asta then started to show off his fixed arms to Yami, who simply ignored him. He then proceeded to tell him about the mana stone that they found, and immediately Yami felt excited and told Asta to bring some booze for him. Sek then showed the mana stone to Yami, who looked at it for a while before throwing it back at Sek once he noticed Asta, who brought back 2 barrels of alcohol. Sek, who saw how the mana stone was handled by Yami, complained to him and was about to catch it, but before he was able to, Sikray caught it with her beak and flew somewhere else. Well, it's fine anyway, thought Sek. He knew that Sikray was collecting mana stones for some reason, which according to him was stopping the revival of elves, reviving the first Wizard King, or both. It didn't matter much to him anyway. He still had one of the mana stones with him, and he was not going to announce it anyway, so for the time being he was relatively safe. He also didn't care about the change in the plot, since according to him, it's the Dark Lord who directs the plot, not the other way around. Soon the other Black Bulls came back as well and were surprised to see that Asta was healed. Although some were pissed that they wasted their time for him only to find him fine, all of them were glad that Asta was back to his top condition and congratulated him for his recovery. Just like that, a few days passed without much happening. Sek did go out to do some missions, making up for the ones he didn't do during the time he went for his training. He wanted to spar with Yami, wanting to check where he was currently standing when compared to Yami, though the muscle brute ignored his request, saying that he was busy and all. Today is the day, I challenge Yami, declared Sek as he returned from a mission. His clothes were dirty and he was sweaty, but none of that mattered. He quickly finished his mission so that he can arrive early in the morning and catch Yami before he makes another excuse and run away from the fight. Sek opened the front door of the HQ and entered the common room, only to find the room in total chaos. Vanessa passed out only in her underwear. Magna and Luck bleeding from various places. Asta lying down in a pool with his face down and his clothes completely in tatters with bite and claw marks all over his body. Charmy passed out with her face planted in a plate of food. Ghosh sitting on the sofa with his head resting against the support and blood dripping down his nose. Grey Anand sitting in a corner suspiciously staring at Sek. And finally, Gordon, who had a sharp knife covered in a red substance in his hands, looked at Sek with a creepy smile on his face. It's surprising that no one is causing a ruckus in the morning. And yes, Gordon, I would like to have a sandwich, said Sek as he registered everyone in the room as being normal. Gordon nodded and whispered something and started preparing a sandwich for Sek with the same creepy smile on his face. Once he was done, he placed some sandwiches on the table as Sek came back after washing his hands, and the two of them sat down and started having their breakfast. Gordon was happy seeing that Sek was enjoying the sandwiches that he prepared a lot with him. These are good. By the way, Gordon, do you know where is Yami-san? Asked Sek as he took another bite. Captain Yami? Must be the bathroom, right? Replied Gordon in his usual whisper. I went there to check but he wasn't there. That's shocking. I don't know then, said Gordon as he felt mildly surprised after hearing that Yami was not in the toilet. Sek gave a nod and decided to leave the topic. He will find the brute another time and have his battle. He then decided to take a bath and get refreshed and was joined by the rest of the male members of the squad. Once all of them were refreshed they went on with their antics when suddenly the front door of the HQ slammed open. All right, all eyes up here. Hearing the familiar voice, Sek and the rest of the squad looked toward the man who called them and immediately Sek's eyes widened in shock. What the hell are you wearing? Yelled Sek as he saw Yami wearing a happy coat and a loin cloth. Yami stared at Sek for a while but soon ignored him and said, So, yeah, there's a festival happening. And just as those words left his mouth Asta got excited and started asking about the festival. So he was busy preparing for the Star Festival, thought Sek as he started at Yami. In the evening the whole squad went to the festival and immediately Sek was surprised to see the number of people currently present in the town. This is awesome, declared Asta. Hearing him Yami smirked and looked at his squad members. All right. Go live it up, you dumbass. There's still time before they announce the ranking, said Yami as immediately the whole squad cheered. Well, let's blow off some steam, said Sek as Secret came out of his pocket and landed on his shoulder before she nodded her head as well. Most of the Black Bulls left off to do their things leaving behind Sek, Asta, and Noel. The rookie trio looked around and then Asta started walking seeing that Noel and Sek looked at each other before they started following him as well. Want me to give you two some personal space? Asked Sek as he looked at Noel with a teasing smirk. Noel immediately turned red and started flailing her arms around. What are you talking about? Seeing that Sek laughed making Noel even more riled up. Hey! Hearing a familiar voice both Asta and Noel turned in the direction of the voice seeing which Sek turned as well. Soon their gaze fell on a boy and girl who seemed to be of their age as well and Asta and Noel immediately cheered up while Sek just looked at them in confusion. Kahano! Kyoto! Called Noel as she ran towards them. Asta and Sek followed her and now the three of them stood in front of the duo. I've missed you guys, said Noel as she grabbed Kahano's hands making the said girl smile as well. Asta! You're looking great, said Kyoto who was standing with the help of a crutch. How are you guys here? Asked Noel as Asta explained that he asked Finral to get the two of them. Finral soon showed up and said a line that he thought sounded cool and then left off to flirt with some cuties. The duo then started to admire the festival when suddenly the girl's eyes landed on a man who was playing a song. Seeing that the girl got nostalgic while the man looked at her with pity. Oh, that reminds me, Kyoto, did you bring your leg? Asked Asta. Hearing his question the duo looked toward Asta with confusion but the man still showed the leg that he brought with him. Are you sure that it's a good idea to show off a severed leg in the middle of a festival? Thought Sek as he looked at Asta with a weird look on his face. Great! Oi Sek! Called Asta as he turned towards Sek. Give me a bottle of Witch Queen's healing magic, said Asta. Wait, that was my compensation for dealing with her, said Sek. After the Witch Queen was done asking him to stick it inside her, Sek asked the witch to compensate him for making him fight with her as well. And although he didn't think that the witch would give in, to his surprise the witch acted pretty generously and gave him around 20 bottles of her healing magic as compensation. Although unknown to Sek, the real motive of the Witch Queen was to make her impression a bit better so that when there comes a time when Sek returns to the forest she can request his seed once again, or use her puppet magic to make Sek do it forcefully. Well, leaving the crazy aside, Sek looked at the duo for whom Asta asked the bottle for. Hearing his answer Asta got surprised as he didn't think of the possibility that Sek would reject him. Hey! It's just one bottle, you have many of them, said Asta. Many but not an unlimited amount, right? What will you do if there comes a time when we need it again? And I surely am not going back to that crazy witch to get some healing done, said Sek. Please Sek! Do me a favor, asked Asta as he joined his hands in front of Sek. I ask you as well, Sek. Please, said Noel as well. Sek looked at his fellow rookies and was about to refuse them, but seeing the look of determination in their eyes he wavered. Sai, you two are gonna run back to the witch's forest and bring me another bottle. I don't care how you do it, but you have to get me that bottle before my stock runs out. All right, said Sek. Asta and Noel immediately cheered up and nodded their heads vigorously. What all does the Dark Lord have to do for his friends? You two line up, said Sek as he looked at the duo. The two nodded and stood in front of Sek as he took out a bottle from his storage. He then proceeded to open the bottle and immediately blood-red strings came out of it and formed a blood cocoon around the two of them. Soon the cocoons disappeared and the two of them got healed. The two of them started crying while hugging Asta and Noel. Sek sighed and then looked at the empty bottle in his hand and stored it back. The two of them then looked toward Sek and immediately bowed their heads. Thanks a lot, said the siblings in unison. You are welcome. Just make sure to be safe and sound, otherwise you two will have to directly meet the witch bitch, said Sek. The two didn't understand what Sek exactly meant but still nodded their heads thinking that the man was just asking them to be safe. Knowing that his threat was totally misunderstood, Sek just remained silent and let the siblings celebrate their recovery. Chapter 110, The Star Festival, 2. After celebrating for a while, Kahano proposed a double date, but soon panicked after realizing that there was an extra man amongst them as well. She looked at the three men in the group and didn't know what to do. Her brother couldn't be left alone as he wasn't familiar with the town, and she was doing this whole thing to get Asta and Noel together. She then glanced at Sek and didn't know what to do. He was their benefactor, and asking him to leave them so that the rest of them could enjoy themselves didn't feel right at all. Sek understood the dilemma the girl was in and just sighed. I will be going around the festival on my own. Enjoy you all, and just took his leave. He was fine with Noel and Asta, but Kahano and Kyoto were a different case. He wasn't going to just be the fifth wheel when the four of them were on a date. Well, Secret, looks like it's just the two of us once again, said Sek as Secret just gave a nod and patted his back with her wing. Don't feel lonely, I am here for you, thought Secret as she continued to pat Sek. Sek smiled at the anti-bird's action and just browsed through the festival. Well then, since it's just the two of us, let's do it our way, right Secret, said Sek with a smile on his face. Secret, who understood what Sek meant, gave a nod as well. Great. So start pointing at all the stuff that you want to eat, said Sek as the anti-bird pointed her wing in the direction she wanted to go. On their way, Sek met many of his admirers who were happy to see the Dark Lord once again. They were people whom Sek helped during his missions or saved during the capital attack incident. Meeting his fans, Sek was happy as well. Knowing that his work brought smiles to the faces of the people was a great source of happiness for him, not to mention many kids who met him told him that he was their role model and all of them were aspiring to become a magic knight like him as well. This made the Dark Lord tear up as he immediately grabbed the group of kids and hugged them tightly, making the kids equal in joy, or groan in pain. Secret looked at her partner and felt happy for him. Though she cannot convey it to him in words, Secret was actually his biggest supporter. She wholeheartedly believed in Sek's dream and was ready to help him in whatever way she can. She might feel a bit frustrated because of his antics from time to time, but she didn't mind them because somehow or the other they looked charming to her. The only thing that she doesn't like about the scenarios when Sek's hard work gets appreciated is, "You sure are enjoying the attention from all these women," thought Secret as she looked at Sek with a cold gaze, which was totally ignored by the Dark Lord who was enjoying his celebrity moment. She knew that her partner, for a better word, was slightly dense to women's advances and had no ill intention towards those who appreciate him. She still felt slightly pissed at Sek. "Calm down, Secret," he said, "that you are special to him. You don't need to worry," thought Secret as she tried to calm herself down. Sek soon got out of the crowd that was surrounding him and decided to focus back on enjoying. He started buying food items from various stalls as both he and Secret enjoyed the treats that were being sold during the festival. While having his hands full, Sek's gaze fell on Yami and Captain Jack, who was about to fight with each other. Sek looked towards the anti-bird on his shoulder, who just shrugged and took a bite from the food that Sek offered her. Walking closer to them, Sek asked, "Yami-san. Something wrong?" "Hey, dumbass. Nothing, just trash-talking this green bug and making him remember his place," said Yami as he glared at Jack. "Kakik, yes, which is obviously higher than yours," said Jack as the two of them continued to glare at each other before they snorted and went back to their respective stalls. "Okay. So what are you guys selling?" asked Sek. "Grilled squid," said Yami. "Meat dishes," said Jack. Sek looked at the dishes the two captains cooked and then glanced at the anti-bird on his shoulder. Secret, who noticed her partner looking at her, gave wings up to him, making Sek nod. "I will take 2 of both." "Hey! You are buying his shit as well," said both the captains in unison as they glared once again. "So you guys gonna sell it or not?" "Of course I am. I will prove that my food is better than that bug's," said Yami as he got back to grilling. "Kakik, Yami's squad brat, you are gonna lick your fingers off after eating this," said Jack as he sliced up some meat and started heating it. The two captains cooked for a while and soon they placed the food on the counter. "Tch, here, take it brat, and tell us which of these is better." "Of course, if I lose I am gonna beat the crap out of you," said Yami. "Kakik, I will slice you up real good as well," said Jack. "Mess with me and you are gonna have an incredible urge to shit," replied Sek in a cold tone as his grimoire started flipping. Yami's face immediately turned pale as he remembered the extremely dangerous shit urge enhancer spell. Sek and Secret then ate the 2 dishes and were pleasantly surprised because of the taste. The 2 dishes were good, not anything extraordinary, but still good. They didn't expect the 2 savage captains to be good cooks, so it was a pleasant surprise. "It's good, Yami-san, Jack-san," said Sek as he and Secret finished the food. "Humph, obviously it's good," said Jack. "Whose was better?" asked Yami. Yami-san's was better. The meat dish wasn't heated properly, but the flavor was better in the meat dish." The two stared at Sek for a while, not knowing how to interpret that answer. "So whose was better?" asked Yami once again. "Both were good," replied Sek. "You sure you want to stick with that answer?" asked Jack as a menacing aura surrounded the 2 captains. "If you two don't like my answer, then make 1 dish and give it to the other for tasting. You will know. Not to mention, it's a festival, so don't ruin it with competition, let the people enjoy the food," said Sek as he took out the money and gave it to the 2 captains, and walked away. "Like hell, I am gonna accept that," said Yami. "Kakik, make something for him." "Over my dead body," said Jack as the 2 jumped out of the stall and started quarreling once again. Sek just ignored them and continued his exploration with Secret. While they were walking, Sek noticed some familiar faces talking to each other and decided to greet them as well. "There is no reason to be nervous. We will undoubtedly come out on top," said Klaus. "Right. But I think the Black Bulls worked rather hard, too," commented Mimosa. "Indeed, they might have, no, I know they have. We must especially keep an eye on all of Sek's and Asta's achievements," said Klaus. But they're still just Black Bulls. They're full of problems, regardless of their achievements. They are no match for us, the Golden Dawn," said Klaus, trying to hide his embarrassment. Seeing that, Mimosa smiled, thinking that it was funny for Klaus to do this when they all know that he likes Sek and Asta quite a bit. "Right, you know. The Black Bulls are the lowest of the low. They beat us? You can't be serious," said Yuno in a calm tone. "Ho, looks like you all are gonna feel very funny after losing to us tonight," said Sek, who just wrapped his hands around Klaus and Yuno, startling the 2 of them. "Sek!" exclaimed Klaus as he saw the man's face beside him. "Sek-san," said Mimosa in panic. She still remembers the days that they went on, and how she told him to wait for her to sort out the feelings. But despite all that, she wasn't able to do so and didn't know how to face him. Sek let go of the two Golden Dawn members, making all three of them turn towards Sek. Evening Kaluz, Yuno, and Mimosa greeted Sek. Good evening Sek. How have you been? Asked Klaus. I am fine. Now then, I heard you all talk about something interesting. So, you guys think that you are gonna win tonight? Asked Sek. Klaus adjusted his glasses, making them shine, and said, obviously, no offense, but the golden is superior to the black bulls, and that's a fact. Well then, it will be fun to see the results then. I hope you are prepared to let go of the top spot, said Sek. Humph, not gonna happen, we will win, said Yunon as he started back at Sek. Sek stared back at the fellow monoloved child as they continued to stare at each other. Klaus and Mimosa, who were looking from the side, could see imaginary sparks between the two guys who were not saying anything to each other. Seeing how the atmosphere was getting tense, Secret, who was on Sek's shoulder, smacked him with her wing. Don't cause a ruckus in the public, you idiot, thought Secret. Sek, who was forcefully snapped out of the glaring contest, sighed and flicked Secret's head. He then looked back at the Golden Dawn trio and said, well then, may the best squad win. The three of them nodded their heads as well, thinking that there was no point to argue now anyway. Mimosa, who saw that Sek was done conversing with the boys, started fidgeting. She wanted to talk to Sek but wasn't sure what to do since she was feeling nervous. Not to mention that they were in public, and that too with her squad mates near them. Sek, who noticed the fidgety Mimosa, was about to ask what was wrong with her when suddenly he felt someone cover his eyes and two soft sensations on his back. Guess who? Said the person who closed Sek's eyes, near his ears, making a shrill pass down Sek's body. Damn, that's soft, thought Sek as she tried to remember the familiar voice. Anna, answered Sek. The hands were removed from the front of his eyes and the girl then wrapped her arms around Sek's neck, further pushing the soft sensations on Sek's back. Yup, Sek-kun. Long time no see. I missed you a lot, said Anna with her usual expressionless face. Sek looked at the girl whose head was resting on his shoulders, could see a faint smile on her face, and smiled back. Long time no see, Anna. I missed you as well, replied Sek. Anna's faint smile widened a bit after hearing Sek's answer, and she was about to ask something else. But all of a sudden, a certain anti-bird who had had too much of the current situation started pecking Anna's head, making the Crimson Lion Magic Knight let go of Sek and moved away from him. Secret, stop it, said Sek as he held his partner back. Sorry Anna, Secret is a bit territorial. Do forgive her, said Sek as he apologized to Anna. Hear that, fire bitch? This is my territory. So back off, thought Secret as she glared at Anna. Anna nodded and forgave the bird, but for some reason, she felt that the bird was challenging her and glared back at Secret. The Golden Dawn members who saw the scene that was happening in front of them didn't know how to react. But all of a sudden Yuno and Kaluz felt a shiver and immediately turned towards Mimosa. Mimosa, who saw the girl whom she met back at the star awarding ceremony clinging onto Sek and talking casually, didn't know why but felt wrong. She couldn't put a finger on it, but she knew that she didn't like it. Unknown to her, Mimosa's atmosphere suddenly turned cold, making her fellow squad mates take a step away from her. She had a smile on her face, a beautiful one at that, but to Yuno and Kaluz the current Mimosa just looked threatening. Sek-san? You two seem close, asked Mimosa in a calm voice. Sek, being the Dark Lord, didn't feel any threat near him and just said, well, I don't know, we have. Yes, I and Sek are close. We even went on a date together, said Anna as she stepped forward and puffed out her chest. Klaus, Yuno, and this time even Sek felt a chill go down their spine. All three of them looked toward Mimosa, who was looking at Anna with a smile on her face. Anna instinctively knew that the girl in front of her was a rival and decided to show the girl her place. The two girls looked at each other with a friendly smile. Oh my, Sek-san, you went on a date with her, as well? Asked Mimosa with a pause as she looked at Sek before turning back towards Anna. As well, thought Anna and Secret at the same time before a realization hit them, and they both looked at Sek, who just blinked in surprise. Sek, who was put on the spot, blinked but soon calmed himself down. Is something wrong with that? As far as I remember, it was fine for a single man to go on dates, said Sek in a calm tone, surprising the girls, who widened their eyes. The fact that Sek accepted it in such a calm manner threw them off guard. Klaus and Yuno were shocked as well. They were sure that Sek was about to get wrecked by the two girls, but were left totally speechless at his answer. No. Nothing is wrong, said Anna. Yeah, everything is fine, said Mimosa. Thought Secret. Sek nodded his head and smiled. Nicely handled, my other half, said Vritra. Thanks. Didn't think that you were able to take calm decisions in these sorts of situations, said Vritra. Oi, that was uncalled for, retorted Sek. Forgive me, but the last time you interacted with a girl for romantic purposes, you were a dense man, said Vritra. I am not dense. I just don't know very well about these things, replied Sek. Feeling that the atmosphere turned a bit gloomy, Sek sighed and said, well, I am going to meet with my squad. See you guys later. All of them nodded as Sek went on his way. The two girls stared at his back for a while before they got lost in their thoughts as well. He is right. Sek-kun and I are not in an actual relationship anyway, thought Anna. I haven't even sorted out my feelings, yet. Thought Mimosa. The two remained silent for a while and went over their thoughts when suddenly both of them had a look of determination on their faces. I have already decided to repay my gratitude to him, so what is there to hesitate now? I need to work harder to make Sek-kun look my way, thought Anna. I don't know my feelings yet. But I know for a fact that I don't like Sek-san acting like that with other girls. I will have to push harder and make Sek-san know how I feel as well, thought Mimosa. The two then looked at each other for a while before they looked away and went their separate ways. Secret, who was looking back at the two girls, was annoyed seeing that the two of them were now seriously aiming for her wonderful idiot of a partner. She looked down at Sek's face and got serious as well. I need to find a way to get my body back and make those two realize where they belong, thought Secret. The Dark Lord happily walked towards the table where his fellow squad mates were, still unknown of the situations that will happen in the future because of the words that he said today. Chapter 111, The Star Festival -3. Currently enjoying a meal with his squad, Sek was happily talking with all of them when suddenly they heard an announcement. Sek stood up, making the other look at him questioningly. Let's go guys, they are about to start the ceremony, said Sek. The others stared at Sek for a while before they focused back on rating and talking amongst themselves. You guys are seriously not thinking about missing this, right? Asked Sek. Sek-kun, just sit down and enjoy the festival. We are going to be at the last spot anyways, said Vanessa. The others nodded their heads as well, agreeing with Vanessa. They have been a part of the squad for quite some time and have attended the festival several times as well. Knowing what the outcome of the ranking was, the older members of the Black Bulls didn't feel like going to the center and just decided to continue enjoying the festival. Sek just stared at his squad mates who were present at the table without any expression on his face and then just looked away from them. Never thought that you lot of all people will think of the squad like that. Just so you know, we are gonna win this time. Let's go, Secret, and started moving towards the place where the ceremony was about to start. Secret soon started following him and landed on his shoulder. The other Black Bulls just stared at Sek's back for a while before they went back to their business. Fuck. I am gonna go too. That bastard, how dare he look down at his senpai like that, yelled Magna as he got up from his seat and ran towards the location. Ha ha ha. I am going as well. It seems fun, said Luck with his usual smile as he followed Magna. I am going as well. What kind of friend will I be if I don't trust them? Not to mention that Sek is my best friend, said Gordon in his usual whisper as he got up from his seat as well. I am going too, said Vanessa. I am gonna kill him if we don't win for disturbing me while I was looking at Marie's photo, said Ghosh in anger. La! Wait a minute, let me grab all this, I am coming as well, exclaimed Charmy as she started gathering what was left of the food on the table. Grey got up as well and changed to her real form and ran toward Ghosh while hiding her face behind her hands. Just like that, all the black bulls except for Asta, Noel, Finral, and Yami soon reached the center where the ceremony was about to start and started looking around. Soon they spotted Sek standing alone with his hands crossed and walked towards him. Sek, who felt their ki, glanced at them and smiled. "What happened? Don't want to enjoy the festival anymore?" asked Sek. "Hat. You are gonna need a senpai to take care of you after seeing the results," said Magna. "Hee. Sek, let's make a bet. If we win you will fight me. And if we did not I will fight you," said Luck. "I truly believe in your words, Sek. I know that we will win this year. After all, I am your best friend," whispered Ghosh. "My drink will taste a lot better if we do win, you know. And if we didn't then you can just drink your sorrows away with me," said Vanessa as she showed 2 bottles of alcohol. The others said some words as well, hearing which Sek shook his head helplessly and said, "Hat, just you all wait and see. We will win by such a huge margin that all the people who are gathered here will be left speechless." Soon all of them heard a voice making them look up, and all of a sudden a cheer erupted in the crowd. "Wizard King! Really? The Wizard King? Julius-sama!" The crowd went wild when they noticed the Wizard King standing on top of the stage. "Damn, he is popular," said Sek. "Well, he is the Wizard King, after all, the whole kingdom looks up to him," said Vanessa as she too was excited after seeing the Wizard King. "This year, I'll be announcing the Magic Knights squad's achievements myself," said Julius as the crowd once again got excited. "After the results are announced, the king will also make an appearance, so please look forward to that." But this time the crowd turned silent for a while. "Damn, that's harsh," said Sek as clearly felt how excited the people were to see the king. A moment later the crowd once again started cheering for the Wizard King, totally ignoring the announcement that Julius made about the king. "Now, then, as you all know, our Clover Kingdom has been battling invasion attempts from both the Diamond and Spade Kingdoms, as well as a new terrorist group called the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. The royal capital was attacked, and many lives were lost. I even considered cancelling the Star Festival for this year. But it's because of all these events that I wanted to commend the courageous men and women who fought against them, and decided to hold the festival." As Julius said that, the magic lamps that were floating around the stage started to glow, making the stage to now be the main focus. "Now, then, let us welcome them, our 9 Magic Knights squad captains, whom we hold in the highest esteem," said Julius. Just as he said that, the captains walked onto the stage, making the crowd's excitement soar through the roof. "As expected, our squad captain is not there," muttered Sek. "Ha! Ain't your squad captain irresponsible?" Hearing the familiar voice, all of them turned around and saw Yami standing near them with a passed-out Charlotte on his shoulder. Yami looked at them and blinked his eyes for a while and continued speaking, which is a great and manly thing to do. It shows that he doesn't get pushed around by others. Seeing the shameless man say all that, the squad stared at him for a while before they focused back on the stage. Julius soon started introducing all the captains that were present on the stage. "TCH. That demon lioness is back," said Yami as he puffed his cigarette. "You scared of her?" asked Sek. "You should be too," replied Yami. This made all of them, including Sek, widen their eyes in surprise. For the older members, they cannot imagine a scenario where their captain will lose. And as for Sek, he never thought that Yami will actually admit it. Since according to Sek, Yami was a man who even in a situation where he is about to die will just say that he is about to surpass his limit and beat the shit out of the opponent. Though, things might be different now compared to the last time we fought, since I have surpassed my limits several times, said Yami as the thought of provoking a lioness came to his mind. Hearing that, Sek smirked. That's the Yami that he knows, and unconsciously respects. Yami tried to test the water and aimed some killing intent at the new Crimson Lion's captain. Ha! Such a pain in the butt. Why the hell did I accept to be the captain, thought Marileona Vermilion. As she started at the crowd who was intently looking at her and the other captains. Suddenly she felt some killing intent and she immediately glared in the direction where it came from. She then noticed a familiar face, a foolish man who tried to test his luck and agitated her. So you think that you are better now, thought Mereoleona as she fired back her own killing intent at the man who tried to challenge her. All right. Challenge accepted. Yami smirked seeing that Mereoleona noticed him, but his face immediately turned pale when he saw her glare, which was accompanied by her killing intent. Fu *k, I am gonna die, said Yami as he immediately stopped releasing his killing intent. So how was it? Asked Sek. Yami looked at Sek with a calm look on his face and breathed out some smoke. All right, dumbass. When that Reaper comes knocking on our door to take my life, the two of us will face it together, said Yami with a serious look on his face. No thanks, deal with your Reaper on your own. If I am gonna die, I am taking you with me, said Yami. I am gonna run away, said Sek. Hat, like you can outrun that lioness, mocked Yami. Who said that I have to outrun her? I only need to outrun you, replied Sek. Stop being a coward and face the challenge like a man, said Yami. Use that on Asta, your words are useless on the great Dark Lord, said Sek as he smirked. You. Shhh, they are starting, said Vanessa, making the two of them stop. Well, anyway, let's announce the ranking. Just as those words escaped Julius's mouth, the crowd started discussing amongst themselves about who is gonna take the first place. A white glow appeared in front of Julius which made all the people excited. All the black bulls except for Yami were looking at Julius with anticipatory looks. They didn't think much about the competition, but after hearing Sek's words all of them had some hope. Sek was looking intently at the glowing magic screen, and despite being quite calm on the outside, he was actually the most nervous one amongst the black bulls. In the first place, said Julius, and then paused. Sek and the rest of the black bulls gulped in nervousness while Yami just took a puff of his cigarette. The black bulls, declared Julius. And immediately the whole surrounding turned silent. Everyone's eyes widened, not even expecting this outcome, but all of them soon snapped out of their thoughts when they heard a yell. Fuck yeah! Let's fucking go! Yelled Sek out loud as the rest of the black bulls cheered along with him as well. Hearing their yell, the rest of the people glanced at them, not sure about what to do. But amongst the crowd, some people who recognized them, or more accurately recognized someone. Soon cheers started to erupt from various places in the crowd, making the older members of the squad surprised by the response. Sek, however, was not surprised, rather he was excited. There was a reason why most of the missions that he took consisted of helping the people or saving a town or village rather than exterminating magic beasts or doing reconnaissance or protecting the border. Looks like I really did make my name out there amongst the people, thought Sek. Julius smiled after seeing the response. He was prepared for harsher comments to flow around, but looks like that was not the case. Some were not sure what to think about this, but many people were excited by the outcome as well. The number of stars they accumulated is an astounding 197, declared Julius as the list of their achievements started to show on the magic display. This made the black bulls stop breathing for a moment, as they just looked at the astounding number of stars. "Ca Captain, weren't we at -50 stars last year?" asked Magna. "Holy F** King Hell!" said Yami. "That's a huge unbelievable jump from their record of -50 from last year," declared Julius as the crowd had the same reaction as the rest of the black bulls. "Oi! Oi! Oi! Is this for real? I am not high, right? Is that reality? What the hell did the man who made the list smoke while calculating? Are we sure that they didn't pay someone to get this kind of results? Oi! The Dark Lord and his squad don't need to do something like that. Well, it's the Dark Lord's squad. Just like him, the results are overwhelming. Nothing less expected from the Dark Lord's squad." Discussion started tapping amongst the crowd, not sure what the hell was even going on. Ahem, the Black Bulls did marvelous work this year. Now let's have the member who made the biggest contribution of stars take the stage, said Julius as he glanced at the location where Yami and the rest were standing. Feeling his gaze, the black bulls immediately moved away from Sek as a smile appeared on their lips. The promising newcomer with 2 grimoires by his side, Sek, declared the Wizard King as the loud cheer was heard once again. "Ha, nothing less oi, what the hell are you doing?" asked Sek when he felt his head being held by Yami. Yami gripped Sek's head tightly and then used reinforcement magic. "Oi! Yami-san, don't tell me. Like you once said, brat." "Yeet," said Yami as he threw Sek towards the stage. Sel, who was now in the look towards the stage where he was about to fall. His grimoire started flipping as mana gathered near the stage. Bronze creation magic, Giant's Hand. A giant hand made of bronze then appeared near him as Sek landed on it. The hands then slowly descended on the stage as Sek jumped off and landed near Julius. "That was quite the entrance," said Julius. "Blame Yumi-san for it," replied Sek. No, it was a great entrance," said Julius with a laugh. He then faced the crowd and started speaking once again. "Sek-kun here is an exceptional magic knight. He joined the Black Bulls this year and set the record for the fastest promotion amongst all the magic knights to date, earning the rank of Senior Magic Knight, 3rd class. As of now the total stars earned by him alone is 96. "Reverse noise," said Vritra. "Toit," replied Sek. The crowd cheered and congratulated Sek, making the Dark Lord's smile widen. His effort was finally recognized in front of such a large crowd and this made him quite happy and excited. "Great job my other half," said Vritra. Being his sacred gear he could feel the waves of happiness that were being released by Sek and this made him happy for his host as well. "Thanks," Vritra thanked Sek as right now he felt a bit emotional. Sek then continued to stare at the scene in front of him for a while before he closed his eyes with a smile on his face. "Vritra, I don't know how to express this, but I am feeling like I might cry," thought Sek. "Ha, this is the result of your hard work. The unwavering will and a mentality to reach the goals that you set for yourself. All these things made you what you are today. Also, I and that super strong relic sword of yours have a great part to play here, but are you really crying?" Sek, who had a huge smile on his face, had some tears flowing down his cheek. "Sniff sniff asterisk, no," replied Sek. "Who knew our Dark Lord was such a crybaby?" said Vritra as he watched over his host. Leaving the emotional Dark Lord aside, Julius soon listed out the rest of the squad ranks and the final list was as follows. 1 Black Bulls 197 stars. 2 Golden Dawn 120 stars. 3 Crimson Lions 106 stars. 4 Silver Eagles 95 stars. 5 Blue Rose 83 stars. 6 Green Praying Mantises 69 stars. 7 Coral Peacocks 67 stars. 8 Purple Orcas 51 stars. 9 Aqua Deer 49 stars. Chapter 112, Did She Just? After all the announcements about the Magic Squad's achievements were over, Sek and the captains got off the stage, leaving behind the Wizard King. "Now that the achievement announcements are over, here's the moment you've been waiting for," said Julius. He then gestured towards the entrance of the stage and announced, "The appearance of our beloved king of the Clover Kingdom." Soon a man wearing a crown and holding a scepter in his hand appeared on the stage. He looked at the citizens with an arrogant look on his face and said, "Now revere me." But what welcomed the king was an awkward silence where the citizens were just looking at the king without doing anything. The king glanced at Julius and said, "Don't stand right next to me. You're in my spotlight." Julius, who was already in an awkward position because of the great response from the citizens, simply took a step away from the king. The king greeted the citizens once again, thinking that the response would be different. Well, he was in for a rude awakening. The response was different, but not in a good way, because this time some soldiers who were disguised as citizens tried to cause hype and cheered for the king, though none of the citizens fell for it and it just looked like the cheer was forced. This made the king angry and he started to scream at the citizens to revere him. Sek stared at the joke of a king and then looked at Noel who was standing beside him. "So, you are royalty like him?" asked Sek with an amused smile on his face. "Don't compare me with him," yelled Noel, making all the people around them look at her weirdly. Seeing that, Noel immediately covered her face to hide her embarrassment while Sek just laughed at her. Soon the king started speaking once again, but this time he said something which brought everyone's attention to the man. "The Eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout has been located." This made all the citizens who were looking at the king with bored looks widen their eyes in surprise, seeing that the king smiled as well. "Until now, they have attacked us many times, and they had the upper hand in every battle. But things are different now. We are going to launch an all-out attack on the enemy. To that end, I have decided to gather an even more select group from the Magic Knights to form the ultimate hand-picked unit," said the king as he passed to let the information sink in. He then tapped his scepter on the ground and started speaking once again. "They will be called the Royal Knights. A week from now, I will hold an exam for all Magic Knights. Only those who pass this exam will be allowed to join the Royal Knights. And then, we will destroy the Eye of the Midnight Sun." The king then did the Magic Knight salute, seeing which all the gathered Magic Knights saluted as well. "Magic Knights, offer up your grimoires in service to this kingdom," yelled the king as all the non-Magic Knight citizens rose in cheers for the Royal Knights. "He ain't no Erwin Smith, but he sure did a good job raising the morale of the people," thought Sek as he was still standing while doing the salute. The king, who was now satisfied with the response of the citizens, soon released the salute, seeing which the Magic Knights stood at ease as well. The king then announced the festival to be over as he tapped the staff on the ground, and immediately the sky got filled with the fireworks. Later that night at an establishment, the entire Black Bulls set except for Asta were celebrating. "All right everyone. Foods and drinks are on me, so just kick back and enjoy," yelled Sek in excitement as all the squad members cheered in and started devouring the food and alcohol. Sek laughed out loud seeing his friends, but he grabbed a drink as well and started drinking. "Good work out there, brat," said Yami, who sat beside Sek with a barrel of alcohol in his hand. "Oh. Yami-san. How does it feel to be the captain of the squad that is at the top?" asked Sek. "It was great. You should have looked at the faces of that scrawny bug and braided bangs. Their reaction was just priceless," said Yami as he took a big gulp from the barrel. "You seem quite pleased with yourself for climbing the ranks just once." Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Yami's body stiffened up as his head turned robotically toward the direction of the voice, only to find Mirioliana standing there with her arms crossed. "Siscalian. Who the hell are you calling Siscalian?" asked Mirioliana. "Well, you're Fuegalian's sister, so that'd make you Siscalian. We siblings are not referred to by such nicknames." "Hey, you mean your family is not like Grampsgolian, Daddygolian, Mommygolian, and so on?" asked Yami in total seriousness. "Damn, Mommygolian got me," said Sek as he started laughing. Mirioliana simply ignored Yami's comment and started walking toward Yami. As she entered, she came back with Asta, Noel, and Yuno, who were caught in a paw made of flames. "Oh, heya, Captain Yami," said Asta as he greeted Yami. Seeing him like that, Yami started laughing and said, "Looks like she caught you, kid." But the next instant a fit paw grabbed Yami's head as well, and immediately the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a look of shock. "You are coming as well," declared Mirioliana. "Hey! You weren't even late to the event, you simply didn't bother to show up, not to mention." Suddenly the aura around her turned threatening as she looked at Yami with a predatory smile on her face. "You were trying to challenge me back there, hey?" said Mirioliana. Yami looked at the woman in front of her, but to him, she appeared to be a reaper cladded in flames. Not even wasting a moment, Yami's hand moved at incredible speed and he grabbed Sek's head and brought him close. "The time to battle the Reaper is here, brat. Remember, if you died after me, I will kill you," said Yami. "Hey? What the hell? Let go of me," said Sek. "Siscalian. Take this brat with us as well," said Yami. "All right. Why, am I included?" asked Sek. "You alone earned more stars than the 4th-rank Silver Eagles." "I am very eager to see how strong are you," said Mirioliana with a smile on her face. "Ah, you are fucked, you brat. You are on her radar now," said Yami. And just like that, she got out of the establishment with the people hanging on the flame paws behind her. "Whoa, this strong magic region is even better than the desert," muttered Sek as he felt the strong rampaging mana around him. Currently, Sek along with all those who were captured by Mirioliana were near a volcano. "My rival," called Leopold Vermilion as he ran towards Sek. "Oh! Leo," called Asta who was excited to see the young Vermilion. "My other rival," said Leo. "Why the hell am I here too?" asked Yuno. "My other rival," said Leopold as he glanced at Yuno. "That's some great naming sense," muttered Sek as he wiped his sweat. "Use this, Sek." Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Sek looked to the side and found Anna standing there with a handkerchief in her hand. "No thanks, Anna, it will make it dirty anyway," said Sekmi as he tried to refuse her offer. "No problem, I will prefer it that way, I mean I will wash it later anyway," said Anna. "Yeah, no, I am fine," said Sek. Anna stared at Sek for a while before she sighed and slumped her shoulders in disappointment. Seeing that, Sek sighed as well, thinking that he just dodged a bullet. But just as those thoughts came to Sek's mind, he felt something touch his forehead and looked up only to find Anna wiping the sweat off his forehead. She then smiled at Sek, making the Dark Lord's eyes widen. It has been a while since he last saw a smile on Anna's expressionless face. "I will attack you from now on, Sek-kun, so don't be on guard and accept my attacks," said Anna as she quickly pocketed the handkerchief and thought, "Yes. 2 birds with 1 fireball." Sek just blinked in surprise and thought, "Did she just try to flirt with me?" "You seriously want someone else to answer that question?" asked Vritra. "No," replied Sek as the dragon just sighed at his host. Chapter 113, Damn, this bastard, is making me excited. "All right. You bloody imbeciles. This is a strong magic region known as the Yultim volcano. There's a volcanic belt laced with powerful mana deep underground, and it spews lava constantly. This is a place where no ordinary person can set foot in. But at the summit, there's a splendid and revitalizing hot spring," said Mirioliana. An excited smile then appeared on her face as she looked at the sweating people in front of her. "Come. Let us head to the summit." "So you are telling me that you want me to tread through this volcano where there is a high chance that I can get dehydrated and drown in lava? Yeah, I am backing out. I don't want to die," said Sek as he turned around. But immediately he felt both of his shoulders being grabbed, which made him stop and turn around to see who it was. Once he turned around, he saw 2 scary-ass faces glaring at him. "Oi, dumbass! Don't you dare leave or I will key you and then drown you in this lava," threatened Yami. "Do you think that you even have a choice? I will kill you if you don't make it to the top," said Mirioliana. "What about my rights?" asked Sek, which was totally ignored by the 2 captains. "Oi, Sek! Don't back out! Let us race to see who can get to the summit first." "Oh, Asta, and you know too," declared Leopold. "Yeah. Bring it on, damn it," said Asta, accepting the challenge. "You can go right ahead," said Yuno in a neutral tone, pissing Leopold. "Hey, you want to lose that bad? Well, can't be helped. I am forced to do this anyway, might as well do my best," said Sek, nonchalantly successfully pissing both Asta and Leo. "You! Sek, you bastard!" Both Asta and Leopold cursed at Sek, who just started stretching. "Quite wasting time, and get started," yelled Mirioliana as she kicked Asta and Leopold away. Seeing the start signal, the rest of the Crimson Lions jumped forward, leaving behind Yami, Charlotte, Sek, Yuno, and Anna. Sek took a deep breath and soon his grimoire started flipping. Ice debuff magic, chilling aura. A mana skin releasing a chilling aura appeared around Sek, making him feel a bit cool. "Ah! Now this is better. Bronze creation magic, Bronze Rider. A motorbike made of bronze appeared and Sek immediately sat on it and covered it in his mana skin as well. He passed the mana into the bike and it made a loud noise. "Well then, meet you guys at the top," said Sek as he rotated the accelerator and the motorbike rushed forward. "Wait for me Sek-kun," said Enna as a mana skin appeared around her as well and her grimoire started flipping. Flame magic, Flare XL. Flames shot out of Enna's feet as she burst forward at great speed. "I am not gonna lose to them," said Yuno as started to concentrate. Yami and Charlotte didn't waste time and soon shot forward as well and started climbing to the top. Sek simply ignored the other participants as he rode through the dangerous volcanic path on his bike at full speed. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster. An animal skull made of bronze appeared over Sek's head. Mana started gathering in the skull as any obstacles that came his way were simply destroyed without even a second thought, and just like that Sek continued to climb up the mountain. "Sek-kun is very far," muttered Enna in a slightly dissatisfied tone. "Ho, that super rookie really has some skills," said Mirioliana as she saw Sek being in the lead when even captains were competing. Her gaze then fell on Anna, who was now in 4th position just behind Yami and Charlotte. "And that girl from my squad, she is quite strong as well. Looks like it will be fun training her," said Mirioliana. A fierce smile then appeared on her face as her mana started gathering in her fists. She felt that someone was about to reach the top and decided to test the person as well. Sek, who saw the summit, smirked and looked behind him. Not even close." "Well, it's hard to compete against the Dark Lord anyway," said Sek, but immediately his danger senses started to kick in as he immediately jumped off his bike. Flame magic, Kaleidos Brachium. A huge explosion occurred that engulfed his bike and destroyed it immediately. Sek's face immediately turned serious as the Gaster Blaster aimed toward the explosion site. "Don't attack me out of nowhere, you asshole," yelled Sek as the mana gathered in the skull fired towards his attacker. Cell then landed at the top of the summit and looked at the attacker to check if they were alive or not. But contrary to his expectation, the mana beam was met with flames that resulted in another explosion. "Ho, you dare call me an asshole, hey? Looks like I need to show you your place, rookie," said Mirioliana with a pissed expression on her face as she looked toward Sek while cracking her knuckles. Sek looked at the fiery woman who was glaring at him with a surprised look on his face. "I held back my power because I wasn't trying to kill the person, but to think that she destroyed my attack." Soon an equally excited smile appeared on Sek's face as he glared back at the woman. You are really strong." Mirioliana, who saw the smile on Sek's face, blinked her eyes in surprise but soon started laughing out loud. "To think that a rookie would look back at me with such a challenging expression. Kid, let me see your full strength." "Don't tell that attack was the best that you can do," said Mirioliana as mana erupted out of her body. She smirked and looked at Sek as she wanted to see if the kid in front of her would change that excited expression once his face the might of her rampaging mana. Sek, who heard the woman's words, had a tick mark on his forehead. "Did she just try to say that my attack was weak?" thought Sek. "Well, her words were not exactly that," replied Vritra as he felt that his host's temper was rising. "All right, you bitch. Let me show you one of my strongest attacks," said Sek as his sacred gear appeared. Vritra, Dragon Force. Mana erupted out of Sek's body, sending a shock wave to his surroundings. Ripples started to form in the lava surrounding Sek as a dark aura came out of his body. Black marks appeared on him and the transformation competed with one of his pupils turning golden. Mirioliana looked at the scene with a surprised expression on her face. She didn't expect that the boy she was trying to intimidate with her mana had far greater mana in him. "Damn, this bastard is making me excited," thought Mirioliana as an excited smirk soon appeared on her face. Mana gathered in her hands as her grimoire started flipping once again. Flame magic, Kaleidos Brachium. The lioness shot forward towards Sek, who just stood at his spot and looked toward the said lioness with a smirk on his face. He then took a stance as black flames started gathering around his fist. Prison Dragon's Black Blaze Fist. The two soon came close to each other as their attacks collided. Yami and Charlotte, who were rushing toward the top without much difficulty, smiled when they noticed that they were about to reach the top. They increased their pace and got a bit careless, and as soon as they landed on the top their eyes widened in shock when they noticed two super strong mana-covered flaming fists colliding against each other. "Shit," said Charlotte. "F***ck," said Yami. "Boom. Asterisk." A huge explosion occurred there the instant those words escaped their mouths as a flame pillar comprising of orange and black flames erupted from the top of the volcano. Chapter 114, The Other Side. "So you guys are finally here, you fools," yelled Mirioliana. "The Yultim volcano becomes completely dormant at night. You're supposed to get here before that, damn it." Mirioliana looked at her squad in anger and started yelling at them once again. Once she was done with that, Leopold looked at her and pointed a finger at her face. "Sister, why is there a bruise on your cheek?" asked Leopold. Mirioliana looked at her brother with a frown before her gaze fell on Sek, who had a similar bruise on his cheek as well. "Tch, his bruise is lighter than mine. And mine actually stings a bit," thought Mirioliana. During their exchange of fists, the two of them changed the direction of the attack at the same instant, which resulted in their attacks hitting each other's faces and the two of them getting blown away by the attack. Flashback. The two attacks hit the other's face, sending both of them flying and crashing into the walls of the volcano. The orange-black fire pillar erupted at that moment, but Sek freed himself off the wall sooner than Mirioliana did. "How was that attack?" "You felt that?" asked Sek in a provoking manner. Mirioliana, who soon freed herself as well, had a maniacal smile on her face and wanted to continue but stopped once she noticed that others were about to appear at the top as well. End of flashback. "It's nothing of importance," replied Mirioliana and then started to lecture her squad once again. Anna, who somehow slipped out of her squad, stood beside Sek and looked at her bruise. "Sek-kun, you are injured?" asked Anna. "Well, it's not that big of a deal. It will heal over time," replied Sek. But Anna shook her head and said, "Let me heal you," and her grimoire started flipping. Flame magic, Phoenix's feather. A feather made of flames appeared in Anna's hand as she held Sek's face and touched the bruise with the feather. The bruising soon started to fade away as Anna stared at Sek's face. Sek, on the other hand, looked at the feather with curiousness. Once the bruising was gone and Sek was healed, the features disappeared from Anna's hand and she looked at Sek with a smile. "There, you are healed," said Anna as she tapped the area where the bruising occurred, and Sek didn't feel any pain. "Thanks, Anna." Anna's smile widened as she said, "Mention not, Sek-kun, I can heal you anytime you want, so don't hesitate to ask, but don't get injured too often as well." Sek nodded absent-mindedly as he was still focused on the smile on her face. "You are very happy today, Anna. Any reasons?" asked Sek. Anna stopped smiling after hearing Sek's question and she blinked her eyes in surprise. "My reason to be feeling happy," thought Anna as she started at Sek. She smiled once again and leaned in towards him and whispered near his ear, "I think that you should be knowing, Sek-kun," and moved away and walked back to merge with her squad, leaving behind a surprised Dark Lord who had a very faint tint of red on his cheeks. "So you can be perceptive on the first try as well," said Vritra. "Vritra. Shut up." Yeah, replied Vritra. Once the discussion amongst the Crimson Lions was over, the people were allowed to soak in the hot spring, which was immediately separated into male and female sections by Soul's earth magic. "I wanted to enter with Sek-kun," muttered Anna in a whining tone. She got excited about the prospect of seeing Sek's naked body in the hot spring, but Soul poured cold water over her excitement by making a wall to separate the hot spring by gender. "Oi! Why are you sulking so much? Do you not like the hot spring?" asked Mirioliana as she sat near Anna. "Mirioliana-sama. It's not like that. The hot spring feels great," replied Anna, slightly surprised after seeing her squad captain, who was royalty as well, sit beside a peasant like her. Mereoleona smiled after hearing her answer and said, I know right? This hot spring is *King awesome. So why are you sulking so much? Anna was about to reply, but suddenly all of them heard a commotion coming from the men's section. Sol's and Noel's eyes immediately turned sharp as they glared at the wall. Those despicable men, said the man-hater Sol. Ho! Now that's how the Crimson Lions should be, fearless, commented Mereoleona as she gulped the alcohol that she brought with her. On the men's side. Listen here you all, didn't that demon lioness bring you all here to whip you all back to shape? How the hell will you become fearless if you get scared at every moment? You all are men and men want to see what is there on the other side of that wall, said Yami as he pointed at the wall. The men from the Crimson Lions who heard Yami's words got excited, steeled their resolve and rushed towards the wall to climb it and peek at the other side. Ha ha ha, look at them go, laughed Yami as he pointed at the idiots who wanted to peep at the women's section. Yami then looked at the rookies of his squad and said, now then dumbass 1 and dumbass 2, get up there and make me proud. Sek snorted and just relaxed in the hot water and said, shut it, I am not a pervert like you. It is beneath the Dark Lord to do such things. And immediately Yami grabbed Sek's head and started crushing his skull with his reinforcement magic and brute strength. Ouch ouch ouch! What the hell are you doing? Asked Sek. You bastard, are you saying that you are superior to me? That you aren't a pervert? Asked Yami. Hey! I didn't mean that. Yami simply looked towards the wall as his muscles started tightening up. A smile soon appeared on his face as he said, then go out there and show them what men can do, and threw Sek away with full force. Yami-san. If I die, I am gonna kill you, yelled Sek as he glared at Yami, but soon looked forward once he saw that he passed the wall and was now on the other side. His gaze immediately fell on all the naked ladies that were present there. This is amazing, thought Sek. But he soon snapped out of his thoughts when he felt a huge amount of mana gathering below him. Sek looked down and saw that some of the girls were about to attack him, though he also noticed that many were looking at him with a blush on their cheeks, while some even had nosebleeds as well. I feel proud, thought Sek. You should feel scared instead, you are about to be attacked, said Vritra. Sek realized that Vritra was right and wanted to use defensive magic, but soon realized that his grimoires and ecstase were left on the other side of the wall. *K, muttered Sek as various spells started raining down on him. He immediately used the weaker version of his bronze magic, bronze body, as his grimoire was not with him, and covered his little brother with his hands. Not gonna risk any spell even grazing my mighty dragon, thought Sek. Don't call it a dragon, said Vritra. You dick, replied Sek. Don't call me a dick, said Vritra as Sek was bombarded by various spells and he soon landed in the spring. Soft, thought Sek as he felt his face buried in something cushiony. He grabbed what he found nearby and tried to get out, but soon looked up and found himself being sandwiched between Anna's and Mereoleona's breasts. Ho, prepared to die? Asked Mereoleona as she found Sek groping her other breast. Sek-kun, moaned Anna as Sek groped her other breast as well. First of all, this is Yumi-san's fault. Secondly. But before Sek could finish, Mereoleon punched him with full force, knocking that Dark Lord unconscious. I almost regret nothing, thought Sek as he soon fell unconscious. Chapter 115, Over-relying. Sek, who was unconscious, was not that injured thanks to Anna, who scared off all the girls who were trying to harm Sek. Sek regained consciousness a day later and wasted no time using the full power of his shit urge enhancing spell on Yami, making the captain of the Black Bulls spend 1.5 days straight in the toilet. A few days later the guidelines for the Royal Knights exam came and Sek was immediately put at a disadvantage. Rules for the Royal Knights exam. 1. Magic tools are prohibited during the exams. 2. The Magic Knights are only allowed to use their grimoires and wand/staff if necessary. 3. Killing another Magic Knight during the exam will result in severe punishment, which might range from suspension from the Magic Knight to execution based on the judgments passed on by the court. 4. Any sort of external help during the matches will not be tolerated. 5. Not revering the king of the Clover Kingdom, Augustus Kira Clover 13 will not be left unpunished. Looks like I cannot use Xdace-chan, said Sek once he was done reading the rules. He picked up his sword and looked at it. Sek knew that Xdace was by far the strongest thing in his arsenal, so not being able to use it already lowers his strength to around 80%. That is really concerning. You just lost your strongest trump card. With that relic, your victory would have been guaranteed, said Vritra. Yeah, it sucks. I am sorry, Xdace-chan, thought Sek as he held his sword tightly. Well, without your sword you will surely need me to win. So better, my other half. Now, wait a second. Technically I am not allowed to use you as well. Sure, everyone else knows you as my magic. But the Dark Lord is not going to win the exams by cheating, you know, thought Sek. You cannot be serious. Oh, I am very serious. A victory gained through creating. That is considering if you will get a victory, my other half, limiting yourself even further by not using my power, you will essentially be at 50% of your prowess. I might not be at the level of that relic yet, but I am certainly your trump card as well, said Vritra. Are you doubting me, Vritra? Asked Sek. It's not about that, my other half, I am saying that there is a far greater chance of our victory if you use my powers as well, said Vritra. Sounds to me that you are doubting my power. My other half, think logically. I certainly know that you are powerful, I have seen you train and know how strong your spells can be. But you have to accept the fact that dealing with situations that require more than just brute strength is not your forte. You cannot deal with that anti-magic wielder without your relic. Not to mention, your base form is weaker than his black form, you will need the Dragon Force or Delete Field to deal with him since you cannot overpower him as well. Just like that, there might be other scenarios as well, said Vritra. Sek fell silent after hearing Vritra's words, making the dragon think that his host was thinking about what he just told him. Soon Sek took a deep breath and stood up from his seat and put Xdace back in its sheath. Looks like there is one more person who I need to show the true might of the Dark Lord, thought Sek. My other half. Vritra, thank you for reminding me that I was over-relying on you too. Xdace can't speak unlike you, so I didn't notice that I had stopped mastering new spells, thought Sek as his grimoires started floating and appeared in front of him. Sek held his 2 grimoires in his hands and smiled. Sorry, I have been neglecting you too, I was blinded by easy and fast improvement, said Sek in an apologetic tone. As if trying to respond to his words, the grimoires gave a bright glow, seeing which Sek's smile widened. Soon a determined expression appeared on his face as he gripped his grimoires tightly. Let's do this the old way, said Sek, making the grimoire glow once again. My other half, don't do things recklessly, said Vritra as he tried to make Sek change his mind once again. You can stop, Vritra, I am not changing my mind. Not when there is a lot to prove this time around, replied Sek as he jumped out of Finarl's portal, and soon all of them appeared in the arena where further information about the exam will be given. The amount of mana in this place is amazing, said Sek. It is to be expected. Currently, most of the strong dumbasses amongst the magic knights are gathered here, said Yami as he looks around the arena as well. Soon Sek noticed a familiar person and decided to talk to her. Anna. Hearing her name being called, Anna turned around and smiled once she saw Sek. Sek-kun. The two stood silently as Sek felt a bit nervous. You know, about what happened at the hot spring, I apologize. Thank you for protecting me while I was unconscious, said Sek. Anna shook her head and said, It's all right, Sek, I told you during our first mission. I will always protect you, also, don't apologize for that. I kind of liked it. A blush appeared on her expressionless face. Oh okay, said Sek as he too felt a bit embarrassed after hearing her words. Anyway, best of luck to you today, Anna. Let's pass this exam, said Sek. Anna nodded her head and said, I will do my best, also it's only for today, but please don't hate me. If we are to fight today then, I will be using my full strength. Mirioli has threatened to kill us if we don't go all out. Sek gave a helpless laugh. He could surely imagine the lioness saying those words. Don't worry Anna, I won't like it any other way. I don't like people who underestimate me anyway, said Sek. Anna nodded as she smiled at Sek. She then took a step closer to him and held his hands. Also, I would like to ask you if it will be fine to invite you just like last time, asked Anna. Sek, whose hands were held by Anna, looked at the girl who was looking at him with a serious look on his face. Sure, if I got the time, replied Sek, to which Anna smiled brightly once again. She then glanced at the bird who was sitting on top of Sek's head and felt that the bird was glaring at her. She started at Secret for a while before a slight victorious smirk appeared on her face. She didn't know why she was provoking a bird, but for some reason, she wanted to do that. Secret, who clearly understood the intentions behind Anna's smirk, got pissed. This fire bitch, and what the hell are you doing, you idiot? How can you accept it just like that, thought Secret as she glared at her partner and smacked him with her wing. Ow! Why? Asked Sek as he looked at his partner, who just looked away from him with a huff. Well, see you later Anna, said Sek as he walked away with an annoyed Secret. Anna looked at her hands with a small smile when she suddenly felt an ominous gaze on her. She followed it and soon spotted the royal girl who was after Sek as well, looking at her with a smile. Anna stared at her for a while before she smiled back at her and walked away. Soon Julius and Marx appeared on the floor above and looked down at them from the balcony. Thank you all for gathering here today. Just as he said that, all the commotion inside the arena stopped as the magic knights took their positions and saluted to the Wizard King. Now, let us begin the Royal Knights selection exam. Once Julius declared that, the people cheered in excitement. The king then came out as well and stood beside Julius. Let me explain the details about the exam. After all, I am a royal and this is the Royal Knights selection test, said the king as he twirled his mustache. The exam will consist of a team completion, a magic crystal destruction battle tournament, declared the king as a magic display appeared above them showing the image of the crystal. Curious comments started to arise amongst the magic knights as Sek just prayed that his teammates were not someone whom he needs to eliminate before the opponents. The rules are simple. Protect your own team's crystal, which will be placed in your area, and destroy the other team's crystal. The first team to do this wins. If no team can destroy a crystal within the 30-minute time limit, the one that has done the most damage to its target wins. We have chosen this format because... The king started to stutter towards the end, seeing that Julius decided to take over. In the battle against the Eye of the Midnight Sun, several squads will have to work together. We thought this would be the best way to measure the cooperation and strategy skills you'll need at times like that, rather than simply fighting with brute force. The people started to discuss amongst themselves, seeing which Julius cleared his throat to get their attention once again. Now, let us announce the teams, said Julius as an even bigger magic display appeared with the list of teams on it. Sek immediately started to look up his name on the list and soon his eyes landed on it. Team D. Adrian. Sek. Willie. So I will be fighting Asta in the second round, that means my first opponent is Team C. Sol. Kirsch. Magna. Sek looked at his delinquent squad mate, who looked back at him with a smile on his face. Sek, he looks like you the two of us will be having a blast in the first match itself, said Magna. Don't hold back, Magna-san. You will not even notice when you lost, said Sek as sparks started to fly between the two of them. Chapter 116, This is just the start. While Sek and Magna were having their stare off, a red-haired man suddenly jumped off from the top of the arena and landed beside Julius. Sek and Magna stopped what they were doing and looked at the red-haired man, who was casually talking with the Wizard King, much to the annoyance of the other magic knights. Soon he revealed himself to be Xerx Lugner, one of Asta's teammates. A commotion started to happen because of the stunt he pulled, and soon all the focus was on the red-haired dude. As far as I remember, he used trap magic. Well, let's see how he fares and then plan accordingly, thought Sek as he focused on the man as well. Now, we're all magic knights here, so let's get along. All right, everyone. Have you confirmed your teams? Said Julius, making all the magic knights look around and spot their teammates. Is there an Adrian and Willie here? Asked Sek as he looked around the arena. Soon two men walked toward him, one belonging to the purple orcus while the other belonging to the green praying mantises. TCH, looks like it's my bad luck to be paired up with a black bull and a green mantis, said Adrian, the man from the purple orca. I am Willie, let's get along. I am Sek, let's get along as well. The fellow commoners immediately bonded, leaving behind the noble from the purple orca who started fuming in rage. The others soon found out their teammates as well, seeing which Julius decided to go on to the next step. All right, let's head over to the main stage. Cobb, I'm counting on you, said Julius as the mage named Cobb nodded. Yes, sir. Soon a door appeared out of nowhere and opened, revealing a spatial portal to the other magic knights. Sek and the rest of the magic knights soon walked through the door and saw the main stage, which consisted of a vast landscape. It's huge, yelled Asta. That's what she said, replied Sek as he looked at his fellow rookie squad mate. The battlefield has a wide range of different areas. Use them to display your powers to the fullest, said Julius. And here's the tournament chart, which we determined by lottery in advance. A new magic display appeared above Julius's head with the chart of the tournament on it. Battle wins and losses won't directly affect whether you pass or fail. That being said, the more you win, the more you'll be able to show your true skills. Since you have the chance, I hope you all strive to win, said Julius. So I will be facing Sek in the second round and in the finals, hey, muttered Asta. Or you can even lose in round 1. Although I hope that you win, said Sek as he placed his hand around Asta's neck. Oh! Sek! You bet I will win the first round, so if you want to fight me, win your match as well, said Asta. Sek smiled upon hearing Asta's response and immediately looked to his side. Hear that, Magna-san? Even Asta believes that I will win. Hey! That runt dares to speak about his senpai like that, said Magna as he immediately glared at Asta, who started making excuses. Alright everyone, we are about to start our first match, declared Julius, making the involved magic knights nod as they were teleported to their respective spots on the field. Stage 1, Match 1. Winners Asta, Mimosa, and Xerx. That was a foo * king full counter. I need to be careful of that, thought Sek as he saw the 3 spells being reflected back at their casters without any difficulty. The next match is about to start, participants be ready. Hearing the announcement, Sek looked toward his teammates, who looked back at him and walked toward the spatial magic gate and were teleported to their location. It's a different location from the one the previous team used, commented Sek. He then looked toward his other team members and asked, so, anything you both want to say? Also, tell me about your magic and any strategies that you guys have. I am Adrian from Purple Orcus, I specialize in water magic. Don't hold me back, you commoners. Like I said earlier, I am Willie. I specialize in mud magic. I am the Dark Lord Sek Bronzaza, I specialize in bronze and various debuff magic. The two of them looked at Sek with a questioning gaze, thinking what the hell did the Dark Lord even mean? But they kept the question to themselves as they knew that they didn't have much time to prepare. Sek smiled as he proposed an idea to them and started strategizing. On the other side of the field, Magna, Sol, and Mimosa's brother Kirsch were talking to Asta and his team. Mimosa, did you come to admire my beauty, my beloved little sister? Don't let my beauty cause your heart to stop, said Kirsch. Various tick marks appeared on Mimosa's face, but still, her smile never disappeared. I wouldn't say you're beautiful. You are so narcissistic that it's creepy. Learn a bit from Seksan, said Mimosa. And immediately a shocked look appeared on Kirsch's face. What? You can't tell how beautiful I am? And who is this Seksan? Are you sick? Let me cure you. You are the one that's sick, brother. I actually want you to lose this upcoming round, said Mimosa. Haha, you were never good at telling jokes. Me losing, that's really a bad joke. Is that so? I hope Sek can beat you so badly that your brain starts working properly once again, said Mimosa. I am hearing this name again and again, but who is this Sek-san? You remember the boy that we met when we went to the Forsaken Realm? Yes, that not so ugly commoner. Don't tell me I am fighting him, haha, you believe that he can beat me? A commoner, said Kirsch as he started laughing out loud. And for the first time, Mimosa's ever-present smile twitched a bit in anger. Sek-san, please slaughter my brother in this match, thought Mimosa as she and Asta left the field. Soon the Wizard King declared the start of the match. All right then, let the second match begin. Now, let me show you how truly BEA. Before Krish could even finish his sentence, a mana beam appears above them, immediately destroying half of the crystal. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster. What? Said Kirsch in disbelief. TCH, Sek you bastard, cursed Magna as he recognized the attack immediately. Oi, you two defend the crystal, declared Magna as his grimoire started flipping and a bat made out of fire appeared in his hands. All three of them soon noticed a flying animal skull very far away from them and widened their eyes in shock. He attacked us from such a distance, said Soul as her grimoire started flipping. Earth magic, mud wall partition. Phew, that should hold them for a while, said Soul. So you specialize in earth attributes as well. Too bad though you are late now, said Willy, whose head peeked out of the wall while the rest of his body was merged with it. The three of them nodded their heads in surprise, not expecting that their opponents would already be so close to them. Mud magic, mud shot. Various orbs made out of mud appeared around Willy and soon shot forward toward Kirsch and his team. Magna gritted his teeth as his grimoire started flipping as well. Flame creation magic, Grand Slam. Various fireballs shot forward and intercepted the incoming mud shots. Kirsch's mind immediately focused on the battle once again as he flew up in the air along with the crystal. Ha! You left yourself open, said Adrian as he jumped out of a nearby water body. Water creation magic climbing coelcanth. A huge fish made of water appeared out of the water body and rushed towards the crystal. Kirsch, who saw the spell, just smiled and said, "It's true that you all took us by surprise, but that doesn't mean that we will not be able to retaliate at all." His grimoire then started flipping as a large amount of mana spread across the field. You're already captives of my beautiful magic. Cherry Blossom Magic, Magic Cherry Blossom Storm of Petal plus my beautiful illusion. The whole field immediately got covered by the cherry blossoms, making all the spectators look at the scene with awe. I cannot see anything, complained Adrian, while Willy thought the same and hid under the ground to protect himself from any incoming attack. Haha, now you two. Let me lead you to the beautiful path of victory, declared Kirsch. Are you sure about that? Suddenly hearing a voice, Kirsch looked up only to see his cherry blossoms. But his eyes narrowed as he felt a large amount of mana gathering behind the wall of cherry blossoms. He turned serious and immediately moved the cherry blossoms out of his path, only to find Sek riding on top of a giant bronze hand and rushing toward him. This is beautiful, but now let's heat it up a bit, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. You. Yet. The great Dark Lord in person. Now feel the power. Sek raised his hand as mana started gathering over it. Flame debug mana bullet, massive blaze raise nan. A huge mass of spiraling mana covered in flames appeared over Sek's hand, burning any cherry blossom that came his way. It's beautiful, said Kirsch in a trance as he saw the huge spiraling fire mana bullet coming towards him. Sek smirked and jumped off the giant bronze hand after seeing the scene in front of him and smashed the huge raise nan into the crystal, breaking it apart in an instant. Hell yeah, declared Sek as all the cherry blossoms around the field caught fire and got burnt out of existence. Winner, Team D, declared the announcer as Sek landed on the ground and showed a victory sign to his squad mates, who started cheering out loud. "Ha, this is just the start," thought Sek as he clenched his fists. Chapter 117, First Stage Completed. Sek and his team soon returned to the stage and immediately the Black Bulls surrounded him. "That was awesome, Sek-kun, but didn't you finish that fight way too soon?" said Vanessa. "The condition of the battlefield was totally in our favor. There was no point in delaying the outcome," replied Sek with a shrug. He knew that his team crushed their opponents way too soon, but the terrain was in their favor, and taking the opponents by surprise and not revealing much of the cards that they had from the beginning was better. Mimosa and Asta soon came near him. Asta then looked at Sek with a smirk on his face. "Looks like we will be fighting in the next round, Sek." "We sure will be. Prepared to lose." "Ha! Like hell I am gonna lose to you, bastard. You will be the one who will be pummeled to the ground after our battle," said Asta. "Seems like you are telling the future the other way around," replied Sek as the two of them continued to glare at each other. Soon they broke their eye contact as they noticed Magna and his team coming back as well. "Se Sek-san, that was a great battle. I was impressed by your attacks," said Mimosa as she finally found herself alone with Sek. Really, then that's great. The Dark Lord lives to impress after all," said Sek with a smile on his face. Mimosa smiled as well and was about to say something but felt someone coming towards them. She looked toward the person who was approaching them and saw her brother Kirsch and immediately got annoyed. She was about to say something to him but the guy simply ignored her and stood directly in front of Sek. Sek was confused by his action and just looked at the narcissist. "Sek, was it?" "Yes." Kirsch nodded his head and then immediately went on one of his knees and held Sek's hand. All the people who were around them blinked their eyes in surprise, but soon all of them freaked out and moved away from the two of them. "Although not as beautiful as me, you were not lagging behind, Sek-kun. I am in love with you, huge and magnify. Stay away from me, you creep," yelled Sek as he immediately punched Kirsch away with full force, sending him flying. Sek immediately looked at his hand, which was held by Kirsch, with disgust and then looked towards Noel. "Noel, clean my hand of all that filth," and held a shaky hand in front of Noel. Even Noel was looking at Sek's hand with disgust and immediately formed a water ball for Sek to clean his hands. Sek immediately started scrubbing his hands inside the water ball, and once he was done he looked back towards Kirsch, who was now back on his feet. Kirsch, who had a nosebleed because of Sek's punch, looked even more like a pervert to Sek as he started to back off. "Sek-kun, show me. Show me the hugeness and magnificence of your mana. Show it to me once again," said Kirsch once again with a blush on his cheeks. "Mimosa, shall I kill him?" asked Sek as he looked at Mimosa. "I would have done that long ago, but it will cause a lot of problems, so please don't," said Mimosa as she looked towards her brother in disgust. Kirsch was soon subdued as he was causing too much ruckus, and the next match was started. Stage 1, Match 3. Winners: Leopold, Finral, Hamann. "They finished even faster than us," thought Sek as his appreciation for Finral went up. "Finral is amazing in his own way," said Sek when suddenly a portal appeared beside him and Finral came out of it along with his team. Thank you, Sek-kun," said Finral, feeling a bit shy at the sudden praise. He felt happy that his junior was really appreciative of him. "Sek-kun." Hearing his name, Sek turned around and saw Anna. "Anna? What happened?" asked Sek. "It's my turn now, so please watch me," said Anna in a determined tone. She wanted to show Sek that she was strong and that he can rely on her whenever he needed. Unknown to her thought, Sek smiled and nodded his head. "Sure, I will watch you." "Best of luck," said Sek, hearing which, Anna smiled and nodded her head. She then went to meet her team and Sek widened his eyes when he saw the team she belonged to. She replaced the place of Kan and me, thought Sek as he saw Anna talk with Langris and the girl from Aqua Deer. Sek looked toward the field to see the match as he thought that this fight was going to be exciting. Stage 1 Match 4. Winners Langris, Anna, Fragile. This match was even faster than Finral's. That Langris guy, sure is dangerous. He single-handedly defeated the opposing side immediately, though he made Anna hella pissed because of that, thought Sek as he looked towards Anna, who was looking at Langris with an expressionless pissed expression on her face. This foo * King Noble. And after I told Sekkin to watch me, I will burn him to cinders, thought Anna. Langris simply ignored Anna and walked towards Finral to mock him. Seeing that he was unrelated to their discussion, Sek decided to focus back on the field, since as of now, his priority was to win. He was checking out all the candidates, making a mental note of their strengths and weaknesses. A large number of scenarios were going through his head, with various scenarios that could happen during their battle and how he would get out of those scenarios in the coolest ways possible. He is the Dark Lord, so according to him, it was unacceptable if he didn't look cool while dealing with his foes. Vritra wanted to know of the strategies that were going through his host's head, but Sek had not allowed the dragon to look at his thought, which made the Dragon King even more curious. Stage 1 Match 5. Winners Nils, Ruben, X, Ril. He surely is a captain level, it will be difficult to deal with him, thought Sek as he looked at Ril with determination. And just like that, the next round started as well. Stage 1 Match 6. Winners Klaus, Luck, Pulley. Well, it is Luck we are talking about, no way in hell, he is gonna lose at this level, thought Sek with a smile on his face. Luck was his go-to-sore buddy after all. Stage 1 Match 7. Winners Ben, Brad, Eric. And the final match of the first stage took place soon after that. Stage 1 Match 8. Winners N, Noel. Once their match was over, Sek had tears in his eyes, making all the people around him look at him in confusion. Sek looked back at them and pointed towards Noel. I raised that girl, Chapter 118, Dark, Lord, Great. The first stage was great, so why don't we jump right into stage 2? But before that, I'm counting on you guys, said Julius as the mages who were on the field started to change the terrain. It's easier to judge your abilities when you're forced in a variety of situations, said Julius as the magic knights admired the new field. Now, then, for stage 2 you'll be fighting upon this terrain, declared Julius as Sek and Asta immediately looked at each other. Ready to lose, Sek? Looks like you need a thorough ass whooping, replied Sek as the two rookies smirked. The two teams were soon sent to their respective location. Sek immediately looked at his teammates and said, our strategy is not yet known, we are doing it like the last round. Be wary of Asta, his anti-magic is troublesome to deal with, and about that Zerx guy, if possible try not to use your strongest spells near him, we don't know if he can reflect them back at us. Willie nodded his head in approval. He agreed with Sek's strategy and also thought that his words were reasonable. Adrian on the other hand looked at Sek with disgust and clicked his tongue and said, don't order me around, you shitty commoner. Just make sure that you two don't hold me back. Sek just smiled at the guy after hearing his words. He was very close to beating the crap out of him but stopped himself from doing so since he didn't want to take any chances of getting disqualified for having a non-functioning teammate. Sek, who was lost in his thoughts, was suddenly brought out of the trance when he felt the change in key. From the start, Asta? Willie, do it, said Sek, making the green praying mantis member nod his head. Here I come, Sek. Black Hurricane, yelled Asta, who was already in his black form. Get away, you two, declared Sek as he pushed the other two away and immediately focused on Asta, who was coming his way. His grimoire started flipping as a serious look appeared on his face. Bronze magic, bronze body. The moment Sek's spell activated, Asta appeared in front of him with his Demon Slayer sword in hand and tried to slash Sek. Sek, who noticed the incoming slash thanks to his senses and ki, immediately ducked below the sword, successfully avoiding the attack. But Asta's attack was far from over as he kicked Sek, who was unable to dodge this time with full force, sending him flying. How was it, Sek? Asked Asta with an excited smile on his face. Sek, who was now in midair, focused on Asta and raised his hand. Bronze creation magic, reverse magnum cannonball. Hey? What the? A dome made of bronze appeared around Asta as various spikes that were pointed toward him started firing mana bullets at Asta. This won't work on me, yelled Asta as he swung his huge sword and immediately destroyed the dome. Seeing the scene, a smirk appeared on Sek's face as his grimoire started flipping once again. But this will. Brahm's creation magic, Giant's Crush. Asta, who felt the change in ki, widened his eyes in surprise but was unable to respond, as his sword was still in motion and would require him a few more moments to get it back in control. Two huge hands made of bronze appeared near him, not leaving much time for him to dodge, and then immediately tried to crush Asta like a bug. Oi! Are you trying to kill me? Yelled Asta as he immediately took out his Demon Dweller sword as well and started spinning on the spot and destroying both the incoming hands. No, but I was waiting for this development, said Sek as his smirk widened. Bronze creation magic, rising bronze pillar. The ground where Asta was standing glowed as a pillar made of bronze appeared in an instant and successfully hit Asta in the gut, knocking the air out of Asta and sending him flying. Sek, who soon landed on the ground, smirked and thought, no matter how strong or battle-intellectual Asta may be, he cannot determine a three-part plan. But these cheap tricks are not going to help me. I need to power up as well, since mostly physical attacks are the only things that are effective against him, said Sek. So you are going to use my power in the end anyway, hey? My other half I have to say you made the rig, said Vritra in an excited tone. Shut up, Vritra. Just watch, said Sek, making Vritra angry at his host. He was his sacred gear, and it was really infuriating for him to not be used by his host. Asta, who was sent flying, immediately regained his balance and looked at Sek with an excited smirk on his face. That was good, Sek, but I won't fall for that twice, said Asta as he pointed his sword at Sek. Stop making jokes, Asta, you will fall for the same trick every damn time. You are not that smart, replied Sek as he took a deep breath. He was currently stalling for time as the move that he was about to use required concentration and he can't let Asta interrupt him. Ha! What the hell you said, you bastard? I am very smart. Way smarter than you. I doubt that, casually replied Sek. I am. Try me, yelled Asta, feeling a bit missed by Sek. And just like that, Sek got the opportunity that he was waiting for, Kakakadori. Really? Then tell me what's 13 times 13, asked Sek, and Asta immediately started to run his brain on overdrive and probe Sek wrong. Sek immediately started to execute his plan as his grimoire started flipping. Memory magic, parallel thinking plus beast debuff magic, berserk plus time debuff magic, fast forward x2. A huge amount of mana started gathering around Sek, as his body started transforming. Back at the stage where Julius and the rest of the Magic Knights were present, Julius looked at Asta with stars in his eyes. He was excited to see Asta's new power. But suddenly his gaze shifted toward Sek as his mouth started to open in shock. Triple cast, no, considering that he is using his previous strengthening magic as well, then it is quadruple casting. So exciting. Sek-kun is full of surprises as well. What all sorts of magic did he use? So curious. So exciting, said Julius with his eyes twinkling like a kid's. Meanwhile, the rest of the Magic Knights looked at Sek in shock. It was common knowledge that even double casting is very difficult, and if Julius's words were true, then the Black Bulk rookie that they were looking at was using 4 spells simultaneously. They didn't know what to say, but all of them just continued to focus on Sek with total seriousness. Sek's body started to get slightly bigger as his clothes got a bit ripped. His skin and hair started to get darker along with his sclera, which turned black as well. His pupils finally turned red as a faint glow came out of them. The transformation finally got completed as the now berserkerized Dark Lord stood straight, tightened his muscles, looked up, and roared out loud. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. This brought Asta out of his trance as he immediately got shocked by the change in Sek's ki and looked at Sek. Oi oi oi, are you serious? Is that you, Sek? Are you fine? Asked Asta as he got ready to fight. The berserker looked at the flying runt with a huge smile on his face and said, "Me. Dark, Lord," and roared once again. So even though I can think straight, my vocabulary is limited. Well, not that bad if a trade-off, thought Sek as he got ready to fight Asta. Okay, said Asta, but before he was even able to finish, Sek appeared in front of him with an evil smirk on his face. Sek's grimoire started flipping as a layer of black mana appeared on his fist. "Quintuple casting," yelled Julius as he got up from his seat with his mouth wide open in shock. Though the reaction was not that different from the rest of the magic knights who looked at the scene. "Dark debuff magic, dark cloaked magic smash." "Smash," was the word that actually came out of Sek's mouth as his fist connected with Asta, sending him flying toward his magic crystal. Soon a huge dust cloud appeared where Asta landed and another small one appeared when Sek landed. "Ma magic crystal has been destroyed. Winner Team D," declared the announcer. Hearing the announcement, Sek raised his fist. "Dark, Lord, great," yelled the berserker Sek. "Yeah, should have gone to normal form first," thought Sek as he soon deactivated his magic. Chapter 119, Hoop Your Brother's Ass. Returning to the stage, Sek looked around curiously since all the eyes were currently on him. His squad mates rushed to his side seeing that Sek smiled and was about to say something. But before any of that could have happened, a blur passed by the black bulls and in the next instant Julius appeared in front of Sek with a twinkle in his eyes. "Sek-kun! Sek-kun! Quintuple chanting! Quintuple chanting! Show me again! Show me again!" said Julius as he seemed like his brain regressed to a kid's level. "Ah! Did you like my magic?" asked Sek, to which Julius eagerly nodded his head with twinkling eyes. "How did you do it? How did you learn it?" asked Julius. "How did I do it? Well, I am built simply different, also you need to dedicate yourself to grind," said Sek. I see, you are built simply differently. And grind? What do you grind?" asked Julius. "My great body, mind, and mana," said Sek as he flexed his muscles. "I understand the mind, but why the body?" asked Julius. "How is your body gonna be able to bear the effects of multiple spells if you ain't gonna make it learn how to bear it?" said Sek as Julius's eyes widened. "Right, it's not like you will start to be able to multicast out of nowhere. You need to work hard to be able to do it," said Julius. "And should be built simply different," added Sek. "Haha, yeah, that too. Anyway, I am looking forward to your next match, Sek-kun," said Julius as he walked back to his seat. Once Julius was gone, the black bulls gathered around Sek and looked at him in awe. "The Wizard King was so impressed with you. Well, you did use quintuple casting, so it should not be that much of a surprise. Anyway, great match, Sek-kun," said Vanessa while the others nodded. "Hey! Sek-kun, fight me in that form too," said Luck in an excited tone. "You will lose immediately." "I don't think so, I am super duper fast, you know," said Luck. "Sek, you bastard!" Hearing a familiar loud voice, Sek simply sidestepped, avoiding the muscular shorty who was coming toward him. "Ah! If it isn't the muscular runt who just lost," said Sek. "Tch, you! Shut up, I only lost because you punched me toward the crystal. I was not defeated since I was still able to fight," complained Asta. "Ah! The excuses! They are not excuses. Sounds like an excuse to me." "It's not." "It is." Asta continued to glare at Sek and grit his teeth, but soon he calmed down and looked at Sek seriously. Seeing that Sek stopped as well and just looked at Asta with a small smile. "Well, whatever it might be, you still won, so make sure to win the whole thing, all right," said Asta as he raised his fist in front of Sek. "Ha, you don't need to say it. That was the plan from the start," replied Sek as he first bumped Asta. Soon the announcement for the next match came asking for the participants to be prepared. Sek looked toward Anna and gave her a thumbs up, who nodded with a determined expression on her face. Ha, Sek-kun is supporting his girlfriend's team instead of his senpai's. I am so sad. Whoa Secret, why are you attacking me? Stop, said Finral, making the anti-bird who was sitting on Sek's shoulder start pecking him. She is not his girlfriend. Don't misunderstand. Knock it off, Secret, he has a match right now, said Sek as he caught Secret. Even Secret-chan hates me, said Finral. Now don't feel down, Finral-san, so how are you feeling? You are about to fight your brother now, right? Hearing that, Finral laughed wryly and said, to be honest, I don't know what to do. Earlier I told him that I am gonna win today, but looking at things objectively. Then do you want to win? Asked Sek as he interrupted Finral before he could finish his words. Finral looked at Sek with a surprised look on his face. Like I said, I am not asking you how you think. I am asking you whether you want to win or not, asked Sek once again. What do I want? Yes. Do you want to make that little brother of yours know his place? Do you for the first time want to make your brother understand that you are done being stepped down upon? Do you for the first time want to beat the shit out of him? Asked Sek with a serious look on his face. Finral stared at Sek as his eyes widened a bit. He soon clenched his fist and a determined look appeared on his face. Sek-kun, I want to win. I want to win this. Hearing his words, Sek smiled and said, great, if that's what you want, then let me share some of my Dark Lord knowledge with you. He then grabbed Finral and took him to the side and started giving him some ideas. Oi! Sek-kun, this strategy is not very Magic Knight-like, said Finral. Who the hell is asking you that you should fight Magic Knightly? It's a fight between brothers, and these fights are always unfair. You are the older brother here, Finral. Mess that shitty brother of yours so hard, that he is forced to call mommy and daddy in front of all these people, said Sek. I know that you are trying to support me, but they are still my family, you know, said Finral. Finral, listen to me very carefully. No matter how kind you are or how much you care about your family, making the life of the younger sibling frustrating is your right. Also, it's hella satisfying, said Sek as he thought of the time he used to order Rodney around in his previous life. Alright, I will give it a try. That's the spirit. Go and have fun, said Sek as patted Finral's back. You are a weirdly evil man, my other half, said Vritra. Now it will be a funny scene to watch, replied Sek as he went towards the other Black Bulls. The second match of Stage 2, start. Hearing this announcement, Langris looked at his two teammates and said, all right, I am going to deal with the Flame Magic, Flare XL. But before he was able to finish, Anna rushed forward, leaving Langris and Fragile behind. That foo * king bitch. How dare a peasant defy me, thought Langris as he used reinforcement magic and started running towards the enemy side. Looks like I am alone once again, why did I get teammates like these, said Fragile in a whining tone as she stayed behind to look after the crystal. On the other side of the field, Finral asked Leopold and Haman to let him deal with the Langris, to which the two of them agreed without much trouble. Haman immediately started to use his glass magic, for detection, to look for the enemy crystal. But all of a sudden they felt their opponents approaching them. That's Anna's mana, alright, I will take care of my squad member. Finral, send us to a better location, said Leopold with an excited look on his face. Finral gave a nod as his grimoire started flipping. Spatial magic, Fallen Angel Gate. Two portals appeared, one below Anna and the other one below Leopold. Both fell into it and appeared somewhere else. Anna looked at her surroundings, finding herself in a different location. Anna, right? All right, today let's decide who is the better rookie amongst the two of us, said Leopold with an excited smile on his face. Anna didn't say anything as her grimoire started flipping. Flame magic, incinerate orb. Ho, you are excited as well. Flame magic, spiral flame. The two attacks clashed, causing an explosion and blocking Leopold's vision. Haha, you are str. Flame magic, raging flare. Before Leopold could even finish, a straight wave of flames came rushing toward him, making him jump to the side and dodge the attack. Flame magic, flare burst. Another attack in the form of an explosion came toward him, but this time he was unable to dodge and was sent flying away. Oi! What are you doing? Fight me with honor, complained Leopold, who was now lying on the ground. Honor? I don't have time for that. I need to show my strength, Sekkun, replied Anna as her grimoire started flipping once again. Flame magic, incinerate orb. Seeing another incoming huge fireball, Leopold used reinforcement magic to move away from the fireball's path. All right, if it's like this then. Flame magic, spiral flames. Seeing the incoming spiral of flames, Anna just stood at her spot as her grimoire started flipping. Flame magic, fire tornado. Before the spiral of flames could get even close to Anna, a huge column made of spiraling flames rose from the ground, engulfing Leopold's magic in an instant, making the royal widen his eyes in surprise. While he was distracted, Anna rushed towards him as Mana gathered in her hand, and once she got close enough to Leopold, he realized what was happening and tried to dodge. Too late. Flame magic, flare burst. Exploding flames came out of her hand that she pointed towards Leopold, sending him flying and knocking out the royal. I hope that Sekkun watched me and didn't just focus on the crystals, muttered Anna as she started to look for the enemy crystal once again. Nii-san found you. Just a reminder. Don't blame me if you lose any limbs. I'll end this in a single blow, said Langris with a smile on his face. Haman-san, did you find the crystal? Asked Finral while keeping an eye on his brother. Mana gathered around Langris's arm as he swung it down, causing a spatial cut to appear near the crystal. Finral immediately felt the location of the spatial cut and opened a portal at the exact location, causing the two spatial magics to collide and cancel each other out. What? Found it, Finral-san, said Haman as he showed the location to Finral. Finral nodded and opened a portal, seeing which Haman jumped through it and appeared near the location of the crystal. What are you gonna do now? You sent your bodyguard away? Are you out of your mind? Asked Langris. I am totally fine. Don't worry about me. After all, I am about to beat you. Haha, you surely have gone insane, Nii-san. Best me, don't forget your place, yelled Langris as he tried to use his spatial cut once again, only for Finral to cancel it out. Langris frowned in anger and tried to use the same attack again and again, determined to not use his grimoire's magic on his lowly younger brother. It's going just like Sekkun told me, thought Finral as a small smile appeared on his face. Did you just smile while fighting me? Do you think that I am a joke? Asked Langris in anger. Though because of his anger, he stopped attacking Finral. Now, not missing the unexpected opportunity that he suddenly got, Finral's grimoire started flipping. Spatial magic, fallen angels hold. Mana gathered around Langris, making the vice-captain of Golden Dawn jump away as 4 portals appeared around him. What are you trying to do? You can't use offensive magic, so you are using your cheap tricks, said Langris in a mocking tone. Sorry to disappoint you, but this trick is theorized by a certain Dark Lord from my squad, said Finral with a nervous smile on his face, wishing for the trick to work. The 4 portals that appeared around Langris immediately moved toward him and made all of his limbs pass through them and stayed there, as only the limbless Langris was left, with 4 portals being present where his limbs should have been. Hey, hey, screamed Langris as he looked at his timeless body and the 4 portals that didn't allow him to move at all. What the hell is this spell? Demanded Langris. Finral sighed and then started explaining. It's a spell that I made after Sekkun's suggestion. Spatial magic, fallen angels hold. I form a portal at the joint of each limb of the opponent, making it so that you cannot move away and remain restrained without being able to use your magic. You know, Sekkun asked me to name it spatial magic, fall angels glory hole. As Finral mentioned that, all of them looked toward Sek. What? It's a perfectly fitting name if he uses it to make his has of mouth appear somewhere else, said Sek in his defense. You think that you can hold me with this kind of trick? I will just use my magic to blow this portal away, said Langris in a threatening tone. Finral shrugged his shoulders and said, sure, try it. Although, I don't know whether your limbs will remain intact if you forced closed my portal without pulling them back. This made Langris stop his actions as he glared at Finral in anger. Why you? Useless Nii-san. Forgetting your place and trying to stand up for yourself. Do you think that anything will change? Do you think that our mother and father will respect you? No, nothing will change. You will remain useless. You hear me? Yelled Langris in frustration. Yes, I will remain useless, but do you know what is worse than that? Asked Finral in a sad tone. Langris calmed his anger a bit and started at his brother, waiting for him to answer. A brother who cannot do anything when facing that useless person. Oh, I feel so bad for you, said Finral as he pretended to cry. Sek-kun, I am following your plan, but this is making me cry for real, thought Finral as he felt embarrassed by his actions and words. A few tick marks appeared on Langris's face and soon his brows started twitching as well. Now you have done it. I didn't want to use my grimoire against a worthless shit like you, but you made me do it. Listen to me, brother, you will regret. Spatial magic, fallen angel's wing beat. A green orb made of spatial mana launched from Finral's hand and struck Langris's grimoire, teleporting it away. It. Langris felt silent after seeing his grimoire disappear and blinked his eyes in surprise. Were you saying something, little bro? Asked Finral in a calm tone. Damn, someone give Finral an Oscar. Holy shit, that was spot on. It's just like I imagined it to be. Finral. You rock. Hoop your brother's ass, cheered the Dark Lord as he grabbed a book that appeared out of nowhere, put it on the ground, and then sat on it, before anyone could notice. Chapter 120, Fuck Around and Find Out. Why you? Where is my grimoire? Asked Langris in anger. I wonder where could it be, replied Finral in a calm tone. He was very calm right now, for some reason, Sek's idea worked very well. His brother was restrained and him being unable to use any magic. Now comes the difficult part. If possible, I don't want to do this, but... thought Finral as he walked closer to Langris. Stop mocking me and fight me like... you are too loud. Shut up, said Finral as he used reinforcement magic and punched Langris in the gut. Ack. And again, and punched Langris with reinforcement magic. And again. Arg. Stop it. Are you going to fight in such a humiliating way? Asked Langris in a pained tone. Langris, the only one who is being humiliated here, is none other than you, also for some reason, I am feeling excited, said Finral. Why you? You know, Langris, you always told me that I cannot learn any attack magic, and because of that I started to believe that I cannot learn attack magic as well. And that is true. In the end, I still am not able to learn any offensive spatial magic, said Finral as he looked at his grimoire with a soft smile on his face. Hearing his words, Langris smirked and said, so, as I said, you will always be useless, brother. You will. But while he was talking, Finral punched Langris once again. Don't interrupt while others are still speaking. Langris winced in pain and glared at Finral but stood silent. He is really listening to me. Was what I doing wrong this whole time, not using violence, thought Finral as he glanced at his fist. Ahem, so as I was saying, I cannot use any offensive spatial magic, but that doesn't mean that I cannot learn normal offensive magic, said Finral as a mana bullet appeared over his hand. Langris's eyes widened as he stared at the mana bullet. So Langris, let's see how you fare against this useless brother of yours, said Finral with a smirk on his face. Nii-san. If you have any pride then. Sorry, but a Dark Lord from my squad told me, a fight between brothers is not about pride. It's about who whoops whose ass first, said Finral as multiple mana bullets appeared around him. Langris frowned as he saw multiple mana bullets appear around Finral. Finral's arms opened wide as the mana bullets glowed brighter. He then gestured for the bullets to move forward and all the bullets rushed toward Langris immediately. No! Stop! I am the one who is better than you, yelled Langris. Yeah, that's why it's much more fun, said Finral. All the bullets then hit Langris, causing small explosions all over his exposed body, and once the explosion stopped, an unconscious Langris whose body was held in place by the portal appeared. I did it! I defeated Langris! I defeated Langris! Sekkun, I defeated Langris! See, I won, declared Finral as he looked towards the place where Sek was sitting. Sek smiled as his grimoire started flipping. Soon a giant hand made of bronze appeared above them, giving a thumbs up, seeing which Finral raised his hand in a thumbs up as well. But all of a sudden a fireball appeared in front of him, making the spatial mage duck down to dodge it. Crystal spotted, said Anna with her arms outstretched. The fireball struck the crystal, causing cracks to nalir in it. I forgot that the match still wasn't over, muttered Finral as he looked at his damaged crystal. He then looked at Anna, who had multiple large fireballs around her preparing to destroy the crystal. Why can't this world let me be happy for once, said Finral in a dejected tone as he stood up and got ready to protect their crystal. Stand out of the way, my only goal is to destroy the crystal. Sorry, but I cannot do that, replied Finral as his grimoire started flipping. Anna didn't say anything after that and just started attacking. Flame magic, incinerate orb. Various huge fireballs were fired toward Finral, who just panicked seeing the sheer size of the attacks. Spatial magic, fallen angel gate. A huge portal appeared in front of Finral, making the fireballs pass through it. The other end of the portal soon appeared above Anna as her attack rained down on her. Anna, who saw the incoming fireballs, immediately used her magic to dodge them. Flame magic, Flare XL. She immediately moved away from her spot as the fireballs struck the ground, causing the flames to spread around. Your magic is annoying, said Anna as she glared slightly at Finral. Well, then why not back off then, asked Finral, hoping that the girl would back off. He saw her attacks just now, and he for sure didn't want to be on the receiving end. Not happening. Flame magic, incinerate orb. And once again more big fireballs were fired by Anna. Finral used the same trick once again to make the fireballs attack her, but this time he made it such that the portals surrounded her, making the fireballs attack her from different directions. Seeing the fireballs coming from different directions, Anna's grimoire started flipping once again. Flame magic, all direction Dragon Flare. Anna struck the ground with her feet, causing a wave of flames to appear around her in a circle. The circle soon started getting bigger and soon intercepted all the fireballs, making them explode away from her. She is using one strong spell after another. My mana will not last that long. I need to send her away and just pray that Human-san finishes the job soon. Spatial magic, fallen angel's wing beat. Various green-colored orbs appeared around Finral, seeing which Anna focused back on him. I am sorry that even though you are a cutie, I need to do this, said Finral as he fired one of his orbs at Anna. Flame magic, burst bullet. A small fireball appeared in front of Anna's hand and shot forward at a fast speed and intercepted the green spatial magic orb, making the spatial magic orb teleport it away. So you were planning that? You really are annoying, said Anna as various similar fireballs appeared around her. Seeing that, Finral got tensed and made more orbs around him. Flame magic, burst bullet. Spatial magic, fallen angel's wing beat. The two fired their attack at each other continuously. Finral's magic teleported most of Anna's attack away, but still, some managed to pass through and let hitting the crystal behind him. The crystal won't last long, thought Finral as he gritted his teeth. Spatial magic, fallen angel gate. The free orbs disappeared and instead, a huge portal appeared that engulfed all the incoming fireballs. The other end of the portal appeared while pointing towards Anna, making the fireballs attack her instead. Seeing the incoming fireballs, Anna's grimoire started flipping. Flame magic, Fire tornado. A huge column of flames appeared as it sucked in all the incoming fireballs, after which Anna made the tornado disappear. To use up all of your mana in that last move, you must have been confident in your plan. Well, frankly speaking, I am, said Finral as a green orb that he hid behind his body came out and launched toward Anna. Anna widened her eyes seeing the orb and frowned since she didn't have time to cast a spell. She immediately used reinforcement magic and jumped to dodge. But just as jumped, the orb changed its trajectory and followed her. Homing, shit, thought Anna as the orb hit her and teleported her away. Seeing that Anna was gone, Finral gave a relieved sigh. Ha, I really hate people with such high levels of mana. I am totally empty now, said Finral as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. Oh my, so bad for you Nii-san. Hearing a familiar voice, Finral widened his eyes in shock and turned around and saw Longri's twitching body lying on the ground. Looks like I am free now because you depleted all your mana on a peasant, said Langris as he stood up with difficulty. His body was in a bit of pain because of the attacks that Finral landed on him earlier. So, shall we continue our brotherly spar? Asked Langris with a crazed expression on his face as a huge amount of mana started to gather around him. It became so huge that sky turned dark and pressure started to press everyone around him. This is similar to those elves we fought. But how? Thought Finral as he looked at Langris with a shocked expression on his face. Langris? Stop it. If you continue any further, then I believe you won't remain your true self, said Finral. Ha, are you scared now, when it is my turn to fight? Shut up. You. The useless brother who dared to punch me when I was unable to move. Take this, and feel a punch with real offensive magic feels like, yelled Langris as spatial magic appeared around his fist that he thrusted forward. And a moment later a hole appeared in Finral's stomach and the crystal behind him, making the crystal break apart in the process. Magic crystal has been destroyed. Winner Team G, declared the announcer. Finral fell as blood spilled from his mouth and wound. Seeing his fallen brother, Langris started to launch like crazy. How do you like that? I even punch better than you. There's nothing you can beat me at, declared Langris as his mana continued to get larger. He then raised his hand and started preparing for another attack. But before he could even make a move, a huge mana burst occurred around the stage. And in the next instant Sek, Asta Luck, and Magna surrounded Langris. Oi, said Asta in a threatening tone. Just try and do something else, threatened Magna. Forget the match. We'll kill you. And don't think that we are joking, it will only take me a second to blow away your head, said Sek. A Gaster blaster already charged with mana came close to Langris's face, ready to be fired in an instant. Vanessa, Ghosh, Grey, and Gordon were behind them covering Finral while Noel checked his injuries. Langris glared at the four people who had their attacks ready and said in a cold tone. Maybe you've been on a roll lately, but you're still Black Bull flunkies. What do you think you'll do against the vice-captain of Golden Dawn? As he said that, Asta was about to answer, but suddenly a huge amount of mana gathered around as a dozen of Gaster blasters appeared and surrounded Langris, while four blades directly aimed at his neck materialized as well. Fuck around and find out. But be prepared to have a bad time, replied Sek as he unsheathed Extase and pointed it at Langris. Chapter 121, Beginning of the Semi-Final. You dare! That's enough, said Julius, who appeared on the field to neutralize the scenario. Seeing the Wizard King, Langris eased up a bit, though Sek was still focused on him, ready to blast him at any moment. Those who go easy on their companions in a fight can't be trusted. But those who try to kill their companions have problems that run much deeper than trust, said Julius. He then looked toward Sek and ordered, lower your weapons. All right, said Sek as all the Gaster blasters and swords disappeared. Langris, who now had more room to move around, lowered his hand and sneered at Finral. Companion? That useless fool, bright shame upon the magic knights. Let's kill him already, said Luck as lightning cracked around his gloves. Believe me, Luck, I would have if he were not a magic knight, said Sek as Extase vibrated, feeling Sek's emotions. Finral's nicer than anybody. That's what makes him a true magic knight. No matter how tough you are, you're no magic knight, said Asta with an angered look on his face. Lang frowned after hearing Asta's words. I'm not a magic knight? What? Haha, I guess making it this far has gone to your head. You sure talk big for a Black Bull's newbie. He then looked toward Julius and asked, Wizard King, would you let me battle them before the next match starts? Actually, let's just start. Langris then raised his hand once again to attack Asta. But before he could even form the spell, a fist hit his face and knocked him down. First of all, your opponent is me, Asta is already out. Secondly, know your place you foo * king trash. I didn't hear the Wizard King permitting you to start the match, who the hell do you think you even are, said Sek with a slightly angered tone. He then looked toward Julius and said, I apologize for taking action. And as for Langris's request, I would like to decline and ask you to go through with the matches as they were meant to be. What happened? Did you get scared? Asked Langris as he sat up. Sek looked down at the fallen spatial mage and with a smile on his face said, I mean, crushing you when you are this weak and injured will surely make me feel embarrassed. So I am giving you time to get healed and then beat you. Hearing that Langris's mana started to rampage as he got angrier. The two glared at each other as Sek pushed back the mana that was coming out of Langris without much difficulty. Stop it you two, ordered Julius, to which Sek stopped using his mana, but Langris continued to release his, making Julius sigh as he used his time-binding magic, chromostasis, to trap Langris in a sphere. You can hear me, yes, said Julius as he glanced at Langris. Sek-kun, in an actual battle there is no one who says start and stop, you know, said Julius, asking him to fight right now. Yes, that is true, but it is also true, that on a battlefield, it's the truly stronger one who decides how long the bugs who are facing him live. Plus what I said earlier is true as well, I want to crush him when he is totally healed so that I can injure him more. Also, I need to heal my squad mate and make sure that he is there when my match starts, said Sek as he glanced at Finral. That kind of injury will take a while to heal, Sek-kun, said Julius. Not when the Dark Lord is involved, said Sek as he walked towards Finral and kneeled to his level. Bronze Creation Magic, Safe of Eternity Manager. A small translucent tablet-like structure appeared in Sek's hand. He then took out one of the Witch Queen's healing bottles and opened it in front of Finral. A cocoon formed over Finral's body and started healing him. He will be fine now, Wizard King, please go through the matches, like it was supposed to, said Sek as he and Asta held Finral's body and placed him over his shoulder. Sigh, all right, I will keep Langris on hold and will let go of him when your next match start, said Julius as he ordered Cobb to return them to the stage. Once they returned, Sek placed Finral on a cushion made of Charmy's magic. Wake up, Finral. You are healed up, said Sek, but the man didn't react. Vanessa-san, please make a sexy moan near his ear, asked Sek. Really? Asked Vanessa. It's the second most effective way after kicking him in the balls, said Sek. Vanessa sighed and nodded. She cleared her throat and then moved closer to him. Finral-kun, wake up you naughty boy, said Vanessa in an overly erotic voice, causing Noel, Grey, Asta, Sek, Magna, and even the Super Siskin Gauche to blush on the spot. Hi. I am awake, said Finral as he woke up immediately with a blush on his cheeks. I have a sexy voice, said Vanessa, feeling proud. Sek agreed with her but didn't say anything and just cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. So Finral? How did it feel? Beating the crap of your brother? Sek-kun, it felt awesome. I don't know why but I feel relieved. It's violence, Finral. It's a beautiful thing that relieves a man's stress, said Sek in a sage tone. All right. Stop corrupting Finral's thinking, said Vanessa as she smacked Sek's head. Ow. Hey, I am telling the truth, said Sek, but was ignored by everyone as all of them started focusing on Finral. Naya. Feeling a pat on his leg, Sek noticed Vanessa's cat Rogue trying to comfort him. Sek held the cat in his arms and scratched its chin. "You are the only one on my side, Rouge," said Sek in a dramatic tone while the cat mewed happily in his arms. Soon the other matches of Stage 2 were over as well, with results being along Sek's predictions. Stage 2 Match 3. Winner, X, Ril, Nils, Ruben. Stage 2 Match 4. Winner, N, Yuno, Noel. Alright, with this, Stage 2 is complete. Now let's move on to Stage 3, declared Julius. Hearing the announcement, Sek stood up and stretched his body. "Sek-kun, please be safe. Langris is not acting normally. You can feel his magic power as well, right? Finral, I will say this in advance, don't ask me to go easy on him. Because I am not planning to do that. He may be your brother. But the one who is my friend is you, not him," said Sek. Finral, who heard Sek's words, nodded as his fists clenched. "Sek-kun, knock some sense into my idiot brother's head," said Finral as he raised his fist forward. A smile appeared on Sek's face as he fist-bumped Finral and got ready for his fight. Currently, on the battlefield, Sek and his team just teleported to their spot. Adrian, who saw Sek, immediately grabbed him by the collar. "You commoner! Why do you have to anger the vice-captain of Golden Dawn?" asked Adrian in anger. Sek looked at the man who was grabbing his collar, held his hands, and started crushing them with his strength. "First of all, be within your limits. I am not taking action against you because I somewhat need you in the team to participate in the match. Secondly, he pissed me off," said Sek as he threw the purple orca mage off him. "Willy, the same strategy," said Sek. Willy nodded and started doing his work. "Don't get in the way, Adrian. I have given you full freedom to do whatever the hell you like without worrying about the crystals, so just don't piss me off," said Sek. "You! How dare you talk to a noble like that? Meh, I had this gift from the day I was born, what can I say," replied Sek while shrugging his shoulders. Soon Willy returned and looked at the fallen Adrian but just ignored him. He too didn't like how the noble was being an ass, but he decided to not retaliate since he was a commoner and not a strong one at that. "Preparation is done, Sek," said Willy as Sek responded with a nod. "Alright, guys. Not wanna lower the morale or anything. But this fight is gonna be difficult. Both Anna and that bitch Langris are strong. You two have an advantage against Anna, at least an element-wise. So, I will suggest if you want to take somebody on, then go for her. I don't know about that fragile chick though. And if any of you are planning to deal with Langris, well, do as you want. Just don't get in my way." The two remained silent and heard Sek's words attentively. They knew by now though Sek had some uniqueness, he was someone strong and had great battle knowledge. They also knew that if they had any shot of beating Langris, then it was the black bulk who was standing in front of them. "Alright, then I am going to find Langris," said Sek as his bike appeared. He immediately got on it and rode away to find the spatial mage. Chapter 122, Beating the Little Bro. Sek was driving his way around the whole field but soon increased his speed since he was not spotting anyone to fight against. As Mana passed through the bike roared. "You excited, Kaiser?" asked Sek as he looked at his bike fondly. It was only recently that Sek discovered that his bike had some sort of consciousness in it. He was not sure why, but he liked it. The bike made a sound in response that Sek could feel meant that it was feeling happy. Suddenly Sek's mana detection responded as he stopped and looked at the building where the mana was gathered. "Looks like we found the crystal before we could have found the space magic bitch. What do you say, Kaiser? Should we break through and send a warning? I mean, I don't want to finish the fight without beating the crap out of space bitch," said Sek. The bike's eyes glowed as it made a noise. "You want to get some action? Bet that will totally destroy the crystal. Vroom. You promise you will hold back? Are you really sure, because the last time? Sad vroom. Hey, don't whine. I trust you. It's just, Well, alright, we will go with you this time. But hold back, okay? I will deactivate the magic if you are about to destroy the crystal though. Happy vroom. Hat, don't get too excited and destroy it. Alright, Kaiser. Let's do it. The bike's eyes glowed red as a figure of a red demonic face made of mana appeared out of the bike's front. Kaiser, demon rush. Vroom. The bike made a loud noise and rushed forward at a great speed. The red demonic face got bigger and a red trail of mana surrounded the whole bike. Vroom. You want me to say it? Alright, responded Sek, making the bike even more excited as it sped up even more. The building soon came into view as Sek smirked. The bike crashed through the walls that came in its path without any challenge, and soon the building where the crystal was located came into view. The bike roared to inform everyone that it and its lord were there, and there was no use to hide their sorry asses. The wall of the building doom came in front of them as the bike, just like the other walls, broke through it without any trouble. Kaiser's crash, yelled Sek as he entered the building with a bang, causing Fragile, who was in the room to protect the crystal, widen her eyes in surprise. Verwa? What do I do? Said Fragile as she noticed the strongest person on the enemy team just breaks through their base on a vehicle that was giving off an ominous presence. But she soon snapped out of her thoughts as she saw the bike come towards her. In a panic, her grimoire started flipping as mana gathered around her. Snow magic, rising iceberg. An inclined iceberg which looked more like a spike emerged from the ground as Sek and his bike climbed over it, and because of their speed broke through the building and flew out of the building. What happened just now? Thought Fragile as she saw Sek enter and leave without being able to do anything to their crystal. Kaiser. Vroom. Don't worry, though it's embarrassing. At the very least we didn't destroy the crystal, said Sek as he felt that the bike was sad for not being able to make much of an impact. But all of a sudden both his mana detection and ki warned him of the incoming attack. Sorry Kaiser, said Cell as he jumped off the bike, and in the next instant the split in half. TCH. And here I thought I got you, said Langris as he looked at Sek with hatred. Oh, look. The asshole I have been looking for, said Sek as two swords appeared in his hands. You cut my bike, I am so gonna kirito you for that, said Sek as mana skin appeared around his body. Hat, you think you can deal with me with just two swir? But before he could finish, a sword appeared in front of Langris and he just barely dodged it. Who the hell said that I only have two swords? Asked Sek with a smirk as his grimoire flipped, and soon their surroundings were filled with swords floating in the air and pointed toward Langris. Langris turned serious as his grimoire started flipping. Spatial magic, Archangel shoot down. You black bulls really know how to drive someone insane. Oh please, you were insane since the day you were born. Don't give us the credit. Langris frowned at Sek's response as various black spatial magic orbs appeared around him and shot toward the bronze swords that appeared around him. Sek didn't waste much time as well as he rushed towards the Golden Dawn Mage with his two swords in hand, while his other swords started striking down the spatial magic orbs, though it was his swords that were being destroyed by the orbs while the orbs disappeared after doing their job. Langris laughed seeing Sek's desperate effort as more orbs appeared around him. You commoners need to know your place, said Langris as he fired the newly formed orbs at Sek. Well, it's obviously above your mom, but whatever, replied Sek as he stared at the incoming attacks. His other grimoire started flipping and a grey glow appeared around his swords. Spatial debuff magic, distorted space. Sek then stood at his spot as the orbs approached him. It's been a while since I have used my swords, muttered Sek as he closed his eyes and let the ki and mana detection lead him. Haha! Did you give up already? Die then, exclaimed Langris laughing seeing Sek's approaching death. You underestimate what all the Dark Lord is capable of doing, said Sek in a calm tone. Sek's hands then started to move around at a rapid pace, slashing apart the spatial magic orbs that were coming at him. A moment later no orb remained while Sek still stood without a scratch. What just happened? The Dark Lord happened, said Sek as he soon heard a loud explosion which made both him and Langris look toward the direction where the sound came from. They soon spotted a huge column of flames rising in the sky. "Well, Anna is going wild there. I should do the same," said Sek as he looked back at Langris, who looked back at Sek with anger as well. "Take this!" yelled Langris as more orbs appeared around him and started attacking Sek. Sek just started to walk toward Langris without much worry while cutting down the orbs that came toward him. "If I were in your shoes, I would have started using my big gun already." "Don't tell me what to do," yelled Langris as he decided to go for a stronger attack. But at that moment Sek's figure blurred from his sight only to appear directly in front of him. Of course, a stronger spell means more time to activate it. "Meaning enough time for all sorts of shit to happen to you," said Sek as one of his swords disappeared as his arm started glowing. "Bronze creation magic, weapon make bronze club." A moment later a pillar made of bronze came out of Sek's hand and struck Langris in the face and sent him flying. Langris, who was now in mid-air, had blood coming out of his mouth. He wanted to curse Sek, but he knew it was his chance to use his magic now. "Now don't get too naughty," said Sek as he felt the change in ki. Bronze creation magic, Giant's Fist. A huge fist made of bronze appeared in mid-air and punched Langris down with full force, making him crash. Langris's eyes widened from the sudden pain of the impact as blood spilled out of his mouth. "Don't pass out just yet, I have a whole lot of things that I have to show you. I still need to knock some sense into you as your brother asked me to do," said Sek as the sword materialized in his hand once again. Langris's face twitched in anger as he heard Sek mention his brother. He glared at the Dark Lord, who just smiled at him. "What? Is the fight getting too unfair for you? Want to cry?" asked Sek in a mocking tone. Langris gritted his teeth as he tried to get up. "Oh! You can still get up. That's good. I want to play more," said Sek. Once Langris was up, he glared at Sek and said, "If you are a real magic knight, then give me a chance to use my spell and then we will see how good you are." But Sek rushed at him and punched him in the face again. "And if you are a magic knight, then get good, you bug," said Sek. Langris, who was sent flying once again, landed on the ground and glared at Sek. Sek did what every normal Dark Lord does and punched the guy flying a few more times. "Wow, you look very funny now," said Sek with disgust as he now looked at Langris, whose face was swollen and bruised beyond recognition. "You know what, just take your time and use your strongest spell against me." "I will wait," said Sek as he lowered his fist and sword. "Really?" asked Langris. He was so injured that he was not even able to speak properly. "Yeah, go ahead. It's getting a bit boring now anyways," said Sek as he relaxed his body a bit. Langris had a toothy malicious smile on his face, which showed that he was missing some teeth. "Wu will wedge it at Wu Kamana," yelled Langris in his broken speech. His grimoire started flipping as a huge amount of mana gathered around him. Spatial magic, Archanigel's cleaver. A huge imaginary cleaver appeared above Langris as he raised his hand. Sek, who could feel the spell with his magic detection, smirked and gestured for Langris to go ahead. Langris thought that the blonde black bull will start begging for mercy, but seeing him acting so calm and even provoking him drove Langris's anger off limits. "Die you, commoner!" yelled Langris as he moved his hand down and the imaginary cleaver slashed down almost immediately, cutting around 50 m of the ground along with Sek straight. Sek's body was sliced in half, causing the onlookers to rise and look at the scene with horror. The black bulls started preparing to get ready to kill Langris. "Was that it? Huh?" asked Langris with a shocked look on his face. He looked at the body that was split in half, smiling at him. The two halves of Sek soon merged and took a step forward. "So how did you like my new spell, Bronze Magic, Bronze Body Logia? Next time learn some haki before trying to harm me," said Sek with a smirk. "Now then, shall we get right back to beating the little bro?" asked Sek, and this time Langris didn't get angry at Sek. He was scared. Totally scared. Chapter 123, Have you heard of a man named Stay away, screamed Langris as he started to run away from Sek. "Oh my, looks like I scared the little bro too much," Well, sound like a him problem to me, said Sek as mana gathered in his swords. Continuous flying slashes. Sek started to swing his swords, making various mana-charged slashes fly toward Langris. Lamgris looked back as he felt the mana from the attacks that were coming at him. He didn't have the time to use his grimoire, so he just gathered mana in his hand and swiped it toward the flying slashes, easily destroying them, and focused back on running away. What do you know, he was not that scared of me, then I gotta make him, said Sek, totally forgetting that he was on a timer to destroy the other team's crystal. Langris-san, called Fragile as she came running towards him with the crystal covered in a dome made of ice. She felt the huge amount of mana from Langris's attack earlier and came to check if everything was fine or not, but after she saw Langris's bruised and swollen, she knew that it was far from fine. Why are you here? And why did you bring the crystal here as well? Asked Langris in panic in his broken words. Langris-san, you are injured, let me heal you, said Fragile in panic. Hearing that she could heal him, Langris got a bit hopeful and was about to smile. She is right, lil bro. Let her heal you. I still have a lot to show you, so heal up so we can play again, said Sek in an excited tone. Langris's face immediately paled and he immediately swatted Fragile's hand away when she started to use recovery magic on him. Don't heal me. Don't heal me at all. Wather. We'll with him. I will weep the crystal safe, said Langris. Yet? What? Deal with him? But said Fragile in panic. She didn't know what she could even do against a man that can even beat Langris so badly. Finding behind a girl? Not very magic knightly or manly in my opinion, lil bro, said Sek. Woo, shut up, yelled Langris. Sek shrugged his shoulders and waited for the two of them to finish their discussion. He was here to bully the lil bro, not everyone. After discussing it for a while, a determined expression appeared on Fragile's face as she faced Sek. Langris-san, I will try to hold him back for as long as I can. You find and destroy their crystal and deal with the other two members, said Fragile. No need for that. Hearing the new voice, Sek turned back and saw Anna standing there with some minor injuries. Hi Anna, greeted Sek. Hello, Sek-kun greeted Anna back. The two smiled at each before Sek changed his position to look at both sides. Anna focused back as well and said, I have dealt with the other two. But the crystal wasn't with them. They have hidden it well. Sek smirked after hearing that, making Fragile and Langris even more nervous. Langris-san, you go and find it. I and Anna will hold Sek-san back, said Fragile, making Langris nod and run away along with the crystal without even looking back. The two girls stared at Sek, who just looked back at them. So, you two vs the Dark Lord. I will fight seriously, so keep that in mind, said Sek as he got ready to attack. The two girls stared at Sek as their grimoires started flipping immediately. Flame magic, incinerate orb. Snow magic, snowman's rage. Anna shot a giant fireball at Sek while a giant snowman appeared near Fragile and it rushed toward Sek. Sek's grimoire started flipping as well as mana gathered around him. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster. Two Gaster Blasters materialized in front of his hands and charged mana. Once charging was done, they fired a mana beam toward the incoming attacks, causing them to be destroyed immediately and continue forward without any trouble. The two girls who saw the incoming attack immediately used reinforcement magic to jump away from their spots as the mana beam destroyed everything in its path. That wasn't your best, right? If you have any big spells left, then it's time to use them now. I don't think that much time is le. 15 minutes left, declared the announcer, informing them about the halftime mark. Well, they said it, said Sek, making the two girls frown. Looks like I need to use it. Sek-kun, I will come at you with my full power, said Anna. Fragile was about to say something, but Anna looked at her and said, stay back, your ice spell will not work well with mine. Fragile opened and closed her mouth wanting to say something, but stopped once she thought that Anna was right. It's fine Anna, go all out, said Sek with an excited tone. He wanted to see how strong Anna actually was. Anna nodded as her grimoire started flipping and a huge amount of mana gathered around them. "That's some mana there," commented Sek. "Yeah, it's really too much. You know what could handle this situation with ease? My absorb. I am not gonna use you today, Vritra." "Why? Just use me my other half. I am itching to fight." "Then scratch your balls or something." "Wait, all that mana just disappeared," thought Sek. "Oh, I know that pattern she is," said Vritra. "Flame summoning magic, mystic firebird. Gonna summon something," completed Vritra. A large magic circle materialized in the air as a huge orange bird radiating a huge amount of mana appeared. "Holy shit, F***CKme, a freaking phoenix!" said Sek. "Let me out my other half. Let me out. I want to fight this. Our fight will be great," screamed Vritra. He really wanted to fight his host's first battle against a phoenix along with him. "Sek-kun, this is my Ignis. I hope that you are ready to fight against her," said Anna. Sek didn't say anything, but his grimoire started flipping. A huge happened materialized below Sek as Sek stood upon it and got into the air as well. "Vritra, I am still not using you. And you know what?" "What?" asked Vritra in a desperate tone. "Because this battle will be legendary," said Sek as multiple gasters appeared and surrounded the bird. Gaster blasters. All the bronze animal skulls fired a beam at the same time and it struck the huge bird without any difficulty, impaling the bird with giant mana beams. *QI. *. The bird screeched in pain as the attacks hit her, making Sek look at the bird with a confused look on her face. "Oh, I forgot that she is still young and needs to be told beforehand what to do," said Anna as she stuck out her tongue and did a teehee. "Ignis Phoenix Heal," ordered Anna as the bird squealed as a glow came out of its body and soon all the wounds that it had disappeared. "Good, now, attack that man and dodge any attacks that you can," said Anna, making the bird squeal once again. The bird flapped her wings and rushed towards Sek. Brahm's creation magic, giant fists. Two huge fists made of bronze appeared near Sek and rushed toward the phoenix with full force. Phoenix flare. The bird, who heard Anna's order, spread its wings wide as flames gathered in its mouth. "That doesn't look good," said Sek as he felt the amount of mana gathering in the bird's mouth. Both his grimoires started flipping as the bird fired a sea of flames toward Sek and his attacks. Frost debuff and bronze magic, Dark Lord's chilling barrier. A translucent barrier giving off a chilly aura appeared around Sek and the giant hand he was standing on as the sea of flames engulfed him while easily destroying his previous attacks. "I know that it is a phoenix, but still, its flames are stronger than that drugged salamander," said Sek as he felt his barrier being melted slightly by the flames, making him use more mana to maintain the barrier. "It shouldn't be a surprise. The spirit dragon was only a year or two old, while this phoenix is around 100 years old," answered Vritra. "Didn't Anna just say that it is still young?" "It's a very young age for the phoenixes," said Vritra, making Sek look at it with a serious look on his face. The flames soon stopped as the phoenix looked at its target and got serious once again, seeing that the target was still there. "Looks like I need to use fire countermeasures," said Sek as gaster blasters started to charge mana once again. The phoenix, who noticed the mana gathering around it, looked around and wanted to attack. "Stay still, you huge flaming chicken," said Sek as his arm transformed to a minimum. Paralyze touch and bronze creation magic, paralyzing minigun. Firing the bullets at the phoenix that reached it before it could react, the bird's movements got restrained as a few electric sparks came out of its body. "Now for the big attack." The gaster blasters moved closer to the phoenix. Frost debuff, chilling gaster blaster. All the gaster blasters that were around the phoenix gave off a chilling aura and fired a strong beam of mana at it, piercing the bird's immovable and making shriek in pain. Thin layers of ice started to form on the bird's body, slowly, but surely freezing the phoenix. "Ignis! Phoenix Heal!" yelled Anna, seeing her summoned to be in pain. A bright light came out of the bird as its wounds started to close. "Like I am gonna let you," said Sek as the Gaster blasters attacked once again, making its wound reappear. A few moments later the whole phoenix got covered in a thin layer of ice and stopped moving completely and fell from the sky, causing the frozen phoenix to crash into the ground. "Well, looks like it's done," muttered Sek. "Never thought I will see a frozen phoenix of all things. Your debuff magic is unfair," said Vritra. Sek jumped down from the top of Bronze Hand and landed on the ground and was about to attack Anna before she could try anything else. "Ignis! Flame incarnate," said Anna in a calm tone, and the next instant, the frozen phoenix's eyes started glowing with an orange aura surrounding it. The next moment the ice around the phoenix melted and evaporated in an instant, and now instead of a physical body, a bird made totally out of flames appeared and glared at Sek. "Shit!" muttered Sek as he looked at the glaring firebird. Sek's grimoire started flipping as mana gathered around the phoenix. Frost debuff and bronze creation magic, reverse frozen magnum dome. A dome made of bronze and giving off a chilling aura appeared around the phoenix, trapping the flame bird inside. Frost debuff and bronze restraining magic, frozen bronze shackles. Shackles releasing a cold aura appeared around the phoenix's flaming talons and neck, trying to restrain the bird. Sek's mana flared as various cannons appeared inside the dome. Chilling blast. Frozen mana blasts started to rain down on the first bird, dampening the flames ever so slightly. "I know I have a lot of mana, but this can be a challenge even for me to blow off the flames of the phoenix like that," said Sek with a frown. Though the two girls didn't know about that and they started panicking. 10 minutes remaining, declared the announcer, making Sek frown even more. "Looks like I need to destroy the crystal to finish all this," muttered Sek as he stood up on top of another giant bronze hand and got into the air to get a better look. Soon he spotted Langris, who had the crystal with him, running around trying to find their crystal. Not saying anything, his grimoire flipped as a new Gaster blaster materialized in front of him and he fired the attack towards the crystal. Langris, who felt a large amount of mana coming towards him, immediately used his magic to split apart Sek's attack. "You! Where is your crystal? I have searched the whole area," yelled Langris, demanding the location of the crystal. Sek smirked hearing that and said, "Mother Earth swallowed it." "You are a frustrating man," said Langris in anger. "Thank you," said Sek as the hand he was standing on started to move toward the spatial mage. Seeing him coming towards him, Langris flinched and started to run away. "You can run but you cannot hide, lil bro," said Sek as he sped up. "This is bad," said Anna as she focused back on the phoenix that was trapped inside the dome. "Ignis! Million clover!" The phoenix nodded as its whole body started to glow even brighter and the mana around it started to grow larger. *QI. *. The bird screeched as it spread open its flaming wings, releasing a strong blast of heat all around it, destroying the shackles and the dome, causing a huge explosion. "Ignis, stop using flame incarnate," ordered Anna as the phoenix turned back to its normal form. "Get on, fragile," said Anna as she jumped on top of the phoenix and was soon joined by the panicking ice mage. The bird soon took off and followed Sek, who soon noticed it and sighed and fired another paralyzing bullet at the phoenix, and he fired another one at Anna. Both of their movements got restrained as the phoenix started to descend. Soon Sek landed near Langris, who looked at the Dark Lord with a frightened expression on his face and started to attack him recklessly. Sek didn't do anything and let the attacks cut or make holes in him as he soon regenerated thanks to his bronze magic, bronze body logia. "Lil bro, let's end this. We don't have much time left anyway," said Sek as he started walking towards him. But all of a sudden his vision was blocked as his surrounding turned dark. "What the hell?" asked Sek as he looked around only to see darkness, and felt cold. "Snow magic, eternal ice prison." Fragile, who looked quite roughed up because of the fall, used the last bits of her mana to trap Sek and soon fell to her knees. "Find the crystal," yelled Fragile as she glared at Langris. Langris, who saw the huge ice orb, blinked in surprise but decided to not test his luck and ran away. "I need to torture the other two and ask them where the crystal is. So, I am trapped inside an ice ball, no problem, just need to break it," said Sek as he used his mana to make a temporary light source. Mana gathered around Sek's first as he punched the dome with full force, making cracks appear on the walls. Seeing that, Sek smiled, but that soon vanished when he saw the cracks repair in an instant. "Looks like I need to melt it," said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Flame debuff magic, blaze touch. The surroundings started to get warmed as the ice started to melt, but Sek soon noticed that more ice kept on forming. "That's some exceptional magic, it heals up any damage caused to it. Looks like it's finally time for you to use my sacred gear," said Vritra, feeling hopeful. "No, Vritra. It's time to use that," said Sek with a serious look on his face. "What? No, use me. Use me. Use me," complained Vritra like a kid. "Vritra, don't you want to see one of my secret techniques that I told you about?" asked Sek. "The secret techniques that you didn't even tell me about?" "Yes, those, though I would have liked to be on the other side of the wall to use that one," said Sek as he sighed. "Why? What will happen if you have used it on the other side of the wall?" asked Vritra. "Nothing, it would have been just aesthetically pleasing for me." "Well, whatever can't be helped," said Sek. "What are you planning to do anyway? This wall repairs itself from any damage, you know, so if you don't have a way to break it in one go, then your plan won't work." "Don't worry, Vritra, I know that much." Meanwhile, outside the ice prison, Fragile was taking care of Anna, who was able to move slightly as the effects of Sek's spell started wearing off. "Sek-kun is really strong," muttered Anna. "She has already sent Ignis back as she was running low on mana." Fragile looked at the girl and asked, "Is he someone close to you?" "Not yet, but I want to be the one who is closest to him and help him," said Anna with a straight face. "Verwa, so bold. I mean, he is strong and good looking and got the highest number of stars this year, isn't he too perfect?" said Fragile. "He is, although those things don't matter to me. Even if Sek-kun wasn't that strong or not a magic knight, I still would have the same thoughts," replied Anna. But soon she glared at Fragile and said, "Keep your hands away from Sek-kun or I will burn you to cinders." Hearing her threat, Fragile raised her hands and said, "Don't worry, I have no such feelings." Anna stared at her for a while before she focused back on the ice prison. "What type of spell is that? Sek-kun is still trapped there." "Don't worry, no matter how strong your Sek-kun might be, he cannot break through it," said Fragile with a confident look on her face. "I thought the same about my Ignis," said Anna, making Fragile's confident look falter for a bit. "Haha, don't worry, Anna-chan. It's very difficult to break through the prison and Langris-san is searching for the crystal. He should be destroying it any moment now," said Fragile, raising a huge red flag. Langris was holding a beaten-up Adrian by the collar with a smirk on his face. "So that's where it is?" "Yes," said Adrian in a pleading tone. Langris threw Adrian away and looked at the ground. "So that commoner wasn't lying when he said that Mother Earth swallowed it," said Langris. From what he got out of Adrian, the crystal was hidden underground by the mud magic user Willy, and that was the reason why he couldn't find their crystal. "No problem, I still have enough time to brute force my way and find it," said Langris as his grimoire started flipping. But out of nowhere, an oppressive force started pushing him down as a look of horror appeared on his face, since he recognized the mana of the person who released that said pressure. "That's too much mana that you are using for a single spell," commented Vritra. "It's a secret technique." "But what will this spell even do?" asked Vritra. Hearing his question, Sek smiled, since he felt that he has gathered enough mana. "Vritra, have you heard of a man named?" And immediately a blinding light came out of Sek's body. Fragile and Anna, who felt the amount of mana coming out of the prison, walked away and stared at it in horror. "Sek-kun's mana," said Anna with a blissful expression on her face. "Monster, he is a monster," yelled Fragile, and in the next instant, cracks appeared on the outside prison walls as they burst open, revealing a blinding light, making the onlookers shut their eyes close. "Eren Yeager!" Hearing the roar, all of them opened their eyes, and soon their faces paled as they saw a literal titan made of bronze standing in front of them. Bronze magic, bronze body titan. Everyone's eyes opened wide as they saw the bronze giant. Sek ignored them though as he soon felt the key of the spatial mage. Found you lil bro, said the titan in a deep voice making Langris shudder in fear. He wasn't sure what was going on anymore, or how can he deal with the monster. Titan Sek raised his hand as a giant piece of bronze formed over it. Grabbing it with both hands, Sek crushed the bronze into smaller pieces and took a stance. Wait. Don't tell me he is gonna throw that at me, asked Langris in fear. Try to block the ones coming your way lil bro, or you can even die, said Sek as he threw the fragments of bronze which were still the size of a giant rock. Langris immediately made a spatial wave in front of him to protect himself but forgot something. CC Criddle destroyed. Winner Team D, declared the announcer as the Titan raised both his hand and yelled, "Hell yeah," and immediately the Titan disappeared as Sek started falling on the ground. Once he landed he looked at the nearby girls and said, "Ah, sorry if I scared you. That was a good ice prison." But the girls didn't reply and continued to start at him. Soon Sek noticed blood dripping down their noses and both of them glanced at his lower half. "Oh, my clothes got destroyed as well," said Sek as he looked at his little brother. Meanwhile, Langris, who was attacked just now, had a warm liquid flowing down his legs as he soon fell from the shock. Chapter 124, Finals start. So you are saying that I cannot participate in the finals because my teammates are in no condition to fight? Now this is bullshit, said Sek as he looked at Marks with his arms crossed. Please wear some clothes before we discuss more of this, said Marks with a sigh. How can it be that big, thought Marks, feeling a bit inferior. Wait, said Sek as he used his magic to summon his storage safe and got in only to back a minute later fully dressed. Ah, said multiple women in disappointment, with one of them being Anna. Mimosa didn't say anything but she too felt a bit disappointed. So as I was saying, let me fight in the finals. But your teammates are down. Yes, and look, I don't want to boast about it or anything, the only one who was even useful amongst the two of them was Willy. Adrian was just being an asshat, said Sek. Marks knew what Sek was saying was true since he monitored all the matches. Sorry, Sek-kun. But rules are rules. This exam was held to choose the best magic knights among all of you. And you all were split up into different teams to monitor your teamwork capabilities. If there is no team, then how we gonna judge your teamwork, said Marks. Sek stood silent for a moment before he started speaking once again. It's true that strength and teamwork are important for the magic knights that you are selecting, but a magic knight should have the mindset for finishing the task given to them even if their comrades are unable to fight. You really gonna play the morals card now, said Marks. Oh, I sure as hell am, replied Sek. The two stared at each other for a while before Marks looked at Julius, who was looking at Marks with twinkling eyes. And this magic-crazed idiot is definitely on your side since he wants to see more of your magic. All right, you can participate in the finals, said Marks with a sigh. Hell yeah, said both Sek and Julius simultaneously as they high-fived. Good job, Sek-kun. To be able to handle Marks like that, you really are amazing. Teach me your ways. It was nothing. Why, you idiots, yelled Marks as he was the two blonde idiots jumping around in joy. It's time to start the second match of stage 3. You two calm down, yelled Marks once again, showing that the two idiots were not stopping. The two immediately stopped as Julius went back to his seat to witness the next match. Sek as well decided to take a little rest before the finals. Are you sure it will be fine, my other half? You don't have much mana left? That last stunt took a lot out of you, said Vritra. How much exactly? Around 30% left. Of course, it's a different case if you absorb mana with my help, said Vritra, trying to tempt Sek. It should be enough, though that mostly depends on how much the other party is prepared to face me, thought Sek. Stage 3 Match 2. Winners, Noel. Are you sure you can beat him with only 30% of your mana? Asked Vritra in a hesitant tone. That spirit storm attack was stronger than any of my base form attacks, thought Sek. That's a spirit for you, 100% output rate. Not to mention that man is a mana-sensitive being just like you, answered Vritra. Looks like I need to stop holding back, thought Sek. You will burn through your remaining mana very soon if you did that. Low output spells aren't gonna work, you know. Though debuff is a different case. I will only debuff him if things are going to get grim. After all, I am not holding back in this round. You sure don't like to do things easily. Easy is efficient, but being a Dark Lord I need to do things with more oomph. I need to make it very clear that there was no chance of them winning anyway. To set your position at the top of the pecking order, that's so dragon-like. I like that. Alright, let's do this together, my other half, said Vritra with enthusiasm. No action for you, Vritra. Why? Please let me do it, complained Vritra. Sek ignored the dragon and focused on the wind spirit user who was still present on the field. So, Sek-kun. Still, want to fight 3 vs 1, asked Julius. It is 1 vs 3, Wizard King. And yes, I still want to. How can I not after seeing such a fight, said Sek with an excited smile on his face. Julius smiled seeing the excited look on Sek's face and ordered mages to fix the field immediately. Yuno and his team soon returned to the stage for the mages to start maintaining the field. Yuno, who was being congratulated by Klaus and Mimosa, immediately looked towards Sek, and so did Noel and N. Even though you have a disadvantage, I won't be holding back, said Yuno. Disadvantage? More like it's now a bit more balanced. Hold back? Don't even think about that if you want to survive for a while, replied Sek. Sek, are you sure you want to do this? Asked Noel. Thinking about your teacher, Noel. Start worrying after you can successfully land an attack on me. You are not my teacher. And it's not like I am worrying about you. It's just that it is below royalty to bully someone like this. Ho, bully me, be prepared, Noel, said Sek with a smile on his face. I have done it now, thought Noel with a slight fear as she noticed the smile on Sek's face. Humph. Be prepared, me and my Yuno-kun are gonna beat you so bad that you will stop being so arrogant, said the wind spirit. Try as hard as you can, Tinker Bell. You and your Yuno-kun will face the bitter truth then, replied Sek. Sparks flew between Bell and Sek as they glared at each other. Yuno. Beat the crap out of that bastard, said Bell. I will win, declared Sek. That's a nice delusion. Try your best, Yuno, said Sek with a smile as he gave a thumbs up. Yuno's brows twitched at his words. He knew that Sek was strong. But he believed that he can beat him now since he has improved. He also wanted to pay him back from the Star Festival, since it was Sek's squad that won and he got the most stars this time as well. I will prove that I am stronger than you, thought Yuno as he clenched his fist and walked away. Let's hope all this trash talk doesn't come to bite you back, said Vritra. It won't, I guess, replied Sek. So even the Dark Lord is somewhat hesitating about victory? Now that's a first for me, said Vritra. Oh, don't worry. I will win one way or another. I ain't losing, that's for sure. I just hope that my victory is great, replied Sek. Ha, you and your pride, said Vritra with a sigh. Sek didn't say anything and got ready as Julius called both teams. All right. The final match of the Royal Knights selection exam. Begin, declared the announcer. Sek's grimoire immediately started flipping and a giant hand made of bronze appeared below him as Sek took off to the sky. Yuno, Noel, and N saw Sek riding on top of a giant hand coming toward them. Seeing that, all of them turned serious and looked at the other two. I will handle him. Protect the crystal, ordered Yuno as he took off to the sky at a far greater speed. Looks like Mr. Spirit Man is first. Better go back to the ground. He has an advantage up in the air, said Vritra. Sek smirked seeing Yuno coming towards him at full speed. His grimoire started flipping as mana gathered near him, making Yuno stop as he thought that Sek was about to attack. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. Sek's bike appeared in midair and started falling, making Yuno and the others look at it with deadpan looks on their faces. Sek then jumped from the hand as well and yelled, "Kaiser! Flight mode!" Light came out of the bike and it soon transformed into a hoverboard-like object and stopped mid-air. Sek landed on it and immediately pumped his mana into it, making a blue light come from its back as it zoomed forward. "See you later, Yuno," said Sek as he waved his hands and brushed past Yuno, who just blinked his eyes in surprise. "Wait!" yelled Yuno as soon as he realized what happened and started following Sek, but because of his speed Sek was already quite far away. "Bell," said Yuno. "Yes," replied Bell as strong gusts of wind came from Yuno, pushing him forward at a greater speed. Wind creation magic, wind blades shower. Various swords made of wind appeared around Yuno and immediately shot forward toward Sek. Feeling the blades with his mana detection and ki, Sek smirked as his glider started rising straight up, dodging the blades. Two can play that game. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Around 100 blades formed around Sek, all aimed towards Yuno. Yuno looked back at Sek with a serious look as Sek fired all the blades at Yuno. Yuno saw the incoming swords without any expression on his face as grimoires started flipping. Wind magic, towering tornado. Swift winds started to gather and started forming a tornado. But out of nowhere the winds slowed down and the tornado disappeared. Time debuff magic, slow x4. Yuno's eyes widened in surprise as he saw his spell disappear because the winds were not fast enough to form a tornado. But soon he turned serious as he saw the incoming swords. "Bell," said Yuno in a calm tone. "You got it," said the spirit as she blew toward the incoming swords. Spirit magic, Sylph's breath. A huge twister immediately appeared, destroying the incoming swords as Bell stood with a proud look on her face. "Ha, that's good," said Sek as he saw the giant mass of mana twister. His grimoire started flipping as mana gathered in his arm. Bronze creation magic, Giga drill breaker. A huge drill appeared above his arm and started spinning rapidly. "Kaiser! Full speed!" yelled Sek as the eyes on the hoverboard glowed and rushed toward the mana twister. Sek pointed the drill toward the twister and once they collided the winds dissipated instantly, revealing a shocked Yuno and Bell. Seeing that, Sek smirked as he continued to rush towards the two of them. Yuno frowned and immediately moved away from the path of the attack. But before even Sek reached close to him, Sek changed his direction. "He is heading toward the crystal," realized Yuno as he saw Sek heading toward the crystal at full speed. "Bell! Spirit assimilation! You got it!" Both Yuno and Bell's bodies glowed and soon Yuno's appearance changed. Spirit assimilation, spirit dive. The transformed Yuno was now the faster one as he immediately overtook Sek and stopped a bit far away from him and started gathering mana. Spirit magic, spirit storm. A huge beam made of mana shot forward from Yuno's hand toward the incoming Dark Lord's attack. Seeing the attack, Sek smirked and the drill got bigger and started spinning faster as it emitted a blue glow. The two attacks collided and the drill started to slow down but still kept on penetrating the mana beam. "You won't beat me," said Yuno as he increased the output, making the beam larger as well and slowing down the generation speed. "Lucky for me I don't need to," said Sek, who appeared beside Yuno on his hoverboard and waved him goodbye as he rushed toward the crystal once again. Yuno blinked in surprise but soon realized what happened. "Ha, I really like it when people think I cannot leave my attacks which are attached to my body active after letting go of them," said Sek, and soon he got close to the crystal. "Hello Noel," said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. A huge dragon made of rapidly flowing water appeared out of Noel's wand and roared at Sek before it launched toward him. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaseer Blaster. A gate blaster appeared in front of Sek and started charging mana and soon fired a beam at the incoming water dragon, destroying it in the process. Noel's face paled as she saw the incoming attack and her grimoire started flipping once again. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Lair. A dome of water appeared around her, and and the crystal, and just as it appeared the mana beam hit it, causing an explosion. Boom! Once the explosion died down, Noelle sighed, seeing that her magic was able to stop the attack. "Don't feel relieved yet," said Sek as he jumped from the hoverboard and headed towards the water barrier. "Bronze magic, bronze body logia." Sek jumped into the dome and immediately the strong force of the water currents started to push him out and cracks started to appear in his body. "Ha, trying to stop me, that's cute," said Sek as he started to move forward one step at a time. "What should we do?" "He is not stopping at all," said Noelle in a panicked tone as she saw Sek trying to enter the barrier. "Prepare your attack magic, Noelle-chan," said N as his grimoire started flipping. "Fungus magic, towering Mr. Mushroom." A giant mushroom with limbs and a face appeared in front of Sek and tried to push him out of the dome, but soon started to get damaged by the strong water waves inside the water wall. Noticing what N was doing, Noelle turned serious and started gathering mana once again. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. The water dragon appeared once again and rushed toward Sek and soon joined forces with the giant mushroom to push Sek out. "Well, Noelle finally landed a spell on me properly," said Sek in a calm tone as his hands started glowing and soon turned gigantic. Sek then held the giant mushroom with one of his hands and threw him away while the sea dragon continued to push Sek. Sek's legs glowed as he dug them into the ground, preventing the dragon to push him back. Feeling the key and mana detection, Sek smirked and said, "Yuno-kun is back. Better give him your greeting." Sek's body started to change into a giant hole appeared in him and the dragon passed through him and headed toward Yuno, who got hit by it since he didn't expect that. Noelle frowned in horror as she saw the scene. She was hopeful since she saw Yuno coming, but Sek just crushed her hopes with her own attack. "What to do now?" asked Noelle as she looked at N, who fell silent. "Wait for the Dark Lord's victory," said Sek as his body got normal once again as he started moving forward again. "Noelle-chan, take the crystal to the other end of the wall and stand behind me. I will try to stop him," said N as he took a step forward. Noelle wanted to protest, but one look at Sek and she realized that she didn't have any plan that could stop him and decided to follow N's idea. "So Mr. Mushroom wants to face me? All right," said Sek as he finally entered the barrier. "You really are hard to stop," said N. "The Dark Lord is unstoppable. Now then, Mushroom Man. I hope that you are ready," said Sek as he smirked. N's mana gathered as his grimoire started flipping. Fungus magic, Mr. Mushroom Bomb Squad. 4 giant humanoid mushrooms appeared around Sek, making him smirk as 2 swords appeared in his hands. "Noelle-chan, release your defensive magic and move away," said N. Noelle nodded and stopped using her magic and moved back along with the crystal. Seeing the dome disappear, Sek got ready to attack since he realized that Noelle was running away with crystal and Yuno was coming close as well. Mana gathered in his swords as Sek's hand moved rapidly, slicing the giant humanoid mushrooms, and immediately the mushrooms died, releasing their spores. Was that it? Not even a challenge. "And where is the bomb part?" asked Sek, feeling a bit underwhelmed. "Here it is," said N as mushrooms appeared all over Sek's body. "Gross," muttered Sek in disgust as he saw the mushrooms all over his body. But soon he widened his eyes in shock and started to pull the mushrooms off his body. "Too late," said N as Sek got engulfed in an explosion that sent him flying. "Whoa! That worked! You are amazing," N said Noelle as she saw Sek's body flying and landing away from them. Soon Yuno appeared and landed near them with a surprised look on his face. His mana. Sek, who landed away from, soon stood up with smoke still around his body. "That bastard, really did it," said Sek with a frown. Fungus magic, Mr. Mushroom Bomb Squad releases spores that make mushrooms grow up on the target. Those mushrooms then explode after absorbing mana from the target. So in simple terms, I cannot use magic, for a while now, said Sek as he walked closer to them with 2 swords in his hands and barely any clothes on his chest, while his pants were destroyed a bit as well. "Vritra, how much mana do I have?" asked Sek. "Less than 2%, my other half." "That was a really impressive attack, replied Vritra. Sek frowned after hearing that. He could feel that his mana reserves were low, but he didn't expect them to be that low. Sek stopped as he sighed and looked down. Wait, does that mean he cannot use magic? Like at all, said Noel with surprise and looked at N. Looked at N as well for answers, wanting to know if there was a catch as well, since this made things too convenient for them. N nodded and said, yes, his mana levels are below the range required to cast spells. So you can both rest assured. The victory is as good as ours. N looked at the two of his teammates with a confident look on his face. And Noel were surprised, but we're starting to get excited. But all of a sudden a blur passed them and soon they heard a cracking noise. They looked toward the direction where the blur went and saw a sword stuck in their crystal with a few cracks around it and some of its pieces on the ground. The victory is as good as yours. Now who decided that? Chapter 125, Final Match Ends. The victory is as good as yours. Now who decided that? All of them looked toward the source of the voice and saw Sek standing in the throwing position, realizing that the sword belonged to him. The match ain't over, bitches, said Sek in a provocative tone. Oi! Sek! What the hell are you doing? The match is as good as over. Don't stretch it. I don't know what you mean. I mean, I haven't lost yet, have I? Said Sek with a scary look on his face. Seeing his face, Noel flinched and took a step back. You all really are thinking too much of yourselves when facing me, just because you successfully landed a spell on me, said Sek as he started to walk toward them. I cannot win now, just because you thought so, man. You guys are arrogant, and that's coming from me, said Sek as he appeared near them in an instant and simply walked past the shocked group and pulled out his sword from the crystal. And look here, so shocked that cannot even stop me from taking it, said Sek as he attacked the crystal once again, breaking it more. This snapped them out of their thoughts, and Yumo immediately looked at him with a glare and immediately used his wind magic to blow Sek away from the crystal. You guys, the fight ain't over yet, said Yuno with a serious look on his face. Damn right, it's not, said Sek as he gripped both his swords and got ready to fight once again. What was that? How can he move like that, without mana? Asked Noel in panic. Maybe you all forgot it, since I mostly use my magic in battle, but physically me and Asta are around the same level. These muscles aren't there for a show, said Sek, answering Noel. Realization hit her as she remembered that both he and Bakista were physical monsters amongst the magic knights. Hearing Asta's name, and Yuno got serious. If the man in front of him was as strong as Asta, then the fight was far from over. And fixed his glasses and said, don't worry you two, Yuno-kun, take our crystal and find and destroy his crystal. I and Noel-chan will hold him back. He may be strong, but he can't use magic, so we will manage. Yuno nodded and flew up in the air to look around for the crystal. Sex ignored Yuno, not even a bit worried about it, and said, sure, I have low mana now, but I cannot use magic. Now who decided that? Sek stabbed one of his swords into the ground and then used his other sword to make an incision on his palm. Seeing that, Noel and N widened their eyes in surprise, thinking that the man in front of them was mad. Seeing their surprised looks, Sek smirked and launched towards N. Never forget this, mushroom man, never judge a man's limit who is built simply differently, said Sek as he appeared in front of N and pointed his blood-covered palm at him. Blood debuff magic, bloody impact. Out of nowhere, mana gathered in front of Sek's palm, and a red glow appeared over it. A strong energy blast occurred, causing the defenseless N to be sent flying and knocked out cold. Sek looked at the scene with an excited smile on his face and then looked at his blood-covered palm. What was that? How did you use magic? Asked Noel in fear as she moved away from Sek. I am the Dark Lord. Your limits are not the same as mine, said Sek with a confident smile on his face. My other half? What was that? You have nowhere close to the mana that you just used for that spell? So how? Asked Vritra with a surprised look on his face. Well, Noel, seeing the surprised look. Okay, your face, let me explain it to you. It's a spell of mine called blood debuff magic, bloody impact. It uses the target's blood instead of mana to cause blasts like that. A simple yet threatening spell, explained Sek. So you are using sacrificial magic. My other half, it's harmful to you. So stop it before it causes you much harm, warned Vritra. Sorry Vritra, but that's not happening. I am gonna win today. No matter what, replied Sek as he narrowed his eyes. So Noel, be prepared, cause there is no one here who can stop me, said Sek as tightened his muscles preparing for an attack. Noel's grimoire immediately started flipping as mana gathered over her wand. Sek, who was now severely low on mana, was unable to use mana detection, but the change in Noel's ki warned him about the incoming spell. Not wanting to risk it, Sek jumped back and started running around her. So, you have the insight to attack me. Got to say, Noel, you have improved, said Sek with a smile on his face. Shut up. I will hold you back till Asta's friend destroy yours, said Noel in a determined tone. Ha, sure, good luck with that, replied Sek with a smirk. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar. The huge water dragon appeared once again and roared at Sek. Noel frowned seeing Sek run around her, not wanting her spell to miss the boy. What happened, Noel? Scared of a man who can't even use magic? Some royal you are, said Sek, trying to provoke her. Lucky for him, she was a royal. I am royalty. I am not scared of anyone, declared Noel as the dragon launched toward Sek. Hee, gotcha. Wait, why is the dragon following me? Thought Sek with a frown on his face. You think that only you have improved? Don't underestimate royalty, said Noel with a smile on her face as she saw Sek trying to run away from her attack. They really do grow up fast, muttered Sek, feeling nostalgic while running away from the dragon. Alright, gotta test my might against it, said Sek, seeing that there was no escaping from the dragon. He stopped running and turned around as the dragon approached him. Pointing his arm at the dragon, Sek took a deep breath. The dragon opened its mouth as it got closer to Sek, planning to crush him in the violent torrents inside it. Even spells are underestimating me now, said Sek as blood started to come out of his wound. Bloody impact. The water dragon, who was about to eat Sek, glowed red, and in an instant it burst open, spilling water everywhere and causing a rain shower. I am really liking this spell, said Sek. You are losing blood, my other half. Meh, not a big deal for me. You can die. We don't know about that now, do we? Oh yeah, sure. How long do humans survive without blood? Not long, yelled Vritra, not knowing how his host's mind even work. It's for the greater good, Vritra. Don't sweat it, said Sek as he wiped the water from his face and set his hair back since it got wet and obstructed his vision. Even without mana, he is annoying, said Noel in a frustrated tone as she saw her strongest attack getting destroyed. Wind magic, Crescent Kamitachi. Not even looking back, Sek's hand moved as he intercepted the huge wind blade with his sword, destroying it in the process. Glancing back at the attacker, Sek smiled and asked, Yo, you know. Found my crystal? Yuno frowned and landed near Noel. I cannot find it, admitted Yuno with an angered look on his face. Not surprising, since I stored it in my storage. There's no way you can even scratch my crystal, said Sek with a smile as he rested the sword on his shoulder. Wait, so no matter what we do, we cannot win, said Noel. Day, said Sek, making Noel glare at him. Sek looked at the two of them with a smirk. There was no way he was going to lose. He didn't take into account that he will not have any mana during the fight and only kept the crystal in his storage since it was annoying to fight while protecting it. Then how about we make a bet, said Yuno. What bet? If we make you surrender or you are knocked out cold, then we win, regardless of the condition of our crystal, said Yuno in a calm tone. And why would I accept such a bet? Asked Sek with a deadpan look on his face. Do you want to fight such an unchallenging battle? It will be more interesting if we do it this way, of course, if you are scared that you will lose," said Yuno as he left it at that. "Oi!" said Sek in a calm tone as he took a step forward. "That spirit boy did it, God bless you both," thought Vritra as he knew what hell is about to occur. "Scared to lose, me? Ha, alright, the bet is on. If you want to suffer an even more humiliating defeat then go on," said Sek with a scary look on his face. But Yuno smirked upon hearing his answer. He was somewhat aware of Sek's personality and decided to provoke him. "Alri. Tell me, Yuno, do you bleed?" But before he was able to finish, Sek appeared at his side with his sword aimed at his waist. "Ha," thought Yuno as he saw Sek disappear from his sight only to feel pain an instant later. Yuno was sent flying as Sek's sword hit Yuno, making him bleed. Sek looked at the crystal that was left behind and then immediately slashed it, slicing a big chunk off the crystal. Seeing that, Noel's and Yuno's eyes widened. Noel immediately fired water balls at Sek to make some distance between him and the crystal. Sek simply read the key and dodged the water balls with minimum movement and appeared in front of Noel and kicked her in the gut, sending her away as well. Wind magic, Tornado Fang. A drilling tornado came toward Sek, seeing which he simply walked in its direction without even blinking. Bloody impact. The wind drill immediately got destroyed by the blood blast, causing Yuno to widen his eyes in surprise. Sek continued walking towards the wind mage, preparing to attack him once again. Seeing that, Yuno decided to take the battle to his terrain and flew up in the air. Wind creation magic, Wind Blades Shower. Seeing the blades of wind raining down on him, Sek just raised his sword and started to dodge and deflect them at great speed, making the onlookers look at him with their mouths wide open. "How is he doing that?" asked Yuno. "Ha, no matter how fast your blades are, they are no match for the bullets, and I have great experience in dodging those," replied Sek as he cut through the final wind blade. Yuno gritted his teeth and then looked at the unprotected damaged crystal. Wind creation magic, Swift-Wit Hawk. Multiple hawks made of wind appeared around Yuno. He then ordered them to attack Sek, who just gestured him to bring it on. The hawks have a war chirp and launched towards Sek at full speed. Sek smirked as he wiped his blood over the blade of his sword. Bloody impact, slash. A giant red energy slash came out as Sek swung his sword at the windbirds, destroying all of them in the process. "Gotta try harder than that, Yuno," said Sek as he noticed another hawk near Yuno with the damaged crystal. "You were not my target from the beginning," said Yuno with a smirk. "I knew that," said Sek as he pointed his hand to the side. Blood gathered in his hand and a blast occurred, destroying the incoming water dragon. The burst of water blocked Yuno's and Noel's vision, but the smile on Sek's face, before he disappeared behind the wall of water, made them wary. Soon they noticed a red glow behind the water wall, making them sure that another blast was coming their way. Both of them prepared to move away once they saw the direction of the incoming blast. "Missed me, Yuno?" asked Sek, who was coming at Yuno with a huge smile on his face and blood dripping out of his hand. "He can fly as well," exclaimed Noel as he saw Sek flying towards Yuno, leaving behind a red trail. "There's no escaping the Dark Lord after you provoke him this much," said Sek as small blasts kept on occurring below his bloodied hand. Appearing in front of Yuno, Sek raised his sword, seeing that Yuno fired a wind blast at Sek. Being blown away by the wind blast, Sek started to fall. Pointing his hand downward, Sek fired another blast and stabilized his posture before covering his blade with his blood once again. Bloody impact, slash. Firing another attack at Yuno, distracting him, Sek successfully landed and started running toward his enemies. "You are losing too much blood, my other half. You won't last long like this," said Vritra. "Can't worry about the small stuff," replied Sek, dodging the incoming attacks. "Yeah, dying, small stuff, where the hell is this mana even coming from? And how are you controlling it so well?" asked Vritra. "Don't know. From my surroundings maybe. As for control, don't know, but it's improving more and more as I use it," replied Sek. "He is learning as he is fighting. What kind of ridiculous host did I get this time?" thought Vritra. Blasting another blast at the ground, Sek got up in the air once again, seeing that Yuno started to move away from him. Noel fired water balls at Sek, who simply dodged them with the recoil of his blasts. What happened, Yuno? Can't fight me even in your domain? Asked Sek with a mocking tone. Wind magic, Crescent Kamitachi plus wind creation magic, Wind Blades Storm. Firing his two spells at Sek, Yuno looked at the blonde Dark Lord with a serious look on his face. Dodging this many in midair is not possible, thought Sek as he pointed his hand at the incoming attacks. Bloody impact. Blasting away all the blades that were in front of him, Sek smiled and rushed toward Yuno once again. But Yuno smirked, seeing that as he moved his hands and all the wind blades that didn't get destroyed attacked Sek from various directions. Seeing them, Sek frowned and dodged as many as he could, but still, some hit him and he started to fall. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, Yuno rushed toward him and yelled, "He is injured. Get him!" Hearing his words, Noel nodded and launched another water dragon towards Sek. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. Yuno himself got close to him, deciding to finish him with the next attack. Wind magic, Tornado Fang. The water dragon and the wind drill headed towards Sek, seeing which he smirked and said, "That's the difference between us, you trash see injuries. I see more openings to attack." All the spots on his body where he was bleeding started glowing simultaneously, seeing which Yuno, who was close to him, frowned in horror. He immediately pushed the crystal away, wanting to save it. Sek looked at Yuno with an evil smirk as a large amount of mana surrounded his wounds. Bloody impact. Engulfing himself, Yuno, and destroying both the incoming attacks in the blast, Sek got blown away by the recoil of the attack and crash landed on the ground quite far away. Yuno was the same, but Sylph helped him prevent him from crashing. "It hurts like hell," said Sek in a pained tone. His whole body was covered in wounds with blood coming out of all of them. "That's what you get for using such risky tactics," said Vritra. "Meh, it was worth it," replied Sek as he slowly got up from the ground. He looked at his body and was surprised to see how beat up he actually was. "This won't hold much longer," thought Sek as he looked at his bronze sword. "And neither would you, my other half. Your only option is to give up now or use my power," said Vritra. "You already know the answers to both of them," said Sek as he slowly moved towards the place Noel and Yuno were. 15 minutes left, declared the announcer. "Gotta hurry," said Sek as he walked slowly while limping a bit as well. "Very convincing," said Vritra. "Shut up." Soon he saw Noel and Yuno with their crystals standing away from him. Noel looked fine, but her mana was quite low now, only 2 more dragons at best. Yuno on the other hand looked quite roughed up after the last attack, but still had a considerable amount of mana left. "Let's continue," said Sek as he pointed his sword at them. Noel, who saw how injured Sek's body was, frowned and said, "Sek, look at yourself. You are in no condition to fight. Just give up. This idiot on my team is not budging as well." Noel glared at Yuno, who was quite injured. She had asked him to give up since she was scared that either of the two of them would be injured beyond recovery. But the idiot spirit user ignores her and told her to be prepared for the fight. She looked back at Sek feeling hopeful, since she knew Sek was smarter than the idiot beside her. "Give up? Me? Yeah, not happening. I am about to win soon anyway," said Sek as he wobbled a bit when he tried to take a step forward. "Just look at yourself. You can't even walk. And why do you want to win so badly that you get injured so much? You have already proved yourself," said Noel in anger as she glared at Sek. But her glare soon disappeared when Sek glared back at her. "Why do I want to win so badly? Is there a need for a reason to not want to lose?" asked Sek back with a serious look on his face. "Knowing about where you stand and not letting others knock you off your spot. Show others that I am superior to all of them and they cannot beat me no matter how hard they try, because I am the best," said Sek. "Is there a reason to not want all that?" asked Sek once again while taking a step forward. Noel gulped in fear as she stared at Sek's serious yet slightly scary face. "I ain't giving up. So if you want to end this match, just give up on your own, said Sek in a cold tone only for him to fall on his knees. What the? You lost too much blood, my other half. It's the expected side effect, said Vritra. Gritting his teeth, Sek stabbed the sword into the ground and stood up once again with a bit of difficulty. He then looked at Yuno and Noel and pointed his hand forward. So giving up? Asked Sek with a small smile on his face. In response, both their primaries started flipping, seeing which Sek sighed and held his sword up with both hands. Spirit magic, spirit storm. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar. The two fired the strongest spells in their arsenal at him, seeing which Sek took a deep breath. Blood started to move up to his sword's blade and gather around it as a red glow appeared around the blade. The incoming water dragon and mana beam soon combined and transformed into a giant glowing green sea dragon that headed toward its target with full force. The glow around Sek's sword got even brighter as the whole surrounding illuminated in red color. Seeing that the dragon was just a few moments away from him, Sek's muscles tightened as a maniacal grin appeared on his face. Here you go, the strongest move of the Monoless Dark Lord. Bloody impact, Dark Lord's blood sword. Mana erupted out of the sword as a giant red mana beam came out of it. That's some mana, said Vritra. Told you I was getting better at controlling it, replied Sek. Slashing forward, the sword beam met with the glowing water dragon. The dragon roared as it intercepted the blood-red beam as the two fought for supremacy. Boom! After clashing for a while, a huge explosion occurred, and Sek, being closer to the attack, got caught in it and was sent flying once again. Landing not that far away from where he was, Sek coughed up blood as his body roared in pain. Sek looked forward and saw Yuno and Noel coming toward him with their grimoires open. Seeing that, Sek smiled, which made the two of them stop a bit far away from them. Give up, Sek, you are in no condition to fight, said Noel. Sek sat up and then looked at his sword. It was destroyed by his last attack and a weak smile came on his lips. You did well, said Sek in a weak tone. Give up, said Yuno in a serious tone. He didn't want to continue. He realized how formidable Sek was, and didn't want to take any risks. He had prepared a spell to attack him but was not willing to attack unless Sek shows any suspicious moves. Sek looked at his body and weakly laughed. Haha, you both really did a number on the Dark Lord, said Sek while laughing in pain. Bell came out of Yuno's body and glared at Sek. Oi! You mad idiot! Just give up and give Yuno his victory, said Bell in an annoyed tone. Sek looked up at the three of them and asked, You three, can you hear it? Hear what? Asked Yuno as he tried to focus but didn't hear anything. He is just stalling for time, Yuno. Just finish him, said Bell. No, seriously, just focus. Can't you all hear the boss music? Asked Sek with his eyes closed as a smirk appeared on his face and strong mana immediately filled the surroundings. Mana reserves at 10%, said Vritra with a sigh. He didn't know what to say anymore. It was then that the three of them widened their eyes in surprise and Yuno fired his attack at Sek. Wind magic, Tornado Fang. Strong winds gathered around Yuno's hands as he pointed them toward Sek and fired it at him. The tornado drill got close to Sek, but before it could have made contact it disintegrated into mana and disappeared. Sek opened his eyes, revealing a blue glow in them, and an excited smile on his face said, It's my win. Mana Zone, Bronze Age. A bright dome of light appeared for an instant around Sek and immediately the whole area inside the sum along with Yuno, Noel, Bell and the damaged crystal, turned into bronze. Seeing that, Sek sighed and laid back on the ground and said, How can I be this badass? He then raised his hand and snapped his fingers, making the damaged crystal that was now made of bronze disintegrate into mana. CC Crystal destroyed. Winner Sek Bronze Aza, declared the announcer as a smile soon appeared on Sek's lips before he fell unconscious. Chapter 126, The Royal Knights. A few days passed by since the Royal Knights selection exam was over. Currently, Sek was resting in the common room lying on the sofa. He still had some minor injuries left on his body, since he decided not to use the Witch Queen's blood magic bottle and just went to the Magic Knight's hospital to get himself treated. Though while he was unconscious there seemed to have been a fight between Anna and Mimosa, who both wanted to treat Sek's injuries, but because of their quarrel was making it worse for him, so Julius ordered On, the head of the Magic Knight's healers, to take Sek to the HQ. Sek, who gained back consciousness after 2 days, felt sore and decided to get discharged to not be rusty during the Royal Knight's mission, if he got selected, which he was pretty sure he would be. Sek. Train with me, said Asta as he appeared in front of him. I am in rehab, ask Luck, said Sek. Luck, who heard his name being called out, zapped near them and asked, what happened? Want to fight to the death? Yeah, Asta wants to. Take him. Haha, let's go, Asta. Let's kill each other, said Luck with a smile on his face. No no no, replied Asta as he shook his head vigorously. Hey, I think it's about time, said Luck, gathering everyone's attention in the room. For what? The results of the Royal Knight's selection exam. I'm sure the messenger owl will be by any minute, said Luck. Oh, right, said Asta, realizing what Luck said was true. But I don't know if I will pass or not though. I mean, I got defeated pretty early on, said Asta. Don't worry, Asta, you showed all your prowess in the match you lost. Not to mention you put up a pretty decent fight against me, so it should be fine, said Sek. Is that true? Do you really think so, Sek? Yeah, I mean, if they are planning to fight against such a threat that has a large number of people who can use powerful magic, then your anti-magic will be necessary in many situations, said Sek as everyone nodded, agreeing to his theory. Well, my team reached the finals, so I should have passed, said Noel. Yeah, lost a 1vs3 where your opponent doesn't even have mana. Great confidence, Noel, said Sek, making Noel embarrassed and yell at him. Haha, joking aside. You had a great performance in the exam, so I think you will pass as well, though I may be biased since I saw you groups up from the time you were devastatingly in at mana control, said Sek. Oh. Thanks, I mean it's expected since I am royalty, said Noel as she blushed in embarrassment. Suddenly the whole HQ started shaking as they heard the noise of someone knocking on their door. The person kept knocking for a while and soon Magna got annoyed and walked towards the door. Oi! Who the hell is it? Don't you know that you are at the door of the HQ of Black Bull? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before he could finish speaking, the door got thrown at his face along with an explosion. Everyone looked at the scene without much surprise since, well, the Black Bulls were now used to destruction and weirdness happening in their HQ. The dust soon settled and revealed the person who was knocking on the door. What? Are you serious? What the hell is the captain of the Crimson Lion Kings doing here? Asked Magna, who was knocked down on the floor. Yeah. What are you doing here, Captain Siscalian? Asked Asta. Just as he finished saying it, a first came to his face, sending him flying. It's Mirioliana, said the lioness in a slightly angered tone. What the hell is all that racket? I can't even take a dump in peace, said Yami as he entered the hall after hearing the commotion. His gaze then fell on the lady who entered their HQ and he stopped speaking. Not even a moment later he turned toward the rest of his squad mates and started warning them. It's an emergency. A wild beast has invaded the premises. Everyone, leave the base immediately. Any of you who don't make it out, just play dead. Don't look her in the eye. She'll eat you. Flames gathered in Mirioliana's hand as she punched Yami as well, knocking him to the floor. Shut your trap and accept this, said Mirioliana as she placed a bottle of alcohol in front of Yami. What kind of hellish drink is this? Is this something that will set my throat ablaze and then make me spit fire? Asked Yami as he picked up the bottle and stood up. It's to thank you for visiting Fuegoleon. Do you wanna die for real? Asked Mirioliana. You don't need to thank me. At any rate, this drink can't be for humans if someone as violent as you liked it. I don't want it, said Yami. A flaming paw immediately grabbed Yami's head as Mirolian looked at him and said, "Okay, I'm going to kill you. You're not supposed to kill the person you're thanking." Pot calling the kettle black, "Hey," said Sek as he entered the reception area of the HQ along with the rest of the squad. "Oh Sek, take this," said Miroliana as a flaming paw appeared from her back carrying a basket. Sek looked at the basket that contained a lot of high-quality meat. What's this for?" asked Sek as he took the basket from the flame paw. "I heard you fixed my brother's arm when it got cut off." "It's my gratitude for that," said Miroliana. "Oh yeah, I did that." "Thanks," replied Sek as he stored the meat inside his storage before Charmy gets her hands on it. "Oh, I see. You just came to see Captain Yami and Sek. I totally thought you were gonna take me someplace awful," Aga said Asta when suddenly a flame paw caught his head. Similar paws appeared over Sek, Luck, and Noel before they were grabbed as well. "While I'm at it, I might as well take you lot, too," said Miroliana as she started walking out. "What do you mean by that? Where are you taking us? Hell? Is it hell?" asked a panicked Asta. "No. Why are you taking me, too?" asked Noel. "Are there strong people where we're going?" asked a happy Luck. "Bye bye everyone. See you all later," said Sek as waved his hand at the rest of his squad. "Hey! Your squad members are being kidnapped. Do something," complained Noel as she looked at Yami. "Why? You are taking the lioness with you, I am all for it." "Don't die," said Yami. "We're sacrifices." "What the heck did we do to deserve this?" asked Asta. "Shut up. You all passed the Royal Knights selection exam," said Miroliana as she glared at the noisy bunch behind her. "Hey," said Noel. "We passed," said Asta. "Knew it," said Sek. This made everyone surprised before Miroliana started looking around once again. "There was one more black bull that got selected, but I don't see him," said Miroliana as she walked out of the HQ. Currently at the swearing-in ceremony of the Royal Knights, Miroliana was calling out the names of each member who was selected. In the end, the Royal Knights consisted of 1 Sek Bronze Aza Black Bulls, 2 Yuno Golden Dawn, 3 Ril Bois Mortier Aqua Deer, 4 Anna Flare Crimson Lions, 5 Noel Silva Black Bulls, 6 Luck Voltia Black Bulls, 7 Asta Black Bulls, 8 Kirsch Vermilion Coral Peacock, 9 N Ringard Green Praying Mantis, 10 Klaus Lunettes Golden Dawn, 11 Mimosa Vermilion Golden Dawn, 12 Haman Caseus Golden Dawn, 13 Nils Ragus Silver Eagle, 14 Fragile Tormenta Aqua Deer, 15 Zora Ideal Black Bulls, 16 Pulley Angel Blue Rose, 17 Ben Funk Crimson Lions, 18 Reuben Charger Crimson Lions. Now that you know who all the members are, I will introduce myself. I'm Miroliana Vermilion and I've been appointed the captain of the Royal Knights. All of them nodded before Asta looked at the newest edition of Black Bulls. Oi! Zerks! Why are you wearing that robe? Asked Asta as he pointed at Zora. First of all, I am Zora. Secondly, are you an idiot? It's because I am a member of the Black Bulls. He then started explaining his reason to Asta and Noel. Asta and Zora soon started to bicker, which made Miroliana pissed as she immediately rushed the two of them under a fire paw. Stop making a ruckus, you bastards! All of you go to the other room and get changed into Royal Knights robes. All of them nodded and then went to the other room where they were called one by one to collect their robes. They are created for our fight against the Eye of the Midnight Sun, with high resistance to magic attacks. Once all of them were done changing, they came back to the briefing room. All right, it looks like you've all finished changing, said Miroliana as she checked the squad she was going to lead. Wait a minute. Why is mine so small? Asked Asta in a panic. Don't worry, Asta, you can make up for your lack of size with the help of technique, said Sek as he patted Asta's shoulder. Hey? Okay, thanks. Wait, what does it have to do with my robe? Asked Asta. Oh, you were talking about your robe. My bad, said Sek with a smile as he took a step back. Wait. What were you talking about? Asked Asta. Haha, who knows, said Sek. Soon Nozel Silva entered the hall along with Siren of Golden Dawn and Cobb from the Magic Knights HQ as the additional members of the squad. You all, along with these three, are the Royal Knights, declared Mirioliana. She then took a deep breath and yelled, I think you all know this, but we have no use for anything other than victory. The Eye of the Midnight Sun is a terrorist organization that threatens the Clover Kingdom. If we don't take care of them ourselves, there will never be peace in our land. You all worked hard together when they attacked the royal capital and were successful in eliminating them, but there were still severe consequences. My foolish brother Fuegalium fell at the enemy's hands, and he has still not awakened. What we learned from the agents we captured is that their leader is a mage with a 4-leaf clover grimoire, licked. We learned that they have an upper echelon called the Third Eye, and for some unknown reasons they are collecting magic stones to be reborn in their true forms and obtain great power. We are going to be attacking their stronghold before they complete their plans. So assume that our enemy will do everything they can to stop us. Some of us may fall. But we will be victorious. We are going to give our all in this battle. Any fool that fails to do so will be taken out by me before we even get to the enemy's stronghold. Are you ready? Asked Mirioliana. Yes, yelled everyone in the room simultaneously as they prepared to set out. Oi, Sek-kun. Hearing his name being called, Sek turned around and saw Julius standing in a corner and walked towards him. Wizard King? You are here, as well. Why didn't you address the Royal Knights then? It's important for the one who is going to lead you all to raise your morale as well. Mirioliana needs to establish her authority as the captain of the Royal Knights. Anyways, here, take this, said Julius as he showed a magic device to Sek. What is it? Asked Sek as he took the magic device from Julius. It's a magic device that is connected to the magic announcement system throughout the kingdom. If the situation at any point looks too grim and requires the citizens to evacuate, don't hesitate to inform them of it. The red button is for informing directly to me at the Magic Knights HQ, and the blue button is for the kingdom-wide announcement system. Shouldn't you give this to Captain Mirioliana? Knowing her, she might destroy this in a fit of rage. I am entrusting it to you since you have your storage magic, and I believe that you know when to make the call for evacuation, said Julius with a smile. I will not let you down, said Sek with a serious tone as he saluted. I know, and the ones whom you should not be letting down are the citizens, said Julius as he patted Sek's shoulder before he sent him off. Chapter 127, Before the Raid. Sek soon came out of the briefing hall as well and saw that most of the people were already gone. Where were you? Asked Mirioliana. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take a detour. Sorry, said Sek as he ran up to her. A cat inside the hall? Yes. Anyway, we will begin the operation in 3 days. You all will be staying in the royal capital so that information is not leaked. Understood. Mirioliana nodded as she and Sek headed toward the place where the rest of the royal knights were. I heard from the Wizard King that you used Mana Zone during the selection exam, said Mirioliana. Yeah. I gained insight during the finals when I was out of my own mana and was using the mana from my surroundings. Somehow I understood that it would work, and bam, said Sek. Your control of mana should be extraordinary then. I don't know any captain other than me who can use Mana Zone, you know. Well, not a big deal for the Dark Lord, said Sek as he shrugged his shoulders. What is this Dark Lord nonsense? Asked Mirioliana. It's what the people are gonna call me and remember by one day, the title given to the one who is undeniably the strongest and is at the top, replied Sek. Despite being pretty strong, you are not really gifted in the brain, said Mirioliana. Mock me while you still have the time. It will happen one day, and when it happens even you will be calling me by my title, said Sek in a calm tone. he was not going to argue with all mongrels who can't understand him. He will prove it. Shut their mouths. Enjoy the glory. Is that so? Then looks like you will have to beat me if you want to claim the title of the strongest, said Mereoleana as she stopped walking and looked at Sek with a ferocious smirk on her face. Flames gathered around her fists and mana came out of her body. Sek stopped walking and released his mana as well. The two types of mana clashed for supremacy as sparks started to appear around them. You sure you wanna go before this mission even begins? Asked Sek as he released more of his mana, trying to push Mereoleana's mana back. Her smirk widened even more when she felt Sek's mana grow even more and push hers away. She also released more mana and the shocks occurring from their mana clash became even stronger. He really is a fearless kid. When was the last time someone took my mana pressure head on? I don't mind, but we can't have you broken before the mission starts, replied Mereoleana as her mana started to take the shape of a lioness. Oh, I won't be the one who will be broken, that's for sure, said Sek as black marks appeared on his body along with his sacred gear and his mana took the form of Vritra. Cracks started to appear on the ground just from their mana clash and the nearby buildings started to shake. People started to panic and gathered around them, although still at a safe distance away from them, to see what was going on. Noticing the commotion around them, the two retracted their mana and Mereoleana said, "Let's do it after we beat the crap out of the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. I am very interested to kick your ass." "Deal, gotta assert dominance whenever I can," said Sek as he nodded. The two apologized to the people for the commotion and started walking once again. "By the way, how old are you?" asked Mereoleana. 16. "So, half my age, hey, I am 32. Sek nodded, not thinking much about it, and just continued walking. "Too young for a marriage candidate," thought Mereoleana without much change in her expression. Soon they reached the establishment where the royal knights were supposed to stay and entered their respective rooms. Later that night a small banquet was held with the royal knights, and currently Sek was having his dinner surrounded by Anna and Mimosa, who were trying to shove most of the food on their plates in Sek's mouth. "This is getting annoying," thought Sek as he held his plate and moved a bit away from the table. "Excuse me for a while, I have some things to discuss with my squad mates," said Sek and walked away. Anna and Mimosa stared at Sek's back for a while before Anna said, "We annoyed him." Mimosa's eyes widened in surprise as she didn't think that Sek was annoyed and started panicking. What should we do?" asked Mimosa as she looked at Anna. "We? When did we get on the same team?" asked Anna. I mean we aren't but didn't the two of us annoy him together?" "Don't you want to make up for that?" asked Mimosa. "I can make up on my own," replied Anna. How? Tell me as well." "I don't know what to do," said Mimosa. "Think with your royal brain," replied Anna, only to realize that she disrespected royalty just now. "You all right," said Mimosa in a dejected tone. "You aren't mad about my earlier comment?" asked Anna, feeling a bit surprised. She was a peasant, so she wasn't treated well by a lot of people who were of higher status. "Oh, it's all right. Right now we are magic knights. We should not discriminate based on status at this time," replied Mimosa with a smile. "All right then, say, about thinking of a way together. Let's do that." "Two heads are better than one," said Anna. Mimosa's eyes twinkled as she fiercely nodded her head and immediately agreed to the proposal without thinking much. Sek was now standing away from the crowd because Asta kept arguing with Yuno, making him even more annoyed than he already was. Sitting silently in a corner, Sek read his grimoires to check for the spells that were in there to refresh his memory. Suddenly the door was kicked open and Mereoleana and Nozel entered the hall along with a beaten-up man. "All of you, focus here," said Mereoleana as she showed the beaten-up man to them. "I caught this spy without killing him and interrogated him." "Hey! A spy!" Voices arose from amongst the magic knights as Sek closed his grimoires and stood up, and joined the crowd as well. "Silence! Our enemy hasn't noticed any of our movements. Therefore, we will be moving up the operation's start time. We strike the eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout tomorrow morning, said Mirioliana, making all the people in the room surprised by the sudden decision. Make sure you all get plenty of rest tonight. That is all, said Mirioliana as she walked out of the hall along with the spy and Nozel. Do they really not know about the plan, or Patoli planted an ignorant spy to make others think that, thought Sek as he turned serious. Well, she has already made a decision. Have to follow that. 2 days won't make that much of a difference, I guess. Even if it's a trap, then they can trap us after 3 days as well, thought Sek. Sek then looked around and then headed to the washroom. Vritra, check my shadow to see if there are any spies on me, asked Sek. Don't worry, my other half, there is no one on you, replied Vritra. Sek nodded as his grimoire started flipping and the interface of his storage safe appeared over his hand. Taking out the magic device that Julius gave him earlier, Sek contacted him and told him about his theory. That can be a possibility as well, said Julius. Should I discuss it with Captain Mirioliana? Asked Sek. Inform her about it and ask her to just warn the other royal knights so that they don't get overconfident after knowing that the enemy doesn't know about the plan. We are attacking them anyway, sooner or later we have to do it. Understood, Wizard King. Good thinking, Sek-kun. Keep up the good work and good luck for tomorrow, said Julius as he ended the call. Sek then went to find Mirioliana and informed her and Nozel about his thinking as well before informing them about what Julius told him. Mirioliana and Nozel nodded as they too agreed with Sek's words, plus it was an order from Julius, so there was no way they were going to doubt it. Sek then left the two of them as they discussed the strategy for tomorrow and then headed to his room and get some rest. Chapter 128, Raid Start. Currently in a strong magic region Gravito Rock Zone, Sek and the rest of the royal knights led by Mirioliana were gathered. Holy crap! There's a castle floating in the sky, said Asta. That's the Eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout. Well, there aren't many who would set foot in the strong magic regions. And since it's hidden by this magical fog, it's even harder to spot. Anyone would have difficulty finding it, said Mirioliana, and then glanced at Nozel with an amused smile on her face. You figured all that out, and that's why you had people search this area. You've gotten better, Captain of the Silver Eagles. I just happened to have people searching dungeons, and we coincidentally found out it was their hideout. Oh? So what brought the Captain of the Silver Eagles himself here, then? Asked Mirioliana with a knowing side glance. That's enough idle chatter. Siren, I guess you can use your spell from this distance, asked Nozel. Indeed, replied Siren as his grimoire started glowing and mana gathered around him. Stone creation magic, stone model of the world. Soon a stone medal resembling the flying castle appeared in front of them with its inner structure and the position with a high concentration of mana in it. I see. It's like an ant's nest that allows entry from anywhere. Seems simple enough to infiltrate. I see there are plenty of guys around the senior magic knight level. There's also someone with very powerful magic in the middle. Must be their boss, noted Mirioliana. Listen up, you all. If we want to ambush the enemy and throw them into a state of chaos, we can't let them know how many of us there are, so splitting up is the best option. But the fact that there are so many entrances means that the enemy is confident in their defense. The more we split up, the more that may work against us and overwhelm us, said Mirioliana. So where does that lead us? Asked Mirioliana. We'll overwhelm the enemy even more with sheer willpower, said Asta. We don't need willpower. I'll overwhelm them myself, said Yuno. I wanna mash them all up, said Luck. I shall defeat them beautifully on my own, said Kirsch. We unleash the full might of the Dark Lord on these lowly bastards and let them beg for mercy. I will first destroy their base and then turn into a titan and finish them like Aram Jaeger, said Sek. All of them are idiots, said Noelle as she looked at the people who answered Mirioliana. What's important is balance. The most effective way to get through the enemy's defense while split up is to divide into teams of 4. Is that what you're thinking? Said Klaus. But that's boring. They will be over in an instant if we go with that, protested Luck and Sek. Exactly. We will now split into groups and then proceed, said Mirioliana. As she said that, Zora and Asta started to bicker, saying that they don't want to be in a team together. You're coming with me, you damn problem children, said Mirioliana as a flame paw appeared on their heads. Hello, Lady Royal. Please accept this rainbow stink bug as a token of our friendship, said Zora as he tossed a bug at the lioness, only for her to catch it with another flame paw and cover Zora's face with it. A stench this week does not affect me, said Mirioliana. Clearly explains how often she bathes, said Sek. You sure you want two peasants hanging around you, Lady Royal? Asked Zora while trying to recover from the smell. Mirioliana then proceeds to tell them about how she doesn't give a *ck about status and all, and the only thing that matters is if you are strong or not. According to that logic, I should be a god, thought Sek. God of delusion and denseness? Asked Vritra. God of ass-kicking and awesomeness, replied Sek. Soon she was done with her speech and decided to form other teams. I will be fine without a team though, said Sek, and immediately received a smack from Secret, who come out of his robe. Ow! Hey, why are you here? It's dangerous, said Sek as he looked at the anti-bird who landed on his shoulder. Precisely because it's dangerous here, I have to keep this guy in check so that he doesn't jump into danger. And this idiot, well, being he wants to work alone, thought Secret as she glared at Sek and smacked him once again. Idiot! Take safety precautions. Lion Lady, go on and form a strong and balanced team for him, thought Secret as she looked at Mirioliana. Mirioliana didn't know why the damn bird was looking at her and just shrugged her shoulders and said, whether you will be in a team or not is not something for you to decide. No matter how strong you are, don't get careless, we are still in enemy territory. Well said, Lion Lady. Follow her advice, Sek. She may seem wild, but she is still a captain. She will make good decision. Sek, Anna, Mimosa, you three will be working together, said Mirioliana. Listen here, you little shit, thought Sek as she looked at Mirioliana with her eye twitching. All right, thought both Anna and Mimosa in excitement and stood beside Sek. Soon the other teams were decided as well. Nils, Nozel, Sharon Group 1. Ben, Luck, Noel, Kirsch Group 2. Ruben, Ril, Fragile, Pulley Group 3. Klaus, Haman Group 4. Sek, Anna, Mimosa Group 5. Mirioliana, Asta, Zora Group 6. Alright, Group 1 will attack from the upper left, Group 2 will attack from the lower left, Group 3 from the upper right, Group 4 will attack from the lower right, Group 5 will attack from the top, and finally my group will attack from the front and center. The spatial magic user Cobb will stand by here. Roger Dodger Roger, said Cobb. You'd better put your all into this. Let's go. Take down any enemy you encounter as you proceed toward the center, you may do it however you prefer, ordered Mirioliana as all of them were teleported to their respective starting points. Sek, who appeared at the top of the flying castle along with Anna and Mimosa, stretched his body and got ready to fight. Sek-san, Anna-san. I am glad to be on your team. Please take care of me and leave supporting and healing to me, said Mimosa. Okay. Take care of me as well. I am glad I got paired up with you two instead of someone I didn't know, or Kirsch. No offense, Mimosa. None taken, replied Mimosa with a smile, totally agreeing with Sek. Take care of me as well, said Anna. All right, I can say that all of us are somewhat familiar with each other fighting style, so I propose this, I will be in the vanguard, Mimosa in the middle, and Anna take the rear guard. What do you two think? I am fine with it. I can support you two better if I am in between the two of you, said Mimosa. No problems with me as well. Just try to stay out of the way of my fire spells, said Anna. Sek nodded and then looked at Secret. And you? Stay wherever you are safe. If as much as even a scratch appears on your body, I will send you inside the storage. Understood. Secret saluted Sek, agreeing to his words. So, we need to reach the center of the hideout where their leader probably is. Hey, any mapping or trapping spells you two know of? Asked Sek. I have one, replied Mimosa as her grimoire started flipping. Plant creation magic, magic flower guidepost. Mana gathered in front of Mimosa as multiple vines came out and started to intertwine. Soon a giant flower formed above the vines and a hologram of the entire structure appeared over the flower. Oh! Nice Mimosa, praised Sek, making the royal blush as a smile appeared on her face. Sek looked at the hologram and tried to understand it. If I remember correctly, this was the place where the huge mana signature was. And considering that we are on top of this, I have a good idea, said Sek with a smirk. Secret, who noticed the familiar smirk, immediately took out her small shades out of nowhere and put them on. Anna, call your bird, we need a ride, said Sek. Anna nodded, not thinking much of it. She believed in Sek's plan. Should I summon Ignis at full power, or do we only need her for a ride? Asked Anna. Can she get to full power after being summoned? Asked Sek. She can, summoning her at full power takes more mana, replied Anna. Then preserve mana, for now, we just need a ride. Anna nodded as her grimoire started flipping. Flame summoning magic, mystic firebird. Soon a small firebird appeared above Anna and landed on her shoulder. Anna smiled and caressed Ignis's chin, making the bird chirp happily. Ignis megamorph, said Anna as the bird flew off her shoulder and started to get bigger. All right, preparations completed. Let's do it, said Sek as he looked at Mimosa's guidepost once again and then started looking around for something. Mimosa and Anna were already on top of Ignis, ready to enter the castle through the entrance. Sek-kun, let's go, said Anna. Wait, you two want to go through the entrance? Asked Sek. Isn't that why you asked for Ignis, since without flying we cannot reach the entrance? Asked Anna. Sek shook his head and said, our goal is to reach the center, you know what? Follow me and you will understand. Sek didn't explain his plan further as he thought that it will be better to just show them. After finding a spot on the top of the flying castle, Sek crouched down and touched its surface and sensed its structure with mana. A smile appeared on his face and then he looked at the two girls who were on top of the giant bird. Get ready. I am starting, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Ready, Secret? Asked Sek, to which the bird gave wings up in response. We are going straight to the center, said Sek. Bronze creation magic, Giga drill breaker. A giant drill appeared over Sek's hand as he jumped and pointed the drill at the stone structure and easily drilled through it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. 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 Sek kept drilling, breaking through one floor after another, and soon his mana detection caught onto a strong mana source. Secret? Do you feel it too? Asked Sek, to which the bird nodded. Lead the way then, partner. Secret nodded and started pointing in the direction where he should be heading. Soon after breaking through his 10th or so floor, Sek saw a floating man covered in a bright glow and stopped using his magic. Soon he landed on the ground and started at the floating man. Hello there, said Sek as he looked at the floating man. Chapter 129, That's Concerning. Sek looked at the glowing man who was floating in the air without making any movement. So what now? Asked Sek out loud as he saw no movement from the man. Hey, wanna move a bit? Asked Sek, but the man continued to float in the air without moving. Suddenly Sek realized something and face-palmed. I came here way too early, thought Sek. Sek then looked at the hole where he came from and didn't see any signs of Anna and Mimosa. He walked toward the hole and looked up and saw an orange glow coming toward him. They are on their way, thought Sek as he waited for the girls to arrive. Once they did, their gazes immediately landed on the glowy floaty man. "Don't worry, the guy ain't moving, like at all," said Sek as looked at the two worried girls. The girls were surprised and looked at the floating man for a while. "So, what is the plan now?" asked Anna. "Well, first we deal with them," said Sek as he pointed at the robed figures who were coming towards them from the giant hole that Sek made. "Stop those magic knight bastards! How dare you destroy our base? We'll kill you!" Hearing their threats, Sek yawned while Mimosa and Anna got serious as they noticed the spells that were coming their way. All of their grimoires started flipping as mana gathered around them. "Well then ladies, show them hell," said Sek. Anna and Mimosa nodded. "Flame magic, incinerate orb. Plant magic, magic flower cannon. Bronze creation magic, weapon make gaster blaster." Before the enemy could even come near them, their attacks blew away the incoming spells and started knocking down the enemy mages, though many mages still survived and landed successfully. "Alright, now it feels like we are on a raid," said Sek with an amused smile as he grabbed Anna's and Mimosa's shoulders and pulled them back, and a moment later fine sharp threads came out of the ground at the place where they were standing. "Vritra," muttered Sek as his sacred gear appeared around him. "Finally! I can fight! Use me, my other half! Use me and show them the might of a dragon!" roared Vritra in excitement. Sek smiled as he pointed his gauntlet at the enemy mages. "Blaze Black Devourer!" The gauntlets glowed and transformed into blasters and started firing small black fireballs at them. Seeing the small fireballs, the mages smirked and fired their strong spells at the magic knights. But the moment the black fireballs came in contact with the enemy attacks, they started to get bigger while the enemy spells started to lose mana. Soon the enemy spells disappeared as the now large fireballs rained down on the enemies. The enemy mages started to back away as they saw the large fireballs, while some wind and water mages tried to blow away or put off them, only for their spells to power up the fireballs as well. "It's really a great attack. Though it's only effective against not that strong attacks," thought Sek. "It's fine, my other half, you should have some harmless spells to deal with normal people." "We have plenty of strong moves already," said Vritra. "A man can never have enough strong moves, Vritra. Remember that," said Sek as the blaster disappeared and the absorption line came out of the gauntlet. "Want to join in?" asked Sek as he looked at the girls. Anna and Mimosa nodded as mana gathered once again. "Plant magic, magic flower cannon. Flame magic, fire tornado." Vines appeared around Mimosa as a giant flower came out of it and started gathering mana and soon fired a beam. Flames swirled around Anna and soon shot forward, combining with the mana beam, resulting in a swirling mana beam covered in spiraling flames. "Oh, let me lead that," said Sek as he pumped his fist forward as the absorption line shot forward and entered the attack fired by the girls earlier. "Combination magic, flaming plant laser whip." Sek then swiped his hand, attacking all the leftover mages and sending them flying toward the walls and easily knocking them out. "Well, we dealt with all of them, I guess," said Sek. "How do I say this, they seemed kind of weak," said Mimosa with a bit of hesitation. "After seeing all the crazy strong attacks at the Royal Knights selection exam, no doubt they will seem weak," said Anna. "Well, I guess that's true," said Mimosa, though for some reason her voice seemed to have overlapped. "Hey," said Sek and Anna simultaneously as they saw two mimosas standing side by side. Exclaimed Mimosas as the two of them looked surprised after seeing each other. "I am guessing that you don't know any clone magic, right?" asked Sek, to which both Mimosas nodded. "Their ki and mana both are giving the same feeling," thought Sek as he formed multiple swords around them while two appeared in his hands as well. "So which is the real one?" asked Anna as flames gathered in her palms and Ignis's beak. "Me. I am the real one. Why are you copying me?" said the two mimosas, making Sek and Anna even more confused. "We can't get anywhere with this." "Oi! You two move away from each other," said Sek. "Seksan, I am the real one, believe me," said the left mimosa. "No. She is lying, I am the real one," said the right mimosa. I will decide that later, for now, move away from each other, said Sek as the absorption line shot forward from both of his gauntlets and he separated the two of them. I have an idea, Sek-kun, said Anna. I mean, I can already tell now since I grabbed them with my sacred gear. But let's see what she got, thought Sek as he gave a nod. Anna nodded and then looked at the two mimosas. If you are the real mimosa, tell me your breast size, asked Anna with a straight face. Sek immediately started coughing while the two mimosas blushed in embarrassment. Wah 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 wah, what are you asking all of a sudden? And that too in front of Sek-san, said the left mimosa. As if I will reveal that publicly. Sek-san in here as well, said the right mimosa as she hid her face behind her hands. Oi! Anna! What are you doing? Even if she answers, how will you know if it's correct or not? And you pervert! Stop feeling her boobs, yelled Sek as he smashed the right mimosa, who was trying to guess the size by feeling her breasts, into the ground and then threw her away. He immediately pulled the real mimosa towards him and caught her in his embrace. You all right, mimosa? Asked Sek as he looked at the girl who was in his hands. Verwa, Sek-san is holding me. I mean, yes, I am all right. Thank you, Sek-san, said Mimosa with a blush. Oi! Get away from him, said Anna as Sekre nodded and pecked Mimosa's head, making her jump out of Sek's embrace. Ow ow ow! That's not how you treat girls, you know, said Rhea as he scratched his butt. Not necessarily, I believe in gender equality, said Sek. So he says, girls keep that in mind before doing anything reckless. Well, if you are into something kinky then it's something to look after, I guess, said Rhea. I don't have a problem if Sek-kun is into that sort of play, said Anna in her usual calm tone. I don't mind as well, said Mimosa with a slight blush as she glanced at Sek. He doesn't have that kink, though I don't mind trying it, thought Sekre. Can you guys stop talking about my kinks and get down to business? Long time no see, Rhea. Last time we met I kicked your and your friend's butt quite easily, said Sek. Copy magic, healing ray of light. Well, what can I say, I was feeling lazy at that time. But right now I am quite motivated, said Rhea as a smirk appeared on his face and the whole ground got covered in mana as a giant black portal appeared, teleporting him along with the trio and the defeated mages. Sek and the others were now falling as he noticed Rhea preparing an attack. Copy magic, dark cloaked black blade. Ecstase magic cutter. The two slashes collided as the dark magic slash got easily destroyed and headed toward Rhea. Ignis, said Anna as the bird got huge and let Anna and the other two land on its back. So, that's where you kept it. A decoration for your sword, said Rhea as he appeared in front of Sek using light magic. He knows about the magic stone, thought Sek and kicked him away. Hey, kicking the face is off limits, said Rhea as he moved away after using light magic. You already have your third eye open. And you have something that I need, said Rhea as various portals appeared around them. Spatial magic, myriad black plus light magic, heaven-splitting flash. Rhea got enveloped in light and moved around them at full speed through the portal, making his destination quite unpredictable for them. Ecstase, key blade. Sek pointed his sword forward as its blade glowed and extended like a snake and started moving around. Sek read Rhea's key and let Ecstase move around accordingly. That's an annoying sword. Let's not bring it into the battle, said Rhea as he tried to dodge Ecstase but was finding it difficult to keep up with it. His grimoire then started flipping as he held out his hand. Copy magic, a port. Suddenly Ecstase vanished from Sek's hand and appeared in Rhea's. Ha, that was annoying, said Rhea as he looked at the sword, or more specifically at the magic stone embedded in it. You shouldn't have done that. Ecstase-chan, said Sek as he held out his hand. Immediately Ecstase that was in Rhea's hand tried to leave it and fly back to Sek. Whoa, won't. Calm down, said Rhea as he tried to hold it back. Resistance in going back to host. Scanning problem analyzed, deploying countermeasures. An electronic voice started speaking inside Sek's head, and soon ecstasy glowed and an explosion occurred at Rya's hand, making him let go of the sword that came flying back towards Sek. Host found. Hearing the electronic voice once again, Sek smiled and caressed the blade of the sword. Good girl Ecstasy-chan, now let's get ready for round 2, said Sek as he gripped his sword tightly. Copy magic, light healing particles. Sorry, but I have a delivery to make. See you guys later, said Rya as he entered a portal and teleported away. Delivery? Wait a sec, said Sek, and then widened his eyes in realization and looked at his sword, only to find that the stone was missing. He played you quite easily, my other half. Was that a magic stone? Asked Vritra. Yeah. That's concerning then, replied Vritra. Yeah, it is. Sek looked at Anna and Mimosa who were near him and said, let's deal with other enemy mages in the meantime. Mimosa and Anna nodded as they got serious as well. Chapter 130, Talk with Vritra, 3. Sek and his team were riding on Ignis and going through the hideout. Mimosa, use your tracking spell and show the enemy positions. Also, can you take the areas around the flying castle? We need to find Rya soon. Leave your protection to me and Anna. Got it, Sek-san, replied Mimosa as her grimoire started flipping. Plant creation magic, magic flower guidepost. Sek-kun, what did that man take? You have been anxious since then, asked Anna. Remember the stone that you gave me when we were kids? That's a magic stone, replied Sek. You still kept it with you? I mean, how do they know about it? Asked Anna with a slight smile on her face. They were able to pinpoint the locations of all magic stones, so it doesn't surprise me much. What surprises me more is that they were able to take it out of ecstasy. It was stuck deep inside it, not just stuck to it. They couldn't just take it out of it, said Sek. Maybe he used the spell that he used to teleport the relic out of your hand. He could have teleported it out, otherwise I don't think that there is a way to break into that relic. They might be able to assemble all the magic stones for their purpose now, my other half, said Sek. That's bad thought, Sek. Should have kept it somewhere safer, like your eternal safe, said Vritra. Hey, I have kept the stone in my sword since I got it, that was one of the safest places I could have kept it. Plus I have been trying to find a way to access its power since the Witch Queen told me that only elves can use it. I thought that I can use it as well, since just like them I too am someone loved by Mana, replied Sek. You were trying to learn a new power without telling me, asked Vritra. No. So now you are keeping this from me, hey? Asked Vritra. Hey, I was gonna tell you sooner or later. When? Like I said, sooner or later. When, my other half? I asked when. Once I mastered it and it looked badass enough to knock your socks off, replied Sek. I am very displeased, my other half. I know you like your privacy, but not even telling me something like this? Something that will eventually lead to us getting stronger, it actually kind of hurts me. Said Vritra. I didn't mean it, Vritra, trust me, I just wanted to show you that I can be strong. I wanted to show you that I am strong, and I can win without relying on you and ecstasy. I just wanted you to acknowledge that. That's why I didn't use your powers during the exam. I know that according to your standards, I am not that strong and have to rely on your power to get a boost in my strength. And I know it might not mean much to you, but to me, it felt kind of humiliating and sad when you said that without you and ecstasy I am only half as strong, thought Sek, feeling a bit sad and apologetic. Listen, my other half, first of all, I apologize if my words hurt you that time. Now on to the important part, stop calling it my power, it's our power. Hear it, our power. You get stronger, we get stronger. You live, we live. You die, we die. There's a reason I call you my other half, Sek Bronzeza. Also, I know that I told you that you were only 50% at power without me and the relic, but I never called you weak. Well, not technically. Suddenly Sek's surrounding turned dark and he found his body floating in space. Realizing the familiar space, Sek sighed and turned around and saw Vritra in his full draconic glory. Listen here, my other half, I may think of you as a delusional idiot who is dense and quite reckless and that has no qualms about his own safety to show how great and might the Dark Lord is. Okay, now you are just being mean. Let me finish. I may consider you all those things, but never have I considered you weak. You are not even 2 decades old and you have reached this level of strength, and that too when you are a human, so don't compare yourself with me who lived for multiple millennia. You will take time to become strong, nothing is achieved in a single day, and you know that the very best because you have earned your strength through hard work and tenacity. You are strong, Sek Bronzaza, and I, the prison dragon King Vritra, acknowledge that. So remember it always. Also don't forget, you are strong alone, but together we are stronger and more badass, said Vritra. Alright, and thanks, replied Sek, feeling a bit happy and relieved. Don't mention it, my other half. And never think or hide things like these from me. Like I said on the day we first talked, I am someone who will always be on your side. People, family, friends, and lovers might betray you, but you never have to doubt that there is someone who is always on your side no matter what decision or path you take. I may find it wrong and dangerous, but I will support you. I am your other half and you are mine, and together we will show this whole damn world how great and mighty the power of the Dark Lord and the Prison Dragon King is, said Vritra as he moved a snake-like appendage towards Sek. Sek's eyes widened a bit as he heard those words, but soon a smile appeared on his face as he fist-bumped the appendage. Alright, and sorry for all that. Though, I am still not gonna give up on shocking you with some attacks and spells that I come up with. So partner, don't keep a grudge for that, said Sek. Did you even listen to what I said? Asked Vritra. Yeah, and I sure as hell am not satisfied with that. What do you mean by I am human and will take a lot of time to reach your level? I need to prove that wrong. No matter the race, the Dark Lord is superior to all, so I am gonna use and learn our power a lot more from now on, so cheer me on, Vritra, said Sek. You never have to ask about that. But from now on, no more new power testing until I am sure that it's not dangerous. I will check the magic stone first thing once we get it back. Alright. Good, now go back and kick ass, said Vritra as he forced Sek out of his consciousness. Not even a second passed when Sek regained consciousness. Looks like I need to find my stone soon and get back to know how to use it, thought Sek as he blasted through a group of enemy mages. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster. Enemies directly below us, informed Mimosa. Multiple Gaster Blasters appeared around Sek as all of them pointed downwards at the enemy mages that he sensed with ki and mana detection. Mana beams fired and destroyed the floor, attacking the mages that were below them, catching them off guard. The Firebird flew through the hole that he just broke through and landed on the ground. Sek and Anna looked at the enemies that were on either side. They then looked at each other and gave a nod and then stood with their backs facing each other. Ignis Phoenix Flare. Sacred Bronze Magic Gear, Prison Dragon's Roar. Flames gathered in Ignis's mouth while a draconic helmet appeared on Sek's head with the absorption line connected to it. Soon 2 types of flaming seas were released by the 2 of them, burning through the entire floor and then breaking through the castle walls, killing every enemy mage on the floor. Mimosa looked at her 2 partners with her mouth wide open, totally shocked by how effortlessly the 2 cleared the entire floor of enemies. Floors cleared. Mimosa, where to next? Asked Anna. We need to find Rhea soon as well, said Sek. Mimosa snapped out of her thoughts and checked her guidepost and then directed them to the place where more enemies were located.